to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
That's right. Good morning. Good morning. It's week 5 on the gridiron in college football, and we are here. It's Fan University. Jake Riepmal alongside Carter Freeman and Brennan Baxter. We've got Jacob Ray on the ones and twos. It is a beautiful morning and a beautiful day for college football. What a show we've got lined up for you, with you from 9 a.m. right now until 1 o'clock. So we will get you ready for every single game. Carter Freeman to my right. Brendan Baxter joining us from somewhere in the U.S. of A. Let me think. Buffalo, right? Brendan, where are you coming from?
Buffalo, New York is where I'm coming from today, man. I'm all over the place this week. Been in South Carolina, now in Buffalo. Not here to catch a University of Buffalo college football game, though, believe it or not. I know. You think I'd come here for that, but up here for a wedding, but ready to talk ball, man. Got one of the best slates of college football, Jake. I think maybe a week 5 all time. This is a crazy day of college football.
There is no doubt about that. Carter Freeman to my right. We are going to start with our opening kickoff, the games we're most excited for coming up today. Like you said, Brennan, a heck of a day. So let us know, 877-881-1053, what games are tickling your fancy, what you've got on your radar, because it is one of those slates. You make no apologies for it. You kick your feet up and you're watching football all day. But before the opening kick and the games we're looking forward to today, Carter Freeman, how about some of those games last night on a Friday night?
Oh, my goodness, Tolos. I hope you all stayed up until as late as all three of us did. Even Brennan on the East Coast was up watching that wild TCU-Arizona State game. I am sorry, Horned Frog fans. Turn your ears away for just a second, because Jake is wearing an Arizona State Sun Devils pullover today.
Well, we have friend of the program, Graham Rossini, on last week, the athletic director for the Arizona State Sun Devils, and that's back-to-back wins in really exciting fashion. And Kenny Dillingham's talking about it. It's taken years off his life.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, since we had Graham Rossini on, they're 2-0. So maybe we're their good luck charm.
Right.
And they've beaten 2 Texas schools. So sorry to all our Baylor and TCU listeners out there, but Arizona State has found a way to win these close games for sure, because I do want to get more into them later. But obviously the big result was a top 10 team going down to an unranked team. That would be number 8 Florida State losing in overtime at Virginia. One of the craziest field storms I think you'll ever see. Absolutely nutty. And then it was former UNT, TCU, and Oklahoma quarterback Chandler Morris, who's now at Virginia, taking down the Seminoles.
Yeah, that was incredible. What an ending to that one. Let's go ahead, before we get into our opening kickoff, let's hear how it all ended up in Virginia last night. One of the best scenes, like you've mentioned, Carter, the field storming. You've got the hill there in the end zone of the students section, and it was a double overtime thriller, with not without controversy, I might add. But here's how the final play and the field storming sounded as a top 10 team, the Florida State Seminoles, go down. Give me whatever cut number it is.
Here comes the blitz. Castellanos in trouble. Heaves one towards the end zone. Intercepted. It's over. Virginia has done it.
Was that actually an interception to end that game? I legitimately could not tell, because basically by the time that ball got to the receiver, and I know it wasn't caught regardless, or it wasn't caught by a Seminole at least, it felt like there were already 1,000 Virginia students in the end zone that were rushing towards the middle of the field.
It happened so fast, and I saw somebody else put this on X, where it was a very, very much brought to life the scene in the original Lion King of the Stampede, with poor Simba. That was the Florida State players. It was poor Simba getting absolutely. And listen, I know there's going to be the folks out there that bring up the point about the safety, which obviously it's not the exact. It's not the version of, it's not the safest thing to do to have a number of there's a stampede of humans charging the field, but it's also college football. It's part of what it is. But Carter Freeman and Brennan Baxter, did you see the way the third down play prior to that? Because mind you, this is double overtime. Brennan, Florida State, a chance to tie the game or at least score the touchdown, would have needed to then go for 2 with the format of everything. But the juggling and the lengthy review that ultimately deemed an incomplete pass.
Yeah, to me, that looked like a catch. And the college football, during the broadcast, they go into the replay booth with the officials and they're showing you what they're saying, what they're seeing. The officials are talking to the people that are looking at it. They're showing different video angles. And on first instinct, I thought that's a catch. And I understand the juggling, and the rules just seem different in college than the NFL when it comes to how they determine what a catch is. It's the 1 foot down, the 1 knee down in college. But that's a tough way to lose, man, if you're Florida State. You have some close calls. Tommy Castellanos didn't have one of his better games so far this year. And to lose the way they did in double overtime after fighting back on a 4th down touchdown catch, too, was heartbreaking for the Florida State Seminoles coming off the Alabama win, ranked 8th in the country. I mean, this is modern college football, guys. It's just crazy that we're in a position where a team like Virginia can knock down the 8th-ranked team in the country. And to do that, you got to have plays that happen on that 3rd down where you think you got to catch and you don't, and you catch a ball at 4th down in the end zone. It's just wacky stuff sometimes has to happen in these upset games, and Virginia had enough weird stuff happen to take down Florida State.
I almost wanted it to be the rule of cool that the Deuce Robinson, who, by the way, Deuce Robinson for Florida State, number 0, that kid is a star. That you can't teach 6'6" with how tall he is. Like, he's got the physical attributes to be an awesome receiver. And yesterday he had 147 receiving yards on 9 receptions. So he had an awesome game overall. But just the fact that he was able to kind of watch the ball, the concentration he had to then pull the ball back in after it was bobbling around in front of his face. But I think there was enough of a bobble, and that's the way they ruled it. There was enough of a bobble where he didn't have full possession of it. By the time he had it back, the first foot that touched was already way out of the back of the end zone. So it was like rule of cool. I wanted it to stand because honestly, I didn't want that game to end. That was much fun.
Yeah.
It was so many points, so much scoring, and like Brendan, you mentioned, Florida State goes down the field and ties it on a 4th and 2 play, which was an incredible throw by Tommy Castellanos. But yeah, I didn't think it was a catch, and that's a tough way to lose. But Florida State's still got a lot of the season ahead of them, and they got a tough test next week against Miami. We were almost going to have a top 10 matchup there. That's not going to happen now, but still, what a banger of a way to start week 5.
It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get to our games we're most excited about. 877-881-1053. Text into the show. Let us know what games you're most excited about coming up today. But last night, Florida State goes down, and I think as we're talking about the way that play developed, I'm so glad it was an ACC game, fellas, because the ACC, and Brendan, you mentioned this, the ACC has introduced and implemented the in-booth audio, and you have access to the review, the audio of it. You know, they always do the shot in, okay, here's what's going on in the control room, but to actually have the audio in the game-deciding call and how they rule it was awesome. And let's go ahead and take a listen to it. It's cut number 10, the replay review of Florida State and Virginia.
We're going to try to see if there is control. Okay, so now that's where that control position. He's still moving here. Still moving. Bring that back. Moving.
Nothing from TV.
He's still moving. And then first step out. Yeah. We agree that there's no control until he gets out? Yes. Agree. Reverse. Yes. Are we all in agreement?
Yes.
All right. Hey, we're going to.
So hold on, we need to go back to our previous spot here.
Our previous spot is going to be the plus 22-yard line. Action 5. 22 position 5.
Okay, 22-yard line, position 5.
Third down. Line to gain's going to be the
15-yard line.
15-yard line.
15-yard line of the game. Okay.
Yeah, the chains haven't moved.
All right, so we're going to be third. It's going to be third down.
No, fourth down.
Fourth down.
Fourth down. Fourth down.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, we almost had who was that game? Nebraska and Colorado when they had an extra down there.
Oh, the fifth down.
Yes,
Yeah.
way back because they almost deemed it third down. But it is neat to hear how they collaborated and got to the determination that it was an incomplete pass and spotting the ball and everything. And I think you'll see every other conference implement the audio of the replay review and what it's like in the booth there.
Because the Big 12, I believe, you can see the video now. I think that's something they've implemented recently. But yeah, there was the response to this last night was very positive, and it was very cool to be able to hear the process. And it's one of those things, you watch college football for years, Brennan, and you see the ref on the field who has nothing to do with the call, standing there staring into, it used to be like an iPhone 3. It was this tiny little screen. Now they get an actual iPad to kind of look at and actually see it. But it was very cool to hear it and just hear the conversation back and forth between the replay command booth and the ref on the field.
Well, and this has been one of my biggest complaints with college football the last several years is replays take way too long. The officials look at something that's obvious to us as viewers, clearly on TV. In fact, last week in the Utah-Texas Tech game, Joel Klatt was like, why are we reviewing this? The ball clearly bounced, and it still was a 2-minute review. And so I think it's great for college football and for these conferences to implement things like this. It makes it easier. It makes it go faster. The NFL has expedited reviews. No reason we can't have something like this in college. It's just so frustrating at times, but at least during a long review, we get in on the inside of what they're actually looking at, made it cool from a viewer experience, which I think helps a little bit. But college football still has a long way to go in getting these reviews and challenges and all of that figured out. It's still a pain to sit there for multiple minutes thinking, okay, we know what's going to happen here. Why aren't you guys making this faster? So I think it's a good step, but still a long ways to go.
It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. And fellas, I almost had to walk back my anti-Friday night college football take because
we're going to change your mind.
Yeah, because I'm going to sound like LeBron here. We didn't have one good game. We didn't have two good games. We had three amazing games down to the wire. And listen up, TCU fans, TCU Horned Frogs. It's going to be a tough day today because that was a game. TCU came out ready to go on the road in a blackout in Tempe against a really good Arizona State team with a 17-0 lead. The Horned Frogs were cruising, but in honor of Lee Corso, not so fast, my friends. The Sun Devils implement a little comeback, and they went ahead even after a tough night for their kicker. Here's how the go-ahead field goal sounded.
Only 3 this time. Jesus Gomez. Right through.
So Jesus Gomez misses 2 field goals, but comes back and kicks the go-ahead field goal. However, Arizona State's defense still had to make a stop. They get a late interception, and 2 late turnovers from the TCU offense ultimately contribute to that loss for the Horned Frogs. And I think Sonny Dykes and company will be looking at this one as one that got away. And Arizona State with an early loss against Mississippi State, not a conference loss. TCU unfortunately stubs their toe in Big 12 play.
Well, and speaking of non-conference loss, just want to go back to Virginia for a second. Virginia's 4-1 now, but they're 2-0 in the ACC, even though they've played 3 ACC teams. Their one loss was to North Carolina State. That was not a conference game. I did not realize that at the time. I was like, why is Virginia playing North Carolina State so early in the season? Well, that's an out-of-conference game because the ACC wants their teams to play more power leagues. It just made more sense for them to not travel as far to, say, a Colorado or Stanford, what may have you. They played a closer game, and then that just ended up being a non-conference game. So don't look now, folks, but Virginia is 2-0 at the top of the ACC, but a very tough one for TCU last night. I mean, just to come out as hot as they did and just to completely I don't want to exactly say, the offense 100% fell apart at the end of the game. You look, it was the defense gave all they had. I think Arizona State had they had 3 or 4 trips into the red zone, and TCU, to their credit, held them scoreless either on missed field goals or fourth downs that Arizona State did not come through on. But just to watch the defense play so hard and for the offense to give them basically nothing. I know they scored a touchdown early in the second half, but that was majorly disappointing. And then the 2 turnovers on their final couple possessions for TCU's offense. I mean, It's tough. It's one loss in conference, but there are things in that game that worry you as they get further into the Big 12.
Yeah, I was disappointed in Josh Hoover's play. I had ranked Josh Hoover as one of my top 3-4 quarterbacks in the Big 12, and Sam Leavitt outplayed him last night. I mean, Sam Leavitt showed off his athleticism on key plays for Arizona State. Josh Hoover, with obviously the fumble was tough, but he got the ball literally taken from him in the pocket, which is disappointing. And then a bad interception as well, too. I know you're trying to force something, but it was just, I wasn't impressed with Josh Hoover last night on the road. Disappointing for TCU. You can afford a conference loss or maybe 2 in the Big 12 with how many teams there are that could compete. You could fall any week in the Big 12, but that was something that was a little surprising with how well TCU started, getting up 14-0 pretty quickly. Arizona State looked a little flustered and just could not close a deal on the road. It stings. I've been a part of a lot of those games where you can't close a deal on the road as a Texas Tech fan. That's changing here in 2025 if you haven't noticed yet. But in the previous years, it's just deflating as a fan base to feel like you could go steal one and you just couldn't get it done.
It does feel like with these Big 12 quarterbacks, every time we hype one up, they end up having a disappointing game. Like
and it's like, which one, and this is something we've talked about on this show. And if you're new to this, talking about quarterbacks, we've seen a lot of regression from college quarterbacks in 2025. This is not just a Big 12 problem. Lenora Sellers, Cade Klubnik, Garrett Nussmeier, Arch Manning. We've talked about a lot of these guys. Josh Hoover, Baron Morton for Tech on the road didn't look crisp. I mean, it's been a weird year if you're a quarterback in 2025.
And some new quarterbacks that have emerged unexpectedly. Trinidad Chambliss for Ole Miss, which we'll talk more about as well. But we got one more Friday night thriller that we haven't got to. And, you thought Oregon State was going to get a victory. They were up big, but the Houston Cougars come back and take it in overtime.
24. And Houston in overtime comes away with the win.
Shout out to Oregon State for finding a way to get to 0-5 before September's over. Yeah. That's honestly impressive.
Brutal.
Especially how fast they started last night against Houston. You're like, okay, they're not going to go defeated. They're not going to go 0-12, or they're going to win at least one game, but that's going to have to wait. And that's especially the way Houston started off so slow. And former Texas A&M quarterback Connor Wegman, now Houston starter, had 2 great touchdown passes at the end of that game to tie it for the Cougs. And then for them to win in overtime, I mean, that's big. And like the announcer said last night, Beavers and Cougars on a Friday night. What more does the man want?
You can't beat it.
And 4-0. 4-0 for Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, what a start for Willie Fritz in that program down there.
Don't look now. They're undefeated. But, hey, we're going to get you all caught up and continue to get you all caught up on the week that was in college football. We don't have any Brian Kelly meltdowns for you this week. I'm sure next week we will come up with it will be easy after a LSU Ole Miss game. Brian Kelly will provide us some audio, but we've got Mike Elco audio as Texas A&M gets ready for Auburn. We've got Lincoln Riley audio complaining about start times. A head coach complaining? Of course not. That never happens. And sad Dabo. That's next on 105.3 The Fan University.
For a free car seat inspection near you. Brought to you by TxDOT.
It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's your college football pregame show. Jake Reitman alongside Carter Freeman and Brennan Baxter. Jacob Ray keeping us on the air on the ones and twos. And fellas, the Week 5 slate is here. We got a little appetizer on Friday night. Recapped all those games, 877-881-1053. Let us know what you've got on your radar as well. But it's time to catch you up on the week that was the best sights and sounds from the week in college football. And as I said in the teaser, guys, no Brian Kelly meltdowns. However, we do have some sad Dabo. Is that where we want to start for our sights and sounds? I'll leave it up to the people.
Brendan, I'm totally good with some sad Dabo if you want to start.
I was going to say, can we start with sad Dabo? Because I'm a part of sad Dabo, considering I had Clemson in the national championship this year, and they're off to a 1-3 start. I'm joining Dabo with sad Dabo. Can we start there for me?
All right, let's start with sad Dabo.
I appreciate it.
Honestly, I could feel him pouring his heart out in this one. Here's cut number 17, Dabo Sweeney after another Clemson loss.
Game. Just, I mean, disappointed, painful. I mean, hurt. I mean, I'm human. I mean, I'm not a cyborg. I mean, this is my life, man. I mean, I've been here 23 years. I love this place. I give this place the very best I got every single day. Every day. There's never been a day that I haven't given Clemson every ounce of everything I had. I hurt. I mean, I'm invested my life here. And when I don't get the job done, I'm responsible.
That was the part that got me when he said, I've invested my life here. I felt that. I was like, man, we make fun of Dabo. He runs down the hill and he's very quirky. He's got all kinds of, maybe a little bit of an ego, hasn't really adapted to the transfer portal and everything else. But am I the only one that had a little soft spot for Dabo there?
I mean, Brennan, what do you think? Because I don't. This comes after a week of him saying, well, you can fire me if you want. I've only won however many ACC titles since I've been here. And then for him to just totally, switch his attitude and be like, oh, this stinks. I mean, I just think in today's day and age of college football, I can't look back at what you did. It's a very what have you done for me lately kind of industry, especially with the turnover in players and how coaching staffs change as well. Like just the way that he's flipping to, I just need people to feel sorry for me because we're not winning now because I thought we were going to win, we're not. So now I got to pivot and get some sad points. I don't buy it.
Yeah, this is what have you done for me lately, Carter? Lately, he won an ACC championship and went to the playoff last year. So I understand Clemson has failed in their expectations into the season massively. It's been a huge, utter failure for Clemson in 2025. But Dabo has won 8 of the last 10 ACC championships, went to the playoff last year. I feel like we're just so hard on this guy because maybe we expect him to be the next Nick Saban. He'd won 2 national championships. He's still a fairly young coach. I don't know. I feel for Dabo. I'm going to join Dabo on the pity train.
Here's one thing I'll say about it, and yes, they did win the ACC title last year. I cannot take that away from them. But in their last 5 or 6 games against Power 4 teams, I'll ignore the Troy game that they won, the one win they have this year, which was also a game they did not look good in. Lose to Syracuse last week. They lose to Georgia Tech the week before. They lose to LSU in week 1 of this year. Go back to last year, they lose to Texas. They beat SMU barely on a field goal in the ACC title game. They lose to South Carolina the week before. So winning the ACC title, I think, kind of disguised a lot of the problems Clemson was having last year, and then some of those things have continued into this season. You have their good game against Texas, where they end up losing by double digits, but they are competitive in that game on the road, in the cold too. But I think so much of that hides a lot of the issues that Clemson was having for a lot of last season. Let's not forget, to begin last season, they got blown out by Georgia. So, and Dabo's last couple games against the SEC hasn't won a game. And even a lot of his Power 4 games, they're just not competitive. Because even that Syracuse game at home, they were down by double digits for most of that game.
Yeah, the way they've lost a couple of times has been very, very telling. It's Sights and Sounds right here on Fan University. And the Texas A&M Aggies got a big one coming up later this afternoon, taking on the Auburn Tigers in the afternoon slate. Mike Elco's done such a tremendous job at Texas A&M, but this particular cut and this particular press conference, somewhat peculiar, a little. I'm not really sure what he's getting at. This is Mike Elco talking about the Auburn offensive line.
Is this a game that the pass rush could be kind of pinning their ears back for?
Oh, I don't think so at all. I think they're extremely talented up front. I think it was a little bit of an anomaly on Saturday. I think we got a ton of respect for them, and I think human psychology, I said this to the guys this morning, human psychology says absolutely without a doubt the best unit on the field Saturday will be the Auburn offensive line. I can promise you that.
Seems like a little mind gamey right? Getting into, because what we saw last week with Auburn's offensive line was they gave up 9-10 sacks to a very talented Oklahoma Sooners defensive line. Like you got to give that to OU. They have one of the top units on the defensive line in the SEC. But yeah, for them to look at that game and say, "Oh no, they'll be the best unit on the field," that is some next level trying to play mind games. Get his guys going, maybe get into what the Auburn offensive line is going. And Auburn spent a lot of money on that offensive line this offseason, and for last week, it was very shaky. It was a little better against Baylor earlier this season. I was at that game last week. I got to see it firsthand, but that offensive line did give up 5 or 6 sacks to Ball State in one of Auburn's out-of-conference games. So if A&M's defensive line is anything like it's been so far this season, last couple of years, they could feast today.
Yeah, that's some gamesmanship, because if you're going to include another team's unit as the best on the field that includes your defense, offense, and special teams, you're trying to get your guys fired up, I think, a little bit too. And maybe Mike Elko really does feel that highly about Auburn, but I highly doubt that. I think this is, guys, let's get up. We want to prove we belong after knocking off Notre Dame in the SEC, start SEC playoff strong. We're not going to mess around this weekend. I feel like that's where he was going, because that's just not a correct statement. I don't think so.
Agreed. And the A&M defense also gave up 40 points to Notre Dame. So, maybe he's just trying to motivate them a little more to be like, hey, let's not give up that much. Like, you can get to this offensive line, okay? I'm going to tell you they're good, but, just take that as motivation, because you're giving up a lot of points so far this year.
That's a game that I think, with how juicy the slate is, it's not getting forgotten, but because of some of the other premier matchups. It's a little bit further down in the rankings, but make no mistake about it. And with Auburn losing last week, but A&M Auburn 2:30 kick. Looking forward to that. Before we get to coaches complaining, which what coach ever does that? It's not breaking news. You probably know by now, but everybody pour one out for one of our all-time favorite sound bites, and really one of the legends in the game of not just coaching, but sound bites as well. Mike Gundy officially out at Oklahoma State. We were on Gundy Fire Watch last Saturday for Fan University. It happened during the week, but let's hear what the athletic director for Oklahoma State, Chad Weberg, had to say on Mike Gundy, cut number 12.
I think that speaks a little bit to the timing of how we've gotten here. This was not something that, I thought we would be doing today on this Tuesday, right? I fully expected to beat the University of Tulsa. I expected the results of this season to be different than they've been so far. Again, that goes back to the expectation level that Coach Gundy has set for this program. We have higher expectations than that. So when it just appeared that that was not going to be met, I felt like for the good of the program, it was time to, make this decision so that we could start the process of, getting the program where we want it to be. And that's, that's hard.
Very hard. I feel like it's definitely the right decision, and I'd say this unbiasedly as an OU grad, but the way that Gundy refused to adapt and do things his own way, I admire it because that's Mike Gundy and he's going to do things as he wants, but there's been a lot of things that have come out about Gundy and about Oklahoma State. They seemed very behind the curve on NIL, paying their players. There was an article I read from The Athletic about their quarterback, Alan Bowman, wanted a raise after they go to the Big 12 title game in 2023. Oklahoma State wouldn't give it to him. They said they would. It didn't end up giving him a better contract, yada, yada, yada. So there's just a lot of things that I think led to this, most of them being from Gundy himself. But, Oklahoma State had, 5 or 6 10-win seasons in their program history before Gundy got there. Gundy had 10 or more. He kept them so good for so long, but in today's day and age, when the sport changes, if you're not going to change with it, it's going to kick you out really, really fast.
No, absolutely. It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sights and sounds, and nothing more college football than coaches complaining about the tough schedule that they're dealt. And listen, USC played the latest game last week. They've got a big one early. Fox Big Noon kickoff is there. It's USC against Illinois, who's licking their wounds a little bit after getting roughed up by Indiana. And Lincoln Riley, I know that's your favorite guy, Carter.
I love him to death.
Big Lincoln Riley fan. But cut number 16, here's Lincoln Riley complaining about an early kickoff for his poor guys.
We've tried to be aware. Going from the absolute latest kick in the country to the absolute earliest kick in the country has its challenges, but the challenge is it is what it is, right? We don't make the schedule, and so clearly, and so we've had to adapt a little bit in the way that we prepared and how much that we've done, and even when you go back to Purdue being a factor now, being so late and getting back so late, it compounds if you're not careful. So we've tried to be mindful of getting our work done, but at the same time knowing that we need to take a fresh football team. We need to put a fresh football team on that airplane.
When you go to the Big Ten and they play early, that I don't know what you expect, Lincoln Riley. That's just you chose to leave OU, go to USC, play in a conference that covers the entirety of the United States. I'm sorry, that's what you've got. And I was having a little bit of a mic problem before. I wanted to do one quick thing on Gundy before I got muted myself on accident. But do you feel like, guys, the way that Gundy was let go, Carter, you mentioned it, 8 10-win seasons. I know they lost to Tulsa, but was the grace really that run out to fire him 3 games in? That was my only comment on Gundy. I thought that was a little premature. But Lincoln Riley in the Big Ten, this is what you get. I'm sorry, I'm not going to feel bad for you because you got to go play an 11 a.m. kick and it's 8 a.m. in Southern California.
Yeah, this is the bed you made. Now you lay in it. I think it's as simple as that. It doesn't need to be anything more because, like you said, Lincoln Riley left a situation where OU is going to the SEC. The times might have been a lot more, amenable to that university, and then UCLA or USC decided to play in a conference with Rutgers. This is what you have to deal with. There's no in between. It's not like you can all meet up in Nebraska and all play in the middle, right? Like you're going to play in their home stadiums. It's just the classic coaches love to complain,
right? And
about things that they did, and it's like, how could this happen to me when I made all these decisions or I was a part of them? But yeah, it's silly, and we'll see. I mean, USC's offense has looked awesome so far. They've played nobody, with all respect to Michigan State. That was the best team they played so far, and they did put up 45 points against them. But their offense has looked phenomenal through 4 games. But maybe this early kickoff, maybe they'll be a little slow to start going to Illinois.
From one early kickoff to a night game and the whiteout, we're going to talk a ton about this game. It's where College Game Day is. Later on in the program, we'll have Spencer McLaughlin from Locked On Ducks join us for a little Penn State, Oregon preview. But it's the whiteout and James Franklin, which you guys know how much I love to hate on Big Ten coaches, but we haven't got into my disdain for James Franklin yet. He's also at the top of the list of coaches I cannot stand, because another one that is always complaining and always has something to say. But this particular time, I think I do actually agree with him. Here's James Franklin talking about the importance of having the whiteout in prime time. Cut number 20.
Have you been?
Not yet. No.
Oh, good. It'll be awesome for you. First of all, a normal game in Beaver Stadium is special, right? We are blessed and fortunate and do not take for granted that we, on a consistent basis, will get about 106,000 fans here. That number can go up a little bit, can go down a little bit, but we get great support week in and week out, and some programs would die to have 60,000. And we're obviously way above that. And then, the whiteout, like a lot of things, whether it's homecoming at a certain campus or whatever it may be, there's unique games. And this is something that was started, I think, about 20 years ago, if I'm right there, Chris. And it is taken off. And obviously there's a lot of factors that go into it. I know Fox tried to argue that a 12 o'clock whiteout was the same as a 7 o'clock whiteout. I think people would disagree with that. So there's been factors that have impacted it a little bit. But when you're able to get a night game against an opponent like we do with the sky, the black sky and the white uniforms and the white crowd and the contrast of the dark uniforms, and just the anticipation and the build up, the students sleeping outside the stadium all week. It's just turned into a special event.
James Franklin's a lot of things. Hearing his voice, the way he addresses everyone, I agree with the context of what he's saying. I really do. It's one of the best spectacles in college football. I can't wait for it tonight. Penn State wears the dark uniforms at home, the white out with the crowd, and it's a marquee matchup against Oregon. All of that is awesome, and it's correct. What he's saying is absolutely accurate. It should be at night. But am I the only one, just when he speaks, the demeaning tone he has, like you guys couldn't possibly understand it, but let me just listen to James Franklin.
Brennan, what do you think it would take for Jake to like a Big Ten coach? I don't think there's anything any of them could do to make him like them.
No,
each week a Big Ten coach gets exposed by Jake. It's honestly pretty funny that I can't think of one. Who do you like? You like the Rutgers head coach, Jake? Greg
Schiano's a good football guy.
There you go.
Yeah, listen, I will say, and I didn't mean to go off on this tangent. It's just James Franklin.
He can't help it, folks.
Right, I really can't. And I sound like the hater. I understand that. I'm not a hater. I love college football. I love Fan University, but I just think the profession of coaching, there's a right and a wrong way to go about it. And the egotistical demeaning nature of James Franklin just drives me crazy. But I won't go through the entire list of Big Ten coaches I like, but one that's
for later in the show, folks.
Yeah,
Stay tuned in.
Right. PJ Fleck gets a lot of grief. I don't think he's that bad. And obviously my guy, Pat Fitzgerald, who's no longer at Northwestern because of cancel culture and everything else, but he embodied how you coach a football team. Good, clean, American fun. And speaking of coaches that embody everything we're all about here on Fan University, how about right in our backyard, the University of North Texas, the Mean Green, the football program, 4-0, undefeated, getting ready for a big game coming up later today against South Alabama. We at Fan University had the opportunity to sit down with the head coach of the Mean Green, Eric Morris. That interview is coming up next right here on Fan University.
Howdy, folks.
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd.
Hey, remember be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
It's Fan University. It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're keeping the momentum going, staying right in our backyard. Pleased now to welcome on Fan University the head coach of the North Texas Mean Green, Eric Morris. Coach Morris, thanks so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing good. Just got off the practice field, and Tuesday's our work day, so I'm a little exhausted. I'm ready for a little lunch.
No doubt about it. And in fact, that's exactly where I want to start, because it seems like the North Texas football team has more fun than any team I know of, because I'm scrolling the Twitter, and you know how the algorithm works. And before I know it, I see a video of your guys' with a Stone Cold Steve Austin celebration. You got to let us know, where did that originate from? And is it water that's in the cans for the celebration there?
Yeah, we have water, big cases of, I think it's called ape water, and they're a little bit longer, and we tape them up so nobody knows that it's water. Let the imagination run wild of what's actually in there. But yeah, I mean, Stone Cold played here, and I think, we ordered the championship belt, the green one, the little mean green belt, and the kids have fun with it. Anytime we get over there and celebrate a turnover, I think creates a little momentum, and our guys have fun, and they bought into it. So we're trying to get my man Stone Cold back, but he hasn't answered us yet.
Well, hopefully he'll get back in touch with you soon. And speaking of going ape, I feel like that's what the defense has done through some of these early games, especially at home. And I feel like a lot of that's because of Skylar Cassidy, your new defensive coordinator. What made him such a target for your DC you wanted to go after this offseason? And how have you seen him change the defense to have the success you've already had?
Yeah, I think just going back and studying some of the things that I think are really important, playing alongside with the style of offense that we have. And I think being aggressive on that side of the ball, creating, negative plays, whether that's a tackle for a loss, sack on the quarterback, turnovers, are always something that I think plays really well for us. And so even if they give up, some points from time to time, I think if they can give us more opportunities and we continue to take advantage of those turnovers and turn them into points, has been a good deal for us. His stop rate was really, really good the last 2 years. And I was really intrigued. Just he had 2 1-year stints as a DC, once at ACU and one at Sam Houston. And I think he used the portal really effectively without having a ton of money, which is a little bit of an art to that. I think you got to do a little bit more research than some people are willing to do. And so those were kind of some of the things that stuck out to me.
Eric Morris is with us on Fan University, the head coach of the North Texas Mean Green. You guys are off to a great start. A couple of thrilling finishes, the overtime win over Army. And Coach, you guys are starting to kind of
burst onto a national scene, just given with some of the success you've had and some of the, let's call it unsung heroes. America loves some of those underdog stories, and there's no better underdog story than at the quarterback position. And the article that was on CBS Sports about Drew Mestemaker and how his journey has led him to where he is now. What can you tell us about Drew Mestemaker that maybe the country doesn't know, aside from, hey, this is a guy that didn't even start at quarterback in his own high school, and here he is leading your team to one of the most prolific offenses?
Yeah, I mean, he's a quirky kid. He's a lot of fun to be around. I think, happy-go-lucky. But really, I mean, I think the biggest thing is just how smart and how quick he picks everything up. I think he has the ability to process information extremely fast. I think both in the meeting room, and he takes that on the field, and he sees space and sees things really, really well. And so he's a little bit wise beyond his years. I think, and that's kind of what we first saw when he was a walk-on here a year ago in fall camp. He was out there with the 3s and 4s and making checks that were wise beyond his years or how much time he had spent. And so he's been able to kind of put himself in some really good situations, moved himself up the depth chart, utilized having a year under his belt, learning the system. While he watched Chandler Morris last year, and I think, still wild to me just thinking that the kid's only played 5 games in the last 15 years of his life at quarterback, to see him go out there and operate so effectively. But yeah, he's a great kid. Really pleasant to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And then too, he's got a little fire to him on game day. I mean, now he's getting a little edge to him, and it's been fun to watch his competitive nature come out.
Is there a part of his game that maybe people who've watched him so far doesn't really stick out to you? Because I know you've coached like a Mahomes or a Cam Ward or players like that in the past, but like, what about him reminds you maybe of some of those bigger, more star quarterbacks that maybe doesn't jump out when watching him?
I think a little bit different just because he's not as off script as those guys. I think those guys really can make some unbelievable plays that you see on Sports Center, where you're running left for full speed, throw it across your body, dive in, no look passes, all those things. That's not really his style, although he is big and strong and he can run. I think he showed his ability to run in the open field in our bowl game. But yeah, I think a little bit more precise, if that's the right word, and being able to get through his reads a little bit faster and get the ball where it needs to be on time. And so been really fun to watch his accuracy out there at different times, and be able to, keep this offense moving forward, whether it's a check down or ripping a seam. I mean, he's a guy that really hasn't put the ball in harm's way much, which I think is something I love as a quarterback coach.
Eric Morris is with us on Fan University. Coach, you got South Alabama in town, and for our listeners right here in our own backyard in Denton, and it's one of those things where it's almost like we don't appreciate enough the great quality football that's right here. And listen, I know we'll do the thing where you're looking at the schedule, and as a coach, I know it's game by game, but at the same time, you start to think of the momentum that you guys have started to come up with here. You got to feel good about the outlook of the rest of the season, but at the same time, how do you make sure your guys continue to take it as a process focus day by day?
Yeah, I think just harping on it consistently. I think we have to have the ability to be mature once we win, and not be where we start reading our own Twitter headlines. I used to say newspaper clippings, but now I say Twitter headlines and Instagram social media posts. But yeah, I think this is the most humbling game in the world, especially college football. I think week by week we see these upsets that nobody saw coming, and I think for us to be able to continue to get better every single week, buy in to we win the game Monday through Thursday, which is so cliche to say, but I do think our kids have really put in the effort to put in the work during the course of the week and get rewarded on the weekends. And so for a coach, that's your biggest, nightmare, I think, to really think about this as you start doing it, and how do you handle success. And I think the human brain tends to get complacent on doing some of the little things right. And so we got to do a great job as coaches to not allow that complacency to kick in.
Well, you mentioned handling success, and a ton of that success has come at home. 2 blowouts in your 2 home games so far, 2 closer games on the road, but all wins. How do you get some of that home success to kind of translate to the road but also how big has the crowd been in Denton this year? I know the game against Washington State was a near sellout.
Yeah, I think, as we continue to build something special and put a good product on the field, I think, these crowds will continue to grow and people want to come watch it. I think it's an exciting brand of football. I mean, getting turnovers and scoring fast and doing that a lot of different ways on the offensive side of the ball has been fun. And then if you have an answer how I can take the home success on the road, then I'll pay you a lot of money and you got to come meet with me and give me some secrets.
I'll work on it.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Coach, we'll get you out the door on this. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the University of North Texas was quite literally the fastest offense in the country, just in terms of number of plays and time between plays. How do you prepare your guys? Is as simple as, hey, we are going to be the fastest team in the country, conditioning, and what all goes into kind of that being your MO and the brand of football that you coach?
Yeah, and we were that a year ago, and it's something that I think playing complementary football is super important, and so I thought we had to rely on it just because we weren't, as good some places last year. I think we're a lot better up front, offensive line wise, so we've actually slowed down quite a bit this year. Even against Army, I think, we went on 2 16-play drives with, ball control. I think it's important, especially against a defense like that. But we practice fast. And we practice almost at mock speed that I think our kids actually feel like it's slow once we actually get refs out there and they're putting the ball down. And so yeah, I think just like anything else in life, you got, if you want to play fast, you got to practice that way. And our kids have bought into that. And we have tempo periods. We had 3 of them today where our guys are literally going all over the place, for a hard, 10 or 15 minutes. They don't love those periods just because they get so damn tired. But allows them to play fast.
Absolutely. Well, we love it. Coach, thanks so much for hopping on Fan University. Wish you all the best, not only against South Alabama, but the rest of the season. And we appreciate your time. Go Mean Green, and we'll do this again.
I appreciate you guys. Have a great week.
Morris of the North Texas Mean Green, who are undefeated, taking on South Alabama later today. I kick it over to Carter Freeman because we got Carter's Corner coming up next. What's on tap?
Instead of overreaction reality, let's do a little pretender or contender next. Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeart.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. also Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
College Football Fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, it is your college football fix. It is Fan University. 1 hour in the books. And I know we say this every single week, but it's true every single week, and maybe even this week more than the rest. What a slate on tap for you. Jake Reetlaw alongside Carter Freeman. We got Brennan Baxter in the house virtually, and of course across the glass in the Pim Cup on the ones and twos. We got Jacob Ray. We'll talk to Clint Lamb of Cover Crimson because one of several marquee matchups in college football is Alabama against Georgia later tonight. Clint Lamb of Cover Crimson will join us at 10:20. Another marquee matchup, of course, the whiteout at Penn State. We've got Oregon on the road against the Penn State Nittany Lions. When we've got Spencer McLaughlin of the Locked On Oregon Ducks and Locked On College Football. He will join us at 11. But right now, Carter Freeman, it's time for Carter's Corner.
Carter, anything? Oh, that's right. You don't come on the radio.
Carter? Carter Goodell.
He's Carter Freeman.
Carter Freeman?
That Carter Goodell jab there by Sean is because I'm the commissioner of our 105.3 The Fan Fantasy Football League. Just in case you were wondering why Sean was calling me Carter Goodell, that is why I run that thing, and it is a thankless job, but it is a job nonetheless that I do. And one of my other jobs is right here, Fan University, watching college football, talking college football, and I want to do a little pretender or contender. We've seen basically 4 games from pretty much every team in the country, right? We've seen about a month of play from the teams we thought were going to be good, teams we thought weren't going to be good, and we've seen some varying results from them. And I want to start with the team from last night we've already talked about in the first segment, Florida State. So we've seen Florida State beat Alabama at home by double digits, a very impressive win. They were the first unranked team to knock off a top 10 team this year. Then they were the the second team to knock off a top 10 team as an unranked team was Virginia over that same Florida State team. So I ask you guys, after a month, what you've seen in Florida State, Tommy Castellanos, Deuce Robinson, Brennan, Florida State, pretender or contender?
So I'm going to say contender just based off the conference that they are still in the ACC. I know you lose on the road to Virginia in double overtime, but in terms of contender for a national title, is that where we're going here? Or are you asking me if they're a contender just to make the playoff?
Let's go contender to make the CFP, because I know there's 12 teams that will make the playoff now, but I do still think we'll see a lot more variance over the rest of the season. So if you're looking at them right now, Florida State, pretender, contender for the playoff.
Contender for the playoff. I will still stay true to that. A double overtime road on the loss is not going to change that for me. The ACC and their schedule, they get Miami next Saturday, huge matchup there. And then it's kind of cake from there. So I'm going to say contender for Florida State.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Brennan Baxter. However, if Florida State gets obliterated by Miami next weekend, it's going to be very difficult to determine them as a contender simply based on the cake of the schedule, which I do agree, by the way. And that's why I'm going there, because they don't play SMU. And Clemson's not who you thought they were. You got Pitt lost to West Virginia in the backyard brawl. Stanford is abysmal, and Virginia Tech doesn't have a head coach. Florida might not have a head coach by the time they play. There's just really nobody on that schedule. So even if they do, unfortunately, lose to Miami, which if I'm a Florida State fan, I'm kicking myself, because you win that game, you don't even have to beat Miami. You're in a great spot with that schedule that you've got. But I don't think they're talented enough to make any noise in the college football playoff. But based on the schedule alone, I think they can get there.
I think they're definitely still a contender, even with the loss last night. And I know, but you mentioned the schedule that they have. Well, wouldn't you have thrown Virginia as part of those teams too? So
Yeah,
I think that's part of a concern for Florida State going forward. But they do outgain Virginia by 70-plus yards in last night's game. Tommy Castellanos did still have a good game, and I did check. That was a pick on the final play of that game. You couldn't see it on the broadcast with all the kids running onto the field, but he ends up with 2 interceptions, one on the final play. But I think Florida State, what I've seen so far, I think they're absolutely a contender to make the playoff if they win the ACC. I don't think they're going to make it as an at-large team, but they'll have a clear chance against Miami next week to kind of prove that this was just a one-off thing and that they can still tackle, because that was a big thing watching last night is they had so many missed tackles. And this is Virginia we're talking about. We're not talking about 4 or 5-star athletes there. These are 2 or 3-star guys that Tony Elliott there is turning into good players. So that there are a lot of concerning things about last night, but I think if you look at the entire picture, I think Florida State is very much still a contender to make the CFP. Someone who made the CFP. Well, Brennan, what you got?
One final point on Florida State. If Alabama beats Georgia and Alabama goes on to have a really good season in the SEC, that's the only scenario I could see where even if they lose to Miami and go 10-2, I could see them being an at-large. So because that would be a good win. So there's still opportunity for Florida State's resume to look fine come the end of November, but still a lot to play out.
Absolutely. And that's a good point about Bama. They get going later tonight. Huge game against Georgia. And, you lose one of these early season games, you just want those teams that beat you to just keep winning. It's if Florida State ends up 10-2, or, Alabama ends up 10-2, even not in the SEC title game, that'll look a lot better for Florida State. But team that made the CFP last year had a massive statement game last week that I was very wrong about. That would be Curt Cignetti and the Indiana Hoosiers. They absolutely blew the doors off of Illinois, a top 10 Illinois team at that. That game wasn't competitive from the start. Indiana comes into the season. People aren't as excited about them as maybe they were towards the end of last season. So I ask you, gentlemen, Indiana, CFP, contender, pretender?
Listen, I got burned by the SIG last week and thinking Illinois was for real. They were my super dog pick to not only cover, but to win outright. And one thing, love it or hate it, Curt Cignetti and that Indiana team is entertaining. They're relevant. And you could not say that about Indiana football probably ever in the history of the world. Yes. And maybe when Lee Corso was there, just out of respect for Lee. But point being, I heard a conversation about Indiana football that made so much sense to me is even if even if they're not necessarily favored to win in a game or they're big underdogs, whatever it is, Curt Cignetti pays more attention to the spotlight, the conversation, the noise around his team, I feel like, than any other coach. He's trying to win every game by 50. And I kind of love that. So even if, they come up short in a couple of examples and so on and so forth, I still like this Indiana team. I don't think the Big Ten is outside of, and we're going to find out more, of course, with Oregon and Penn State later tonight. But I'm a big time believer in Fernando Mendoza and that offense for Indiana. So I say contenders.
I'm going to agree, Jake. Mendoza, to me, he might be the Heisman frontrunner right now with the year he's having. And if Mateer misses significant time and isn't able to go, I'm a big Curt Cignetti guy. And they get a game against Iowa today on the road. They get Oregon on the road in a couple weeks. They do have to play Penn State. So they have a difficult schedule. I know last year that was the talk of the town that Indiana doesn't play anyone and win 11-1. They get some matchups this year to prove it. They've smoked Illinois. They get Iowa. So it's exciting if you're an Indiana fan. If you believe in Indiana, this team could be the darling of the Big Ten again. And I know a lot of people hate that, especially ESPN. I know ESPN can't stand Indiana, but man, I'm a believer in them.
Real quick, to answer your question, Fernando Mendoza is in fact the favorite to win the Heisman right now.
There you go.
There you go. But not like he's running away. He's plus 850. So
yeah, the race does seem open.
Yeah,
for sure. The thing, like Jake, with you mentioned with Indiana, is you can't look at them as Indiana. You just have to look at them as just a damn good football team, because that's what Curt Cignetti's turned them into. And just because they've never been good throughout their history doesn't mean in today's day and age of the portal, NIL, where you can bring in a ton of players in the offseason and turn yourself into a contender, you just have to ignore the logo sometimes. And we had to do that last year with Indiana. They're definitely showing they can do that again this year. I think they're absolutely a contender. Bold take. They're going to win one of those games against Oregon or Penn State. I know those are on the road.
Like that take.
But I'm going to put that on the table now. I think the loser of tonight's Penn State and Oregon game, I think Indiana could knock them off. And we'll get into our picks later, who we think is going to win that game. But I do think Indiana is absolutely for real. And I was not a Fernando Mendoza believer. I thought he was just kind of this one-off guy at Cal who had a couple nice games. But then, I mean, it just seems like Cignetti's offense, everything they've got going there, they just get the guys into the right places to not only succeed at the highest level. Their last 3 games, 63 points, 73 points, 56 points. It almost makes it weird in week 1 that they only beat Old Dominion, but 27-14.
Right. It really is. It's like style points. I mean, I know that's kind of a cliche or, big umbrella to put over it, but that's really how Cignetti coaches.
And if you're Indiana, I know we're talking about ignoring logos, but the committee's not going to do that. Exactly. So they need that. They need to win as many of these games by as much as they can. And they're at Iowa later today, which is a interesting matchup. It's Iowa. It's defense. Can Indiana put up a ton of points on the road against an Iowa team that we know is going to have a salty defense? We shall see. But you guys mentioned John Mateer, my beloved. I got to see him last week at Oklahoma, beat Auburn. It was awesome. And then we're not going to get to see him for 2 or 3 weeks. Remains to be seen how long he'll be out with his thumb injury, but he will miss at least next week's game against Kent State. So I ask you guys, let's just say John Mateer comes back. Let's say he's back by maybe not the Texas game, but the South Carolina game the week after. So he only misses 2 games. Oklahoma, we've seen them. Their defense looks legit this entire season. Offense looks good. The much better than what we saw last season. So I ask you guys, tough schedule at the end of the year. With what you've seen from Oklahoma so far, contender or pretender?
Dude, I mean, contender, but without John Mateer at the Red River, I think it's going to be tough. He's one of those guys that I think just rallies the locker room and instills confidence in the rest of the offensive team and really the whole team as a whole. But I am just a little concerned with his injury that I want to put OU. They still have a lot of tough games. Texas, Alabama, I think Ole Miss is on their schedule. But what I've seen so far with that defense, it's one of the top defenses in the country. And if you've got a defense travels, that can win you games anywhere. So I'm going to say contender, but I'm a little hesitant to go maybe SEC championship level. But 10-2, I think, is a possibility for this Oklahoma team. And I'll say contender as of today. But with the Mateer injury, I'm not as optimistic.
I'm also on the fence, and I know that makes great radio. So in an effort to be more entertaining and hopefully upset Carter and get him really riled up
This
here.
is what I was looking for.
I'm going to say they're a complete joke. They're total pretenders. No, it's more of a compliment to Mateer than anything else because he's so good. And I would give him the Heisman Trophy in September. I know the September Heisman is really important, but overcoming that loss combined with the schedule they have, and and the many cases where Jake Riepma was completely wrong, we can mark this one and look ahead to it. Where I'm going to say the Oklahoma Sooners are complete pretenders.
I try and look at this objectively as an analyst as opposed to just a fan, but I do think that defense. The Oklahoma defense tackles and gang tackles at the line of scrimmage in a way that I've never seen the Oklahoma defense tackle since I've watched them as much, since I've been in school. And I think, to Brendan's point, that kind of thing travels. I think we're going to see that with LSU later today, how good their defense is. They got a tough road game against Ole Miss, but we've already seen them play in a crazy environment against Clemson, and that defense is something that will travel. Because of that, OU plays at Tennessee. They play at Alabama. I think so long as Mateer comes back, I think they're absolutely a contender because I think that's a top 3 defense in the SEC, if not the country. That's how good I think this defense is.
No, for sure. You make a really good point, and I just wanted to slide this in here because I'm guilty of it. A lot of times we forget those really early marquee matchups in early September, but what they did to Michigan's offense, who we'll continue to see how Bryce Underwood and company develops, but they looked a lot better against Nebraska. They opened up the offense a little bit, and Oklahoma just shut Michigan and Bryce Underwood down.
And that's a team I did want to tell. We won't have time here. Maybe we can get into it later because I'm curious about Michigan too because they don't have a tough road environment again for the rest of the season. They beat Nebraska last week. They don't go into an environment like that again until Ohio State, basically. So, and I think that game is actually in Ann Arbor, if I got my years right. So, look. This is the first time with Brent Venables that I think they're actually they will have a say on the national stage. But it just all depends on if Mateer comes back healthy or not.
I completely agree. Hey, we're going to talk with Clint Lamb of Cover Crimson. Get a nice Alabama-Georgia preview. That game's coming up later tonight from Athens, Georgia. And we will preview it next with Clint Lamb on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Simpson gets it complete to Ryan Williams, who cuts back and scores.
Which Alabama team will we see tonight? It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Reitmel alongside Carter Freeman and Brennan Baxter getting you set for Week 5 in college football. And all kinds of good matchups, whether it's in the SEC, in the Big Ten. We've got it all. And here to help us preview a little Alabama against Georgia, we've got Clint Lamb, who covers the Alabama Crimson Tide for Cover Crimson. Thanks so much, Clint, for joining Fan University. How are you feeling ahead of Alabama and Georgia?
Feeling pretty good. Like, this is exactly what you hope for if you're a college football fan is, you know, not these types of games where it's like, okay, they're probably going to win, but how much is what you're really trying to determine. It's more of, hey, I mean, I could see it going either way. A lot of things favor Georgia. A lot of things favor Alabama. It's just a matter of determining how it all plays out on the field. But, yeah, I'm definitely excited, man. I appreciate you guys having me on.
No doubt about it. Looking forward to that one. It's one of a couple of really marquee matchups. And, Clint, a lot of us, and I'm guilty of this for sure, you see Alabama on a national stage get beat in Week 1 against Florida State, and you just kind of make mental note of it. But since then, the Crimson Tide seem like they've really turned the corner just in terms of getting back to Alabama, and obviously the conversations with Kalen DeBoer and the stability of his job. But high level, looking at Alabama, it seems like, okay, we're starting to weather the storm from the early portion of the season. What have you felt, covering the team day in and day out? Is the confidence level back to where you would expect it for this Alabama team?
I think it's as good as you could possibly ask. I mean, Alabama's tried to do everything that they could since that really rough season opening performance against Florida State. But when you play Louisiana Monroe, you play Wisconsin, who is a Big Ten Power 4 opponent, but I think we all know they have a lot of struggles, especially offensively. There's only so much you could take away from those types of games. But I think the timing of those, given how everything looked in Week 1 and kind of being able to regroup and then getting to a bye week and self-scout and kind of evaluate what you need to do to get better, and then also start looking ahead to Georgia, I think the way that it played out is probably a good thing. But now it's really determining, okay, just how much have they improved? Because, I mean, there were some issues in Week 1. Granted, I think there's some schematical issues. I think the effort level wasn't where it needed to be. That's been a huge concern for Alabama fans, probably the biggest concern out of everything. And, from like you said, after that, everything that we've seen, it really does feel like that Alabama's starting to turn the corner as far as the intensity, the consistency with the effort and everything else. But, I mean, obviously this is a massive game. It's going to be a tough opponent. It's just a matter of determining, how they look going into Athens.
And Clint, I think that's really interesting. You mentioned that the effort level was something questioned in Week 1 because we're just watching that game against Florida State. For Bama, it was the line of scrimmage that I just saw Bama getting pushed around on, which I don't think any of us are used to seeing. how have both the offense and the defensive lines looked since that? I mean, I know they've played lesser opponents, but how have they looked since that game, and how do you think they'll look tonight against? I mean, it's Georgia. They're going to have dogs literally on both the offense and defensive lines.
Yeah, it's getting Tim Keenan back. I think is going to be really important for the defensive front. But guys like James Smith against Louisiana Monroe, I thought he was completely dominant. 4 sacks against Wisconsin from 4 different players, including a true freshman defensive lineman who's been having to play meaningful football with Tim Keenan being hurt. It's the offensive line that I think is still the biggest question mark as far as fans are concerned, because there's just the inability to create any sort of consistent movement in the run game has been somewhat of a concern for this group. Now, granted, you can do some things, the quick passes, get things out on the perimeter, make that an extension of your run game. But as far as, being able to control the football when you need to, if Alabama's got a 14-point lead or something, which I'm not saying that they're going to, but hypothetically, going, 6-7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, can they do what they need to do to try to close out a game like that? That's something that a lot of fans are concerned with, the fact that you're going on the road. You want to take as much pressure off of Todd Simpson as you possibly can. The passing game has looked incredible. You are getting Jam Miller back, which should help the run game. But, I think they're getting some good complementary play as far as the defense, but we're still not seeing a complementary run game like I know Alabama wants to have. So we'll see how that ends up looking tonight. Georgia's stout against the run. It's going to be a hostile environment. But I think one of the keys to this game is doing whatever you can to take as much pressure off of Todd Simpson as possible, because if you can get him comfortable and confident playing in that hostile environment, I mean, he's a heck of a player. But anytime you go into that type of environment, you got to do whatever you can to help those guys out. And that includes the offensive line creating some sort of consistent push or movement in the run game and trying to keep him protected, because the less that you have success on the early downs, create those unfavorable second and third down situations, the more the opposing defense can kind of tee off on you. And I don't think Alabama's tackles are built for third and longs or even really third and semi-mediums, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8. They're just not built for those situations. So you've got to be able to try to avoid those as much as possible. But because between that and the hostile environment, that could be something while Georgia is struggling with his pass rush where you can give them some opportunities to make Ty Simpson's life uncomfortable.
Well, you mentioned Jam Miller coming back, Ty Simpson. The offense in week 1 against Florida State on the road had a great opening drive, then from there just fizzled out. What's the confidence level in Kalen DeBoer and these guys' scheme coming in with Jam coming back, Ty on the road against Georgia? It's a chance for Alabama to say, we're still here, we're still Alabama. Confidence level within the team heading into the matchup specifically against the Bulldogs, a team that Alabama has played really well against. I think Georgia's won 1 of the last 10 matchups. It just happened to be a big one. So with Kalen DeBoer, this is a chance to rewrite the script a little bit. How confident do you feel like they're feeling in the locker room going into tonight?
I think they're feeling pretty confident. I do think that there was a lot of confidence going into the season. And I think to an extent that might have been part of the problem, because you just look, and as far as what they did offensively, was kind of vanilla, didn't see a whole lot of diversity as far as the run game. You've seen more of that as the season has progressed. Now, is that because guys are getting more comfortable, some of the new guys maybe in this system, or is it that, Florida State was viewed as a 2-10 football team going into that season opener, and we have seen Alabama not take certain opponents seriously during the Kalen DeBoer era? I think that was a critical mistake. Obviously, hindsight, everybody can see it that way, but I think we all could have agreed that Florida State was going to be a much better football team than 2-10. Now, were they going to be an 8, 9, 10 win team? We don't know. But I think that was part of the problem. But since then, the confidence in what they know that they have on both sides of the football. Do they have some deficiencies in certain places? Yes. But I think everybody does, even the top teams in the country. And I think that Alabama's got this belief that they can work around their strengths to really consistently move the football on offense and then create some complementary play on the defensive side. They've just got to be able to go out there and execute. And it's like you said, as far as going on the road and playing Florida State, great opening drive. The second drive, they actually moved the football down the field, had, I think, a late penalty that put them back. And then they ended up, I think Ty Simpson took a sack, if I'm not mistaken, to put them in a situation where they had a long field goal. Connor Talty, new kicker, ends up missing it. Florida State gets the ball. They go down the field and score yet again to take the lead. And I think things started to spiral from there. So who knows what would have happened if Alabama could have continued to capitalize on that second drive as far as the confidence. But I do think that Alabama has done everything in its power to continue to try to right the ship. And they have a lot of talent. It's a good coaching staff. You've got multiple coordinators who have coordinated under Kalen DeBoer on both sides of the football, whether it be offense coordinator or defensive coordinator. And it's just a matter of putting together the right game plan and going out there and executing, which is something that Kalen DeBoer and this coaching staff has done a pretty good job of in the past in these big games.
But I've got a best friend who's an Alabama fan. My wife went to the University of Alabama, so I'm a little closer onto the Alabama fandom than most probably here in Dallas-Fort Worth when it comes to some of the talk around Kalen DeBoer. If Alabama does not come out with a win against Georgia, is there any legitimacy to the Kalen's on a hot seat? I mean, we saw it after the Florida State. Is this a big opportunity for Kalen DeBoer to kind of silence some of those critics? And are those critics legitimate in Alabama, or is that just national talk?
Well, I will say, I think the question, if Alabama does win tonight, I think the question then turns to, okay, you can go into Athens and beat a top 5 Georgia team because you respect them, you know they're a good football team, you come out there with a great game plan. Why can you not do that consistently against teams that are viewed as inferior opponents going in? I think that will become the narrative to an extent. But at the same time, as far as kind of getting the fan base off of his back a little bit and the heat dying down a little bit, if you can go on the road and beat Georgia in Athens, which is something that Georgia fans and that program really has been dying to do, is get this game in Athens for the first time in a decade. If you can still go in there and continue this, not necessarily a winning streak, but just this strong resume against Georgia, I think that would bode well for this team's confidence. But then the narrative, in my opinion, I know what I'll be talking about after the game and tomorrow, if Alabama ends up getting a win, it's like, that's phenomenal. Like, they had to have that in a lot of ways from a confidence building standpoint. But now you've got Vanderbilt coming into town, a potential top 25 opponent. What does that look like? How do you respond after a really emotional victory? Like, there will still be questions. Not everything will be forgiven if they end up winning tonight. But at the same time, even if they lose, I know a lot of Alabama fans are probably going to overreact. They're going to exit September with a 500 record. When's the last time that happened? But based off of how things started, I don't think you can really criticize. Obviously, it all depends on how it looks. If they go in there and they get completely smoked, that's one thing, and we'll have that conversation if it happens. But if they go in there and they play a really competitive football team and just a really good Georgia team at home, having the home field advantage, ends up squeaking out a victory, I still think that Alabama will have a lot to look forward to, but your margin of error completely disappears if you lose this game. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on for sure.
Clint Lamb of Cover Crimson on Fan University. Thank you so much for the preview of Alabama and Georgia. We appreciate you hopping on. And where can people find your work?
Yeah, the Cover Crimson YouTube channel is where you can find our daily show. We'll obviously be doing a post game tonight after the show. Going to be a late one, but hopefully we're hopping on there and giving fans a lot of what they wanted, which was Alabama getting the victory. But either way, we'll be on there. And you can also find me on Twitter at Clint R. Lamb. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Love it. Thanks so much. There he goes, Clint Lamb of Cover Crimson. And that game in the night slot, the evening slot, which we've talked quite a bit about, to where got a couple of really good games on at that particular time. And coming up, we'll do our picks at 10:40, which I did a little bit better last week. Not much, but a little bit better. We'll get you set for the early slate as well. Don't go anywhere. The picks are next on Fan University.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fan University, our thanks to Clint Lamb of Cover Crimson for that preview on Alabama, Georgia. Coming up at 11, we'll talk with Spencer McLaughlin of the Locked On Oregon Ducks and Locked On College Football. But right now, fellas, by the way, Jake Reitmo alongside Carter Freeman and Brennan Baxter, Jacob Ray with us, the producer of Fan University. It is time for the picks. I'm not dreading this segment as much as I was last week. Picks still weren't great, but we're getting better and better every week. Carter Freeman, you've got the updated standing.
Yeah, Jake, you were basically on a heater because for 2 weeks in a row you've gone 3-3.
Yeah,
which for you is
500.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's great.
Thank you guys. So I appreciate the support.
On the season, Jake, you are now 7-14.
Good.
So we'll take that for what it's worth. I also went 3-3 last week. I am 11-10 on the season. But we got to give major props to the man in Buffalo, Brennan Baxter, 5-1 last week. He's caught up to me. He's tied 11-10 on the season. We're both at 11-10. So we'll see this week who can break that tie, or maybe we'll just keep dominating together and just end up tied at the end of the season.
Listen, guys, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So I'm playing the long game here, and I don't know exactly how I'm gonna finagle that to work into my favor, but I'm feeling good about this week. We've got a full slate, lots of them to get to, and we're gonna do something fun at the end. Haven't really factored in how it's going to tie into the standings, but we're all going to be picking a super dog to win outright. How does that sound?
And
Good?
super dog, we mean what, 10 or more points? Do we want to go that far, or just a touchdown?
I think a touchdown, yeah. Well, I'll say this. We could do one of two ways. We could just do however many points it is. That's how many, how big of an underdog they are, or we could just, hey, you either get it right or you get it wrong. Probably for simplicity, you either get it right or
we can do right or wrong, because there's some big lines. I'm like, ooh, I think this team might just cover today.
I'm going to take, maybe spoiler, UMass 44.5-point underdogs against Missouri today. That one seems really tempting to win outright. I kid. But early slate, fellas, Illinois against USC. Let's go ahead. The over-under on this one, 60.5. The line, USC minus 6.5. But on the road, Brennan Baxter, who do you like, the Illini or the Trojans?
Well, we just heard from Lincoln Riley earlier in the show, his audio clip of him complaining about the 11 a.m. kicks coming from Southern California. The Illini coming in, getting absolutely clapped against Indiana last week. I like the Illini here. I think there's a redemption game for them. I think it's going to be tough. The reality is USC does have to make that trip. Give me Illinois in this game.
I'm so torn on this one because I was so high on Illinois, and then they embarrassed me with how high I was on them last week by getting blown out by Indiana. But then on the other side, USC, I've loved what I've seen from them on offense. This looks like the best offense Lincoln Riley's had in years out there in Southern California, but it's come against admittedly lesser competition. This will be the best defense that USC has played so far in Illinois, but they lost defensive back Xavier Scott for this game. So I think I'll go USC here because I've liked what I've seen from them more. And USC hasn't had a moment like Illinois has where I'm like, oh my gosh, that is as bad as I'll see you lose a game this year. So I'll go USC.
I'm right there with you. Give me the fighting Jared Sandlers. Give me the USC Trojans. Auburn against Texas A&M. Auburn at Texas A&M. Mike Elco said the best position group on the field is going to be the Auburn offensive line. The line on this one, Texas A&M, a 6.5-point favorite. Picking this one against the spread. Who do you guys like? Carter Freeman, lead us off.
I'm going to go with Texas A&M. I'm going to go they're the home team. They've shown me more than I think Auburn has shown me. And I was impressed with Auburn's win earlier this year against Baylor, but a lot of the problems that Jackson Arnold, Auburn's quarterback, had last year at Oklahoma, we saw the exact same thing in last week's game when he played his former team. Held onto the ball too long at times, overthrew his receivers. Auburn left a lot on the table. I just think, unfortunately, that's going to be a lot of their offense this year. And I'm going to go with A&M. I think A&M is going to win this outright at home.
This pains me to say, but I was wrong on Marcel Reed against Notre Dame. I hate picking Texas A&M as a Red Raider, but I like what I've seen in A&M. I got to be honest. I think A&M has looked really good. The Notre Dame game, the offense was really impressive against a Marcus Freeman defense there on the road. And I don't trust Jackson Arnold. I completely agree with you, Carter, on there. I'm going to go A&M.
And just on the point of being wrong about Marcel Reed, I think we got to shout out Craver and Concepcion, the two receivers A&M got in the portal this offseason. They've made such a big difference for him. And that's one thing about Auburn is their secondary is probably the weakest part of their defense. A lot of their late blitzes they ran against Oklahoma last week got John Mateer shaken up. And that's why I think Oklahoma's offense didn't look as good as it had for the first couple games. But their defensive backs, there's major question marks there. And that's something we talked with Dan Peck of the Auburn Observer last week. He mentioned too. And I think the two receivers A&M's their top two receivers are better than OU's top two receivers. And I think they could have a field day with that secondary.
I'm with you, and I also don't want Mike Elco to have to call us all out again in a post-game presser for not believing in Marcel Reed. So give me A&M as well. It's a clean sweep for the fellas from Fan University. We like A&M minus 6.5. I'll start on this one because I've made both of you guys start right away, and I feel very convicted in this one, and I know you guys are going to be shocked at why. But Ole Miss hosting LSU. It's an afternoon kick. The Lane Kiffin documentary, by the way, we're going to talk a little bit about that in Jake's Takes later in the program. But give me the Ole Miss Rebels. And it's basically a pick'em game, minus 1.5. So we'll just say we'll call this one a pick'em game. I like Ole Miss. And listen, I know we talked about Trinidad Chambliss as a kind of a wild card that burst onto the scene. More on that in Jake's Take as well. A little tease for you, but I like Ole Miss.
Just how I was talking about how I've been surprised by Marcel Reed, I've been disappointed in Garrett Nussmeier. And this LSU offense has not looked as good as we thought. The Clemson win does not look very convincing anymore now after we've seen how Clemson has looked this year. I like Ole Miss at home. I think that LSU has a lot to prove in this game, even though they are undefeated and ranked fourth in the country. I think that Ole Miss is going to find a way to get this done. I'm picking all home teams here so far. Maybe I'll switch it up in a couple picks, but I'm liking the home teams here on Saturday morning so far. So give me Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin to knock off LSU.
And I think you mentioned something to prove for LSU's offense. Even if they don't, their defense, we've talked about this before, it travels. And I know that the Clemson win doesn't look as good now as it might have after week one, but that's still going into a crazy environment, 80,000 plus people, and shutting them up with how good your defense looked and shutting that offense down. And at the time, I think that gave LSU the confidence, well, we can go in anywhere and play anybody and shut them down. Their defense has been so good this season, and the defenses that Ole Miss has played this year, at least in the SEC, let's look at Kentucky and look at Arkansas. Those are not too well-regarded defenses. And I just think given how much those two teams put up on Ole Miss, I think LSU can do the same, and I think their defense will hold that Ole Miss offense to probably their lowest points total of the season so far. I'm going Tigers. I'm going LSU.
All right. So Jake and Brendan with Ole Miss and Carter with LSU. We're keeping it rolling here on our picks for Fan University. To the nightcap, a couple of nightcap games. Oregon at Penn State in the whiteout. The line in this one, Penn State minus 3.5. Let's go ahead and call this one against the spread, but I'll start again. It won't matter because I think Oregon wins this one outright. Give me the Ducks and Dante Moore.
It's the least surprising thing I've ever heard is that Jake is not picking James Franklin and Penn State.
Well, he's only 1-15 in big games. So
well, in top 5 opponents, and guess what? He can't improve that tonight because Oregon's number 6. They couldn't even do James Franklin the favor of ranking Oregon high enough that he could maybe get a second win in that, but maybe he'll prove to whatever against top 10 teams. Like his record there is not good either, but I'm believing in Penn State until they prove me wrong. And I know they have pretty much the easiest out-of-conference schedule that any team in the country did, and they didn't pitch 2 shutouts. I keep thinking they shut out Villanova. They gave up a late touchdown. That was a bad beat on SVP's
That's right. It was a really
Sports
bad
Center
beat.
earlier this week. But I think Penn State is as talented in the country as it gets. I think Oregon hasn't played anybody of note yet. This is going to be the first time they've gone up against a defense as stiff as Penn State's is going to be. I'll never forget when Penn State played Michigan in a whiteout game and Michigan had a delay of game on the first play of the game, how much that stadium can rattle these teams coming in. I'm gonna go with the home team. I'm going to go with Penn State.
Yeah, Jake, you mentioned James Franklin, 1-15 in big top 5 matchups. A rematch of the Big Ten championship game a year ago. I like Penn State, too. A lot of talk about Penn State coming in. They haven't really had the national stage yet. Drew Aller played well last year. He's one of those guys we kind of talked about that really hasn't elevated his game yet in 2025. So an opportunity for him to make a statement, an opportunity for James Franklin to silence some critics and to show that Penn State should be the favorite in the Big Ten this year. So I'm going to go Penn State. 3.5, though. I think they win by a point. I'm going like 28-27 Penn State.
Okay. That sounds like a fun one. I'm here for a game that close.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely wild and electric. The other one that's going to be wild in the evening slate, Alabama at Georgia. We just got that comprehensive preview from Clint Lamb. Brennan, I kick it right back to you. Who you got in this SEC showdown? The line, 3.5, Georgia at home, over under 52.5. I thought that Georgia would be a bigger favorite than this. I won't lie.
Yeah, I wonder if the Georgia game against Tennessee and them almost losing and looking vulnerable had the line a little smaller. Clint Lamb did a great job talking about this game, but I picked every single home team so far this game. I'm not going to look like that guy. I'm going to take Alabama here for a couple reasons. One, I really like Ty Simpson. I do think that Ty Simpson's very good. They're returning Jam Miller, as Clint mentioned. A lot of guys coming back. Tim Keenan's coming back as well, too. So this is an opportunity for Bama and DeBoer, I think, to just quiet the noise a little bit. They've done well against Georgia. They beat them last year. Ryan Williams is looking more comfortable. So I'm going to take Alabama. I have to do that as well, too. My wife and my best friend would kill me if I did not take Alabama. So I'm going to take them. It should be a great game. I love this opportunity for them. Give me Bama on the road to continue the regular season dominance against Georgia.
I am also going to take Alabama, and I am still concerned about their offensive line and how Georgia might be able to take advantage of that, but we've also seen Tennessee take advantage of Georgia's defense, admittedly on the road, but still, I think this Georgia team is a very good team, but they are not the machine that they once were. Same thing with Alabama, but something about this, I believe maybe it's history just telling me Alabama's going to do their thing. I think we're in for an awesome game. Last year's Georgia-Alabama matchup was phenomenal. And then what did Alabama do the next week? They lost to Vanderbilt. Oh, who does Alabama play next week? That's Vanderbilt, or their next opponent's Vanderbilt. So I'm afraid we could be in for a return of that. But in this game particularly, give me the Crimson Tide.
I love it. All right, we're a little pressed for time. I want to get to our Super Dogs here in a second, so no explanation on this one. I just wanted to throw in a late-night game so that we can all have something to stay up way too late for. BYU at Colorado. It's a 9:30 kickoff. 6.5 is the line. I'll be at BYU Stadium next Friday. A little teaser there for some Big 12 action, but who you guys like in this one? I'll kick it to you, Carter, first. And again, the line 6.5, this game being played at Colorado.
BYU's legit. They haven't played anybody, but BYU is legit. And not just because they have a quarterback who wears number 47. And Colorado is not legit. So I'm definitely going with the Cougs here.
Ditto. Give me BYU.
I'll take BYU as well. All right, clean sweep across the board. Now the addition to the picks, your super dog. I wish we had more time here, but an underdog that you think will win outright. And I will start. And, you know, people can have the same one. That's fine. But I'm going to go with Mississippi State upsetting Tennessee. Their home underdog. Last I saw, the line was at 7.5, but Mississippi State beat Arizona State earlier this season. Tough place to play in Stark Vegas. I like Mississippi State. Also a whiteout. Cool uniforms.
I don't think I would take Mississippi State to win that game. I do think that is a fascinating matchup, though. And if you want an underdog that's just going to win outright, how about UCF at Kansas State? Why is Kansas State a 5.5-point favorite in this game? I do not get that. They have looked terrible. UCF has looked much better than I thought they would. Give me they're just the Knights, right? I think they're just the UCF Knights.
They're just Central, according to Belichick.
Give me Central. Central over State.
There you go. Brendan, who you got?
All right, Appalachian State at Boise State, 16.5.
Whoa!
Give me Appalachian State, man. I like the upset. Boise did not look good against USF, so give me Appalachian State there as my super dogs.
I love it.
Battle of the different mountains.
Yeah, there you go.
Appalachians versus the Rockies.
Good stuff.
Hey, Jake,
there.
really, really fast. UConn Buffalo, in honor of me being in Buffalo, 2:30 kick Eastern time. Buffalo is at home. Surprise pick. I'm going to take Buffalo. Throwing that out there.
Go Bulls. Let's go Bulls.
There you go. There's an extra pick for me.
I love it. I love it. I'll never go against the MAC and some action, baby. Those are the picks on Fan University. And coming up, we talk to Spencer McLaughlin of Locked On Ducks and Locked On College Football, previewing Oregon and Penn State. That's next on Fan University.
I'm saying this is your
just said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of Fan University. We roll along as the early games get set to kick off. Jake Rietmal alongside Carter Freeman, Brennan Baxter with us as well. We've been talking about it sporadically here and there throughout the course of Fan University, but right now it is time to take the deep dive into the whiteout at Penn State, one of the marquee matchups. And here to help us preview with it from the Oregon side, he's the host of Locked On Ducks as well as Locked On College Football. Spencer McLaughlin joins Fan University. Good morning, Spencer. How are you? How you feeling? How's the week been leading up to this huge matchup?
I don't remember the last time I had a week this busy for me personally. I've been doing as much content as I possibly can. This is the last. I told myself this is the last appearance I'm doing today. I've got a play-by-play broadcast that I'm getting ready for this evening for Southern Utah as well. I'm the voice for, so lots to get to, and a really exciting matchup. I'm stoked for today. It's going to be an awesome day of football.
I love it. That's what these types of Saturdays are certainly what we live for. And I was watching one of the Locked On Ducks episodes. You said you guys might be sick of me, but I assure you our audience at Fan University is not sick of you. They're excited to hear you break down this matchup. So we'll begin there. Oregon comes in 3.5-point underdogs. The whiteout, everything else, so much associated with this game. What have been kind of your main talking points from an Oregon side of things leading into this matchup?
Yeah, the deck is stacked in favor of Penn State on paper here. And if Oregon's able to win, they'll have to do a lot of things well, but it'd be a testament to Dan Lanning and the coaching staff and the job that they have done getting a really young team ready for, arguably the greatest environment in all of college football in the wideout game. So I think that for Oregon in this spot, number one, they've got to get off to a strong start. You really can't let that crowd start to get a lot of momentum. You can't let Penn State start to play off of that crowd really consistently. I think that's a dangerous spot to put yourselves in. So I think they've got to, whichever side of the ball is out on the field first, you don't want to let things snowball. This is the sort of environment where that can happen, and this is the first time that a lot of these guys are playing in an environment like that, in a setting that is going to be so hostile and so awesome to watch. But I think for Oregon, they want to win the game. There's no doubt about that. They've done a great job recruiting, and a lot of the young guys are playing well early in the season. And it's fun to watch this game and talk about it because this is really the first serious measuring stick for either team this year I mean, they've been playing games that, have seen them be favorites of 27 points and more on Oregon side. And on Penn State side, I don't think they've had a close one either. So in the point spread department, and this one's tight, and this one should be tight, and it's going to be really fun. So I think if Oregon's able to go out and win, they'll cement themselves as arguably the best team in college football, certainly one that belongs right in the national championship conversation again.
Well, Spencer, good luck to your Southern Utah Thunderbirds tonight. You got a 4-0 West Georgia Wolves team coming in, so good luck with that.
Tough. Yeah, Wolves are tough. The Wolves are tough.
Yeah, undefeated. That'll be a fun one. But as far as this game goes, you mentioned them. A lot of these players going on the road environment like this, first time they've experienced it. I think it starts with Dante Moore. But one thing that's interesting to me about Dante Moore, your quarterback, is that this is his third year in college football. I know he doesn't have a ton of starting experience before this year, but he's played at UCLA and he's had these couple games earlier this season to kind of get in the swing of things. How do you think he's going to handle this going into that kind of environment?
Yeah, it's going to be a great test for him. There's no individual player that can benefit more in this game than Dante Moore. I mean, if he goes out and leads Oregon to a win, he'll be the Heisman betting favorite before the clock has barely hit zero in the fourth quarter. Now, maybe it comes down to the last moment, but it won't take long because this is a tough spot. Going up against Jim Knowles, arguably the best defensive coordinator in all of college football that Penn State made a point to go out and get in the offseason. A guy who Oregon fans probably know pretty well from their two encounters with him last season. And it was actually Oregon that led to Jim Knowles' hiring at Ohio State because Joe Moorhead ran all over the previous Ohio State defensive coordinator in Columbus in 2021. I think C.J. Verdell is still running out there at the Horseshoe. And that led to Jim Knowles getting hired because Ryan Day realized he needed to make a change on that side of the ball. So, if Dante Moore against Jim Knowles that stifled Oregon's Big Ten championship team last year in the Rose Bowl goes on the road and, keeps looking like the guy he has this year, the word Dan Lanning said this week was poise, and that's the correct one because he's just looked so comfortable, so fluid, and so in control in the best way of everything that this Oregon offense has done. He can make every throw on the field. He's got enough mobility. This is a really, really big opportunity for him, and I expect him to play well because we haven't seen him do anything less. But if he struggles a little bit, it's not going to come as a total shock, given that this is just. It almost feels like you're playing a different game, a different sport in this matchup compared to what Oregon did in the first four games. They kind of slept-walked through the first halves against Northwestern and Oregon State, and the combined score in those two halves was 38-7. So you can't do that here. You got to be ready to go, execute, avoid making mistakes. I got someone asked me the other day, can one of these teams win if the quarterback throws two interceptions? And I think the answer to that question is a pretty firm no. So in a big game, protecting the ball, always really important. But, for Dante Moore, the way he's looked so far this season, it's hard to not feel good about him going into the matchup.
Yeah, Spencer, you mentioned the Oregon and Penn State schedule for that matter. Oregon's ranking currently 7th in the country at 50.8 points per game. Penn State is the third-ranked scoring defense at 5.7. Which unit do you expect to show that they're legitimate tonight? And tell us a little bit about Oregon's defense, because so much talk is around Dante Moore and the great start for the offense. But who do we need to be looking out for on the defensive side for Oregon? And how do you expect them to try to stop Drew Aller at Penn State?
Yeah, I think you have to trust your young secondary. It's a big challenge for them. You can say that about a lot of different units on this Oregon team, but they're starting a redshirt freshman and a true freshman at corner. And you've got the veteran Dylan Phenom on the back end at safety, but the other most played safety is a redshirt freshman. So, guys that were blue chip prospects coming out of high school 4- and 5-star recruits and, are now going to get thrust into a big opportunity. And, Drew Aller last year made 2 mistakes in the game with interceptions that cost Penn State the Big Ten championship. And, I think this Oregon secondary has the potential to be better. We'll see how they do against a much better and improved Penn State receiving corps compared to what they had last year. I think that for Oregon defensively in this spot, Brandon Finney and Ifeoma Badegwu are the freshmen I noted, but any coach will tell you, or defensive coordinator, your secondary is only going to succeed if your defensive line succeeds. So Mateo Uyunglele was pretty quiet in the Big Ten championship game. He needs to have a breakout performance here against one of the best offensive lines, I think, in all of college football, Penn State. He and the defensive front have to be able to pressure Drew Aller, and they also have to win in the run game, because if Penn State can run the ball, they're just going to go up and down the field. And, that worked out last year because of the opportunistic turnovers, but, allowing 37 points and asking your offense to score 45 like they did in the Big Ten championship game, you were asking a veteran in Dylan Gabriel to do that in a neutral site contest against Tom Allen as a defense coordinator. Now it's Jim Knowles. Now it's on the road. It's Dante Moore's fifth start as a Duck. The defense has got to be able to make Drew Aller beat you down the field. You've got to put some faith in that young secondary to go out and make some plays, because I think that, Andy Kotelnicki's a great offense coordinator. If he gets a sense he can run the ball at will, I think you might see him run it 40 times in this game or more.
Spencer McLaughlin of Locked On Ducks and Locked On College Football. Also a play-by-play voice, which, by the way, we could tell you, you practiced those name pronunciations and executed it brilliantly right there. That was incredible. But, Spencer, these guys give me a hard time, and rightfully so, but I'm enamored by the coaching matchup, and pretty much every coach in the Big Ten has the ability to strike a nerve with me, but none better than James Franklin. And on the flip side, I absolutely love Dan Lanning and his ability to motivate his team week in and week out. It seems like it's a unique talking point each and every week. And I mean, the earliest one I remember is talking about the Colorado team with they're in it for headlines and clicks. And then, of course, going back and forth with Mike Gundy a little bit about the NIL conversation. Has there been anything like that, covering the Ducks day in and day out like you do, that you've seen from Dan Lanning this week about talking points and motivating his team, and just overall your sense of the coaching matchup in this one with James Franklin's noted struggles against top teams versus Dan Lanning and his abilities?
Yeah, Lanning never hints at what that key message is going to be each week. We see it after the fact when they release Ducks versus them, and it is, I think, really awesome and fun for people and fans to see, how the coaching staff gets their team ready mentally for a game. And, I imagine the underdog status is going to be a part of it. That would be my guess. The comment that's been going around and that Dan Lanning made was in response to a question about, I think the travel and how much they are going this year. And they're, 7 of their 9 conference games are against opponents that have more time to prepare or something like that. And I think that's secondary to what, the principal message is really going to be for this coaching staff. And I bet the underdog factor will come into play. Heck, I picked Penn State to win the game. Maybe he'll clip part of my show and put it on the motivating screen in his presentation to the team. We'll see how that goes. But on the coaching front, I think Dan Lanning got the better of James Franklin in that Big Ten championship game. Will Stein got the better of the Penn State defense. But, the one I'm really watching is Andy Kotelnicki against Tosh Lupoi, Oregon's defense coordinator and Penn State's OC. Kotelnicki's really good. Tosh Lupoi, I don't think there's a coach outside of James Franklin that, needs a good performance here more than him. There are plenty of Oregon fans that are not thrilled with him as Oregon's defense coordinator. He does a lot of really good stuff. He recruits very well, and against inferior opponents, the defense plays really well. But in these big games, it has not gone particularly well for Oregon defensively. The offense has had to bail them out time and time again. And, in the games that Oregon has lost over the years, you can look to the defense and point out that they did not play well enough to win the game. Go back to those Ty Washington losses in 2023. They're allowing in the mid to high 30s. Penn State gets them for 37. Ohio State last year got them for 32 and 41. Boise, a playoff team, put up 34 last year. It's just not been great in the big spots. And, he's got his fair share of critics. And if his defense goes out and holds Penn State to, I think 24 points or fewer, I think he'll silence them for the time being.
Well, you mentioned Will Stein, who I've been a massive fan of for years now. How impressive has it been to watch him with several different quarterbacks, 3 different quarterbacks over the last 3 years, and have that instant success with them? And also, how long until he's a head coach? Because I was surprised he didn't get more talks for, head coaching jobs this offseason.
Yeah, I've talked about that a lot. There are going to be opportunities if there haven't been already. I think that he's waiting for the right one, and it might just not have come along yet. And, there are other jobs that have come open here during the season that I think could be potentially interesting for him. But, I don't think it'll be much longer. I'd be pleasantly surprised as an Oregon guy if he's the head coach, or if he's the OC for Oregon in 2026, because, if Dante Moore keeps playing like this, he might be a Heisman finalist. And if you churn out 3 straight Heisman finalist quarterbacks as an OC, and they're all very different with regards to their skill set, with the way he recruits and the production that his offenses have put up, it'll be hard to keep him as Oregon's OC much longer. I hope they're able to keep him, but that'll be a significant challenge. So, if Dante Moore goes out and crushes it in this game, it might make Dante Moore into an NFL draft pick next year, and it might make Will Stein into a head coach.
There he is, Spencer McLaughlin, Locked On Ducks, Locked On College Football, play-by-play voice of Southern Utah. And when do you have time to sleep, man?
I don't.
There you go. Where can people find your stuff?
Yeah, I get this time of year, I get 6 hours of sleep-ish a night. In the summer, that's closer to 8 or 9. But Locked On College Football and Locked On Ducks are on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. And my play-by-play work with Southern Utah is mostly on ESPN+. So looking forward to another great day of college football.
There he goes. We appreciate it. We'll have you back on Fan University in the near future. Spencer McLaughlin of Locked On Ducks, Locked On College Football, and the play-by-play voice of Southern Utah. Coming up, we got Jake's Takes. I need everybody's opinion, 877-881-1053. Some of the best and worst uniforms of the week, as well as a diabolical plan to keep Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss. How it all worked out next on Jake's Takes.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Seven 333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Jacob Ray, Fan University on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Remo alongside Carter Freeman and Brennan Baxter. Jake's Takes is up, 877-881-1053. We're all over the place with Jake's Takes. I'll have some of my favorite uniforms that will be on display later in the segment. But I wanted to start with one of my idols in the sport. And this is going to shock you guys because this is a head football coach
James Franklin.
That I love. No, it is not James Franklin. It's not anybody from the Big Ten. It's a guy who I think really is a comeback story, as much as that is, as hard as that is to believe. But Lane Kiffin, I am a big Lane Kiffin fan.
Carter Freeman, I defer to you first. Where are you at on Lane Kiffin?
I like Lane Kiffin, but I think Ole Miss is the perfect spot for him.
Yes.
I think it's absolutely the spot where he can have the most success. And obviously, any school wants to be good, but Ole Miss has never had this run of consistency, or at least they haven't had it since like JFK was president, right? Like it's been a long time since they've been this consistently good, and I think Lane Kiffin is the perfect guy for that.
Ryan Baxter.
Yeah, Lane, he's had the opportunity, Tennessee, USC, some of these bigger brands. It just hasn't gone very well for him. Now, he was younger, a little more immature as a head coach then, but I think Ole Miss, Oxford, smaller town, it fits him perfectly. So I like it, man. I think Lane at Ole Miss is a great fit. He's built them up to a perennial contender in the SEC. They haven't really had their moment yet. Could be this week, though, against LSU. They could make a statement in the SEC. So I love Lane at Ole Miss. It's a perfect fit, in my opinion.
Did either of you see the E60 on Lane Kiffin that documented his journey? I think it's called The Many Lives of Lane Kiffin. It aired on Tuesday night, but it's on the ESPN app. I watched it. I've watched it twice. It was fascinating. I felt like I missed some of the stuff the first time around because I have ADHD. It's hard for me to pay attention. But the second time through, really enjoyed it even more. Did either of you catch the documentary on Lane Kiffin?
I have not. I'll need to check it out.
Yeah, you know what I saw from it, Jake, is as I was leaving here from my day job doing the video here at 105.3 The Fan, I saw Lane Kiffin in nothing but boxer briefs on the TV, and I was like, "That's Lane Kiffin." Like, what in the world are we watching? So I've only seen the intro.
So it's Jake's Takes right here on Fan University. First item of business on Jake's Takes. You got to check out the Lane Kiffin documentary. But we talked about Oxford, Mississippi being the perfect fit for Lane Kiffin, and Ole Miss being the perfect school for him. And he's been rumored for some of these big SEC openings, probably most notably Auburn, and the diabolical plan from his daughter, Landry Kiffin, which, again, if you've been paying attention all week, you know Landry Kiffin is dating Whit Weeks, the linebacker for LSU. And I believe the kids call it a hard launch. Am I saying that correctly? Like
I think
when you
so.
announce your relationship, they chose the week of LSU and Ole Miss to do the hard launch. So Landry Kiffin, I'm not as big of a fan of. Come on, Landry.
Yeah, that is odd timing for sure. We talked about coaching mind games earlier in the show. These are kid mind games.
Kids playing mind games.
Player
on
mind
Lane.
games. You know, it never stops in college football. But as you know, when it comes to Kiffin and some of these other places he's being rumored for, I don't understand why he'd want to leave.
Right.
Because I think that the resources at Ole Miss are enough that he'll continue to win and recruit at the high level that he has now. And he was a bit of a portal king early in the time of the portal, but you go to a place like Florida, I know is most likely that job's going to open up later in the season. The expectations are so much higher. You may have a little better resources there, but it's not like it's going from a group of 5 job to an SEC job, right? You're just, it's close to being a lateral move where the expectations and the boosters are so much more just wants and needs are that much higher that I'm like, why would he leave Ole Miss?
Yeah, so Landry Kiffin might be playing mind games on her father this week with the hard launch of the relationship, but we do have Landry Kiffin, Lane Kiffin's daughter, to thank for Lane staying at Ole Miss. This is a piece of the documentary, The Many Lives of Lane Kiffin. Cut number 21, Landry Kiffin's diabolical plan to keep Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss when he was rumored to be taking the Auburn job.
Go move somewhere else. I like it here. Me and my friends, we made this slideshow collage to a song that we knew he would find sad and just really rethink his decision. And we came into the office and then set it up on a movie projector screen, and we were like, we have something to show you, come in here. And then he sat down and we played it, and he was crying. After that, he told us he was going to stay. So it worked.
Unbelievable. It's diabolical. I mean, I kind of love it, but the playing with the sad song, the emotions, the slideshow and everything like this, that's why Lane Kiffin still. Now, he did say I hadn't officially taken the job, but that solidified him staying at Ole Miss.
I remember someone, I think it was an Auburn reporter, said he had taken it, because I remember that was 2022, 2023, whenever Auburn hired Hugh Freeze, that it was official that he was going there. Like that reporter, stuck his career out on the line to say this is happening, and then it didn't end up happening, all because of a slideshow. See, this is a little emotional. Like, I love the music they threw behind that in the audio clip there. It was, maybe that'll, get your own tears rolling.
Yeah.
If you want to stay in Oxford. Look, Oxford, Mississippi has a chevron that serves chicken on a stick. That is legitimately one of the things that they sell about the city of Oxford, Mississippi, is there's a chevron where you can buy chicken on a stick. And I wanted to go last year when OU played there, did not get the chance, but we saw the SEC officially unveil their permanent rivals, and Oklahoma and Ole Miss are going to play each other every season for the next couple of years, which Lane Kiffin was not too happy about. He was like, we don't have anything in common.
Oh, yeah,
I don't understand why we're playing, but Zach Wolchuk on G-Bag Nation said earlier this week, well, they both start with O, Oklahoma and Ole Miss, so, you got that going for you.
Yeah, shout out to Wooly Bully there. But we're just going to keep going on Ole Miss football here on Jake's Takes on Fan University, because the product on the field has been absolutely tantalizing and fun to watch in classic Lane Kiffin form. And when Trinidad Chambliss, the now starting quarterback for Ole Miss, took over, he kind of lit the SEC on fire. A lot of people, including those at the mothership, just unsure, where did Lane Kiffin find this guy? Give me cut number 22, Trinidad Chambliss, the quarterback from Ferris State, Division II, ending up at Ole Miss.
One of the better stories in college football, not that little girl having a great time at the game, which good for her, Tulane Ole Miss. Trinidad Chambliss, transfer from Ferris State, seems to have taken to Lane Kiffin's offense mighty fine.
How did he end up at Ferris State?
I don't know.
He is the real deal. 300 yards passing, 112 rushing, couple touchdowns. He's been amazing.
I mean, he is just hotty-toddy, gosh almighty, here to Daquan Wright.
So that was Joey Galloway, who, and I love Matt Berry. I love the show. What is it, the College Football Scoreboard, whatever it is. They do a number of
something
different
like
ones.
that, yeah.
But the tone of how did he end up at Ole Miss really struck a nerve with one person in particular, and this is just a funny story, the way it all worked out. The athletic director of Ferris State University took to Twitter to call out ESPN, and he quoted the comment, said, how did Trinidad Chambliss end up at Ferris State? And he said, let me help you out. We win. We have coaches who can flat out recruit and develop student athletes. It's a great place. Stop asking dumb questions, ESPN. I kind of love it. You just went at him.
I love this, man. And I mean, Ferris State is a Division II powerhouse there. And, we see stories like this all the time of guys that end up at a smaller state or a smaller school and end up finding success at bigger universities. I think this is hilarious, man. And good for the FSU, Ferris State, not Florida State, FSU AD there, giving a little heat, man. I mean, way to put it in. And then I love when you just go after ESPN.
No doubt.
That's always a good thing to do, in my opinion. It's a lot of fun. So.
Yeah, and it's just funny that ESPN will air some of these Division II, Division III games, maybe on like ESPN Plus or whatever, but wherever they're aired, it's like, yeah, we own the rights to show these games, but we don't watch them. We have no idea what they do. And that I read a story that Trinidad Chambliss was almost a Temple Owl.
Yes.
He was very close to committing to Temple, and then on a whim got an Ole Miss offer, took the Ole Miss visit, and said, no, this is where I want to be, because Temple was offering him more money. So I know he took less money to go to Ole Miss, where he was going to be the backup before Austin Simmons got hurt. He probably would have started at Temple, but here he is on a national stage doing honestly better things than Austin Simmons was doing when he was healthy.
Correct.
Because I look back to the Kentucky game with Ole Miss, and they were struggling on offense before Austin Simmons got hurt. They ended up winning that game, but then, Trinidad Chambliss comes in against Arkansas, and they just look like a top contender in the SEC.
No doubt. And Trinidad Chambliss, Ferris State is a powerhouse at the Division II level, and this is where whoa, very good friends with the head coach of the Ferris State Bulldogs, Tony Anise. He's had a history of developing guys and so on and so forth. And this is a guy, Trinidad Chambliss, who played in the D2 title game right here in McKinney, Texas, last year on for the D2 level, of course, the national stage in the championship game. And I am not, I don't say this in a cocky, arrogant way. I'm just not surprised at all that he's had this level of success. That's how good he looked on film last year, leading Ferris State to a national title at the D2 level. But
Guys, Jake's Takes, and it's a great tradition here. Tradition unlike any other. We've only got about a minute left. Some of the best game day threads. I got to start with a throwback edition, the West Virginia Mountaineers. It's a navy blue uniform with a gold, think gold like Notre Dame lid. It is a salute to the 1965 throwback uniform. The part that differentiates this one for me is the helmet with the West Virginia State logo in light blue. Carter Freeman, I showed them to you. Brennan Baxter, I don't know if you saw them on the rundown sheet, but it's like, think Notre Dame with a light blue splash of West Virginia State on the helmet. Your thoughts?
I like the splash of blue, and we talked about how during the break we were like, not all state shapes are made equal. I think the shape of West Virginia fits well on the helmet, like the state of Texas fits well on the helmets of a lot of the schools from this state. So from that perspective, I like it. And it's not a yellow top. It's not a yellow jersey.
Yeah,
I know Brennan is not a...
Yeah, Brennan's the anti-yellow guy.
Yeah, I don't like the yellow, so that's why it's a good change up for me. The gold with the blue, it's a good touch. I actually really like these jerseys. So I did see them, and it's not bright yellow, and that's good with me.
All right, I have a lot more I want to get to. The blackout in Tempe last night with Arizona State. I liked TCU's uniforms as well. It's just a good overall uniform matchup. And we've talked enough Ole Miss on this one, but I like the ones that they're going with in the game against LSU today. It's the light blue helmet with the light blue jersey and the white pants. Although I saw some action on Twitter, not a lot of Ole Miss fans like that look because it's a little bit, a little bit more unique and out of the tradition of the navy blue and the red. But did you guys see Oregon's, not just their entire uniform, we talk about them a lot, but the cleats, the actual cleats that they'll be wearing tonight in the whiteout? What if I told you they glow in the dark?
Oh, okay. So they're going to be very visible during this game. Get the night game.
Correct.
Everything's in white, and Oregon's wearing white too, right? Like, because since they're the road team,
Yes.
they'll be wearing white, which I think is kind of funny if they end up winning. It's kind of like, oh, everyone in the stadium's wearing the color that we're
Right,
wearing,
that's a good
right?
point. Yes.
So, but glow in the dark cleats, I like that.
What are they calling it? The mummy duck?
Correct. I was just going to go there. Nike created the exclusive Mummy Duck Nike Vapor Sight cleats for the Oregon Ducks. The bottom of it glow in the dark, and on the tongue, they've got like an old school, almost looks like a Mighty Ducks hockey logo on the tongue there. And it's very Oregon-esque. It's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Oregon, we always talk about their different uniforms. I always think about the helmets, but then if they're going to start doing different cleats, they're going to throw a lot of that in here, especially ones that are as visible as that. They better win. If you're going to look that flashy, you don't want to get stomped by Jim Knowles in that Penn State defense.
Correct. My all-time favorite uniform, the number one uniform for the week for me this week goes to the Tulane Green Wave. Check out this combo. It's a light blue lid with a metallic green face mask, white top with the light blue and green sleeve stripes, and light blue pants. It is crispy, clean. Big fan of this one. Carter Freeman, what you think?
Look, Tulane always has some of the best lids, and they have one of the best logos in college football. It's the little angry wave. It doesn't get much better than that. So anytime they throw in the blue, I'm absolutely here for it. And look, they had a tough game against Ole Miss last week. So this is a good time. If you're going to look good, maybe you'll play good and kind of get themselves back on track.
I had a couple other ones. Brennan, did you see these ones real quick?
The light blue and the green looks fantastic,
right?
Man. I love Tulane. Carter, you're right. Underrated jerseys and mascot in the entirety of college football. They might be a top 5-10 uni swag team in the sport. It's crazy impressive.
That's the future top 5 right there. Is our top 5 favorite uniforms.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And some of the all-time classics. I've got a few more that maybe later in the program we can get to if we don't have time because we're out of time on Jake's Takes, but some of the other uniforms that I love. UTEP had a really cool helmet this week as well. But coming up, we're going to keep it rolling. We're going to catch you up on some of the games that are going on right now with some scores and debut a new segment, Hot, Hotter, and the hottest seat of them all. That's next on Fan University 105.3, The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Remo alongside Brennan Baxter and Carter Freeman. The early slate of college football is off and running. Notre Dame with a 14-3 lead over Arkansas. Still hard to believe. You look up at Notre Dame and they got a win against Purdue last week, but you still see 1-2. They're too good of a football team to be 1-2. So 3 minutes to go in the first quarter, up 14-3 early on Arkansas. And it looks like USC just scored to tie the game, extra point pending against Illinois.
Yeah, some other scores just around the country. Rutgers up 14-0 on Minnesota. How about Pitt? 17-0 lead on Louisville. Louisville's not ranked, but they are receiving votes. And speaking of teams receiving votes, UNT got 2 votes in the AP poll last week. They are tied 7-7 with South Alabama with about a minute to go in the first quarter of that game.
Come on, Mean
Yeah,
Green.
that's what. Oh, I was going to say that's a little surprising early on. You guys had UNT head coach Eric Morris on the show. Great talk here this morning with Coach Morris, but a little rocky start there for the Mean Green this morning.
Yeah, not as fast as the last home game against Washington State or the first one against Lamar. And that was something we talked about with him. How do you translate some of that home success on the road? He said, I'll pay you a lot of money if you can figure it out. So I'm still working on that. Still see if I can figure that out, get a paycheck up there in Denton. But yeah, South Alabama comes into this game 1-3. UNT, with how good they looked at home, you think they'd be off to a little bit of a hotter start. But Drew Messamaker has 78 yards passing so far. So early in that game, but yeah, we'll have to see if UNT can push themselves to 5-0.
Those scores in college football better than what's taking place at Bethpage Black in New York in the Ryder Cup, where Europe has an 8.5 to 3.5 lead over the United States, and it was 8.5 to 2.5. Just another really rough start for the United States on the golf course this morning, which woke up super early yesterday to watch early right away. Bryson DeChambeau just opens it up with a monster drive that basically lands on the green. The U.S. takes the first hole, and then it was all downhill from there.
So I know nothing about golf. I can't hit the golf ball when it's sitting still at the tee at Top Golf, so I just don't acknowledge it. I don't do anything with it. This Ryder Cup, the U.S. is down this much. This is like a 50-0 halftime lead in college football?
Yeah, not quite that bad. I love to put it in college football terms. I would say it's like a 28-3 lead, where if somehow.
I mean, that sounds like the U.S. is going to come back and win in overtime.
Yeah, right,
you say 28-3.
I picked that on purpose because it wouldn't. If they came back, it would be a huge story. But Jacob Ray, I'm sorry, I haven't opened your mic yet on Fan University this morning. You're a big golf guy. Watching the Ryder Cup as much as you have, would 28-3 be a pretty good football equivalent of how much the U.S. are down right now?
Probably, but I mean, I would argue, maybe in Scotty Scheffler, but I don't think you have Tom Brady on the other side. So, I mean, the score is equivalent, but I don't know if the situation and the odds to come back is necessarily equivalent.
Yeah, it is. It is not looking good, and on U.S. soil. So the last Ryder Cup was in Rome, and the Europeans had kind of the crowd behind him and everything, where in theory the U.S. are supposed to have the home field advantage or home course advantage, and it has just all gone astray for the United States in the Ryder Cup. But appreciate everybody tuning in to Fan University, 877-881-1053. We've got hot, hotter, and hottest. But right now, I got this text here at 877-881-1053 from the 682. Can you guys talk about TCU choking? The TCU coach isn't good late in games. The team has not learned to tackle since getting embarrassed by Georgia in the national championship. We opened Fan University with a recap of the wild action on Friday night, but that was a couple of hours ago, so we'll circle back to it right now. TCU was up 17-0 on Arizona State on the road, but that fourth quarter did not go well for the Horned Frogs. A couple of late turnovers, and Arizona State gets the 27-24 win. It is, however, TCU's first loss of the season, but they were ranked 24, will now certainly fall outside the top 25.
Yeah, tough game. Arizona State, to me, is not necessarily known as a place that is very hard to go play at. I feel like they have a decent football following fan base there, obviously growing after last year. So you get up early 17-0. You'd like to kind of have some stability going into the second half, and TCU just fell completely flat. And credit to Sam Levitt and company there for the Sun Devils. I will say, I don't like yellow very often. I did like the all-black jersey with the yellow touch. I thought that was nice for the Sun Devils, but yeah, that for TCU, I wouldn't be too stressed about this. Anytime you lose a tough one on the road, it's like, okay, you were in the game and you didn't pull it out, but does that make you feel like you're not able to beat teams like that? They've still got a lot in front of them. TCU doesn't play Texas Tech this year. They do get a game against Baylor coming up, so there's still time for the Horned Frogs to get it right in the Big 12, but that would have been a great one to steal. So you're feeling more deflated with the fact that you were up early and couldn't get it done compared to if they just would have lost by 21 or 28. You just move on to the next week. But I wouldn't push the panic button on TCU football just yet.
Listen, though, if you're watching on the fan cam, you're going to see I've got the pitchfork on the quarter zip today, rocking the Arizona State because, listen, Arizona State's undefeated in the Big 12. A couple of late game heroics, some late wins with the walk-off win against Baylor and beating TCU. And, guys, we had friend of the program, athletic director Graham Rossini on the show last week. So, listen, I will always show love to the Arizona State Sun Devils and shout out ASU Reed as well.
It's especially disappointing for TCU given that was a road game and you were able to get that big of a lead on the road. You showed you could do it. They already did it once this year. They blew out North Carolina to begin the season. But like Brendan was saying, the Big 12 is so wide open. I think every time we hype up a quarterback on any Big 12 team, he's going to have a letdown. That's what we've seen. So you just got to rely on the fact that you played them close on the road. You got to translate that at home, but then you do have other road games coming up this year for TCU that you if you have aspirations of the Big 12 title game of the CFP, you need to not fall apart on offense like they did late in that game. Impromptu, contender or pretender, Arizona State.
Contender. They're coming back to AT&T Stadium to defend that Big 12 title.
Brennan?
Wow, you're calling it, Jake, going to the Big 12 championship game there already.
I'm going to say
Contender
games
as well. They get a bye week, and then they play at Utah and then at home against Texas Tech. And they also go at Iowa State this year. But the rest of their Big 12 schedule is actually pretty easy. So if they can win 2 of those 3 games, already having beat Baylor and TCU and potentially having a tiebreaker, I'm going to say Contender, but I'm going to say they fall short of getting to Arlington.
Yeah, I disagree with you guys. I say Pretender. I think they play with fire too much. And I know they're Sun Devils. That's kind of their thing. But right. You've seen their loss against Mississippi State. They started off really slow, managed to come back, and then blew it at the end. They play in a close game with Baylor on the road, win at the last second. Play a close game with TCU at home, win at the last second. I just think they're playing too close with. I don't even think it's playing with their food. I just think their level of talent, their level of skill, less than it was last year, and their offense is just Sam Leavitt and Jordan Tyson. That's it. I know Raleek Brown, their running back, had a good game last night, but it's just not conducive to winning like they did last year and winning in a league where week in, week out, you could easily lose a game.
Cam Scadaboo's not walking through the door is what you're telling me.
No, he's not.
Hey, Jordan Tyson was electric last night. Dynamic. He really, if he doesn't take the top off when they're down 17-0 to make it a 17-7 game, here I go with my expert analysis in the great game of football. That's a totally different game. Listen, we get talking. Sometimes that happens on Fan University. There's a lot of good stuff going on. It's one of the best September Saturdays of the entire season. It's one of the best college football Saturdays of the entire season. And because of that, we got rolling a little bit. So we're going to have to push hot, hotter, and hottest in terms of coaches' seat. Hot, hotter, hottest back to 12:20. We'll do that. But coming up next, we'll do the top 5. Don't go anywhere. The top 5 quarterbacks in college football. He's Brennan Baxter. I'm Jake Reed, Carter Freeman on Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
it on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan University, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Final hour, what a show it's been. If you missed anything, use that Odyssey Rewind app. Had a couple of awesome guests on, starting with the head coach of the North Texas Mean Green, Eric Morris. That was at 9:40. You can rewind on the fan cam as well if you want to watch that interview. We had Clint Lamb of Cover Crimson on at 10:20, previewing Bama and Georgia. That game coming up later tonight as well. And then Spencer McLaughlin of Locked On Ducks and Locked On College Football, giving us the deep dive on Oregon and Penn State. Right now, fellas, it is time for another news segment. All kinds of news segments on a 4-hour edition of Fan University. It's the top 5. And we really, I got to believe we're the first sports radio program to ever do a top 5, right? That's never been done before?
You know what, Jake? I think you're onto something. I think we might be radio history here. Top 5.
And what we can do is discuss them and why we have our players in said list. So this is the top 5 players at any one position. What better place to start than the signal caller, the quarterback? Our top 5 quarterbacks. And listen, you can have your own parameters. We're not going to get crazy with all that. So I have some parameters. I'm including some injured players. I think you know where I'm going with that. I'm including some players that I think are on the rise. But I'll start with my 5th best quarterback in the country right now. It's Sam Leavitt. We saw his athleticism on full display in that win over TCU. I heard one comparison to Johnny Manziel. I'm not quite there, but he is dynamic with his legs. I think he can do enough through the air. And to your point earlier, I know we've talked a lot of Arizona State on this program. If Arizona State is going to reach their goals and aspirations, it's going to be with Sam Leavitt doing everything for that offense, him and Jordan Tyson.
Yes, it is. I don't have Sam Leavitt in my top 5, but because he has Jordan Tyson, that Arizona State offense will always have threats when they are on the field for sure. And we've seen him on the big stage before last year against Texas in the Peach Bowl. He did great things on a national stage, so he's earned a spot on your list. But my number 5 is a guy who is earning his spot, and in a way has and is continuing to earn it this season after his team upset Clemson earlier this year. How about Georgia Tech and Haynes King? I don't think Haynes King gets enough talk when it comes to the national stage because of where he plays and the style of football that they play, but Haynes King is as experienced of a quarterback as you're going to find in college football, and he has done a great job of growing from the player he was at Texas A&M years ago into becoming a quarterback that could lead his team to an ACC championship game, to a CFP berth.
Yeah, I like Haynes King a lot. I might, you flirted with a guy that I might have a little higher than 5, a little sneak peek into my list to come. But I'm going to go Dante Moore at 5. He just hasn't done enough for me against real competition yet. Obviously, we're going to see that tonight against Penn State. I love what Dante Moore is doing, 11 touchdowns, 1 interception for the Oregon Ducks. Tonight's a show-it-to-me game, but I'm really high on this guy. 7th best offense in the country at 50.8 points a game. Kid's balling out. It's time to show it against Penn State, though. If he plays well on the road, he's definitely a top 5 quarterback, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've got Dante Moore a little bit higher, which, again, shameless tease for what's coming up. But Dante Moore is really a fascinating case study because I covered him in high school. He's from Detroit, went to Martin Luther King High School there in Detroit. Really good program. And everyone was just, he was a very highly touted prospect. And everyone was just locally kind of surprised when he declared UCLA. It was kind of one of the wait, what? And Bryce Underwood, who's not from that same school, Martin Luther King, but same area, when he was choosing LSU, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. An SEC school, and then obviously he gets flipped to Michigan. But it just, in today's college football landscape, it can be an unprecedented, your path can take many different twists and turns. And I think Dante Moore is a good example of that, starting at UCLA and then where he is now, a little bit older at Oregon. All right, number 4, it's our top 5 here on Fan University. Top 5 players at any one position, starting with quarterback, because why not?
I've got a guy we've talked a little bit about because of the success of his team and his program, the Indiana Hoosiers. It's Fernando Mendoza for me.
I also have Fernando Mendoza at number 4, and I think the guy that we have on the screen in front of us right now, Luke Altmaier at Illinois, might have had this spot had they beaten Indiana last week, but they did not, and they got worked. And Fernando Mendoza is a guy who I thought had moments at Cal last year where it was like, okay, that's nice, and then the talent of the team around him is going to bring him down just to more of what you expect from Cal. I think what Fernando Mendoza was at Cal last year was as good as he would be. I was wrong about that because seeing how good he's fit into Curt Cignetti's offense throughout this season, I have been mightily impressed. He's going to go up against a better defense today in Iowa later today, so we'll get to see him against another good team, see if he can handle that, especially in a road environment. But I've been very, very impressed by Fernando Mendoza so far at Indiana.
I've also got Fernando Mendoza.
Look at that, a clean sweep.
Kiss of death.
Look at us just twinning here, or tripling. I don't know what you call it on Fan University, but I like what Mendoza's doing. I love Curt Cignetti in Indiana. We mentioned right now he's got the best odds to win the Heisman 4 games in with one of the better wins and dominating wins of the season. So we'll see. I'm going to slot him at number 4 there, but this guy's got an opportunity to make his way and climb up the list a lot higher with some more big games coming up this season for the Hoosiers.
No doubt about that. You mentioned the upcoming schedule. We'll have plenty of opportunities to put that talent on full display. And, with our top 5 here on Fan University, we'll have to keep everybody updated as the new information. What do they say? Normalize changing your opinion with new information. So as new information becomes available, aka how these players perform in prime time, will certainly have an impact on our top 5 quarterbacks. It's Fan University top 5, the number 3 quarterback in the nation for me. If you would have told me this at the beginning of the year, I would have called you crazy. I, along with a lot of people, left this cat for dead when he transferred to Miami, and now here he is, putting up big-time numbers and leading a prolific offense. He's got Miami in a really good spot. It's Carson Beck.
Well, if you guys are teasing who's going to come up later on your list, I will tease Carson Beck is higher than number 3 on mine. My number 3 quarterback in the country right now is another guy who I think people have forgotten about because he's not put up the best numbers, but he's still an uber-talented player who I think can still be the number 1 overall pick in this upcoming NFL draft. That's Garrett Nussmeier at LSU. He's become a forgotten commodity because LSU's not scoring 70 points a game because their defense has taken a lot of the shine for their early season success. But I do still think Garrett Nussmeier is a very good quarterback, and I think he's becoming a big game quarterback too.
Yeah, I'm also going to flirt and to give a little sneak peek that Beck is higher than 3 on my list too. We'll get there in a second, but I've got Haynes King here. I love what Haynes King is doing at Georgia Tech. And I really do feel to me like he's just a great leader in that locker room, knocking off Clemson. They should have beat Georgia last year. It was kind of his coming out party in a way on a national stage. But can I just say for a second, is this not wild that we are talking about these quarterbacks, these names? Preseason, you're talking Lenoris Sellers, Arch Manning, Cade Klubnik. We did mention, I guess, Garrett Nussmeier, apologies there. He's kind of staying in that top 5 there, blanked on him, but he was odds on one of the Heisman favorites to start the year. It's just crazy that some of those guys have fallen off this list, and our new list includes Haynes King, Fernando Mendoza, and Dante Moore. That's kind of wild.
And just on the Garrett Nussmeier front, he's got a chance today go on the road and beat Ole Miss. If he does that, I have him still in my top 5. I'm still a believer in LSU, and I'm a believer in Garrett Nussmeier. If they go in and win today, how high is he going to vault on your list next week?
I'll put him into my top 5 because my honorable mention, number 1 on the outside that I wanted to put in, and we've talked about him at great length on the Fan University today, is Trinidad Chambliss. I think today's his coming out party. And so to that point, I think the winner of today, LSU and Ole Miss, that quarterback for me is back into the top 5.
Okay. Brendan, what about you? How high would Nussmeier vault should they win today?
Yeah, Nussmeier to me would come back into the top 4, top 3 if they win. If he plays well. I still believe in his ability, but he just hasn't really done it. Like on this is the best quarterback in the country yet. So I just want to see that from a guy that was so highly touted coming into the year.
That's my thing with Nussmeier. It's not a knock on him per se, and then that's how I precede saying a knock on Garrett Nussmeier. I just think you plug a lot of quarterbacks in at that particular team with the defense that he has, and it's not his fault. It's just because they're winning. I'm not saying they're winning in spite of him, but it's not necessarily because of him.
They're not winning
either.
because of him.
Right.
Yeah.
And so to be a top 5 quarterback, if I think it's a different conversation if you're saying, hey, I need a quarterback to go win a game, or I need a team to go win a game. And in this particular case, I just haven't seen enough from Nussmeier to be, that's my guy in the top 5. But on to our number 2. I won't spend a lot of time with this one, who mine is, because we've already talked about why he's in the top 5. I just have him higher up. It's Dante Moore. I think, again, today's another opportunity, or tonight, I should say, for his coming out party. I really like Dante Moore.
If they win tonight, I absolutely I'll vault him up here, and maybe Drew Allar too at Penn State might get a little more consideration, especially if Penn State wins through the air. Because Penn State's got a great ground game, but if Drew Allar himself has a good game, he could vault himself not only up on these lists, but also in NFL draft conversation too. As far as Dante Moore goes, I got to see it against Penn State before I put him up there. My number 2 is my guy, Johnny Mateer.
Yeah.
I do not have him number 1. I really wanted to put him number 1. I wanted to be biased, but I'll let you guys be biased for me.
Spoiler. I haven't said the player who's injured right now, and I have my number 1 spot left. So.
The only thing about John Mateer that doesn't have him at number 1 for me is his mechanics. And I think it works in college football, and it's worked so far, but his throwing motion can get away from him. He can float balls. He can do the little sidearm thing a little too much and just get a little inaccurate. But when it comes to just, grit, grind, he'll run the ball. He can put the ball in the perfect spot if his mechanics are right on that certain throw, if he's got the time for it. He's shown everything that he was at Washington State. He can absolutely be at Oklahoma in the SEC. And it is a damn shame that he got hurt and we potentially won't get to see him against Texas. I think he'll play against Texas. If it's a pain management thing, I think John Mateer is going to play against Texas. If it's you might get hurt again, he's not going to play. But he's the kind of dude that, just from what I've seen, if he can be out there, he will be out there. So I got John Mateer at number 2.
So I've got Carson Beck at 2. Another guy that has surprised me this year, coming off the injury when he transferred from Georgia to Miami. But I've been impressed with Carson Beck. I got to be honest. He's leading that team well. And Miami, guys, this team could seriously be one of the favorites to win the national title. I know they're now in the top 5, but they are legit. And Carson Beck is a big reason for that. I've got him slotted at number 2 right now, but this guy could end up winning the Heisman. I wouldn't be shocked to see if Carson Beck continues to play well with some big games on their schedule. He could be making some national noise here in terms of Heisman races towards the end of the season.
Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. The top 5 quarterbacks in college football right now, and I got to show some love to the Franklin Injury Attorney text line because I think we deserve this, guys. This is from the 214, and he's another player that has an opportunity on a big stage to prove he belongs as one of the top 5 quarterbacks in all of college football from the 214. No Marcel Reed mention. Man, the disrespect is crazy.
Well, that's all from Brennan. Okay. That's not from me. Yeah. I was a Marcel Reed early adopter. He's definitely not
going to have to call us out again.
Look, Marcel Reed, I'll give him his flowers. He played great against Notre Dame. He proved to me that he could get it done when he needs to. I was not high on him going into that game, but top 5 quarterback in the country. Come on. Let's take a chill pill there. We're not there yet.
Keep stacking wins. Keep Marcel Reed. Keep doing this. And I will continue to buy into you more. But from what the guys I've seen so far on this list, there's just and even in that Notre Dame game, I think there was some inconsistency on certain drives. You had the drive at the end of the game to win it. I absolutely give him all the credit in the world, but I just want to see it a little more, and then I will absolutely put him in here. And look, some of these guys on here, they're going to lose games. I thought about throwing Devin Dampier in here, even though they lost to Utah last week, because I still think he's an awesome player. We've got Talon Green on with Arkansas right in front of us, who I think is an absolute agent of chaos on the field. He's so much fun. You've got Jade Maeva, who just threw like a 50-yard flea flicker bomb for a touchdown at USC, who's also awesome. So there's so many good choices here. It is hard to whittle it down to just 5, but Marcel Reed's knocking on the door.
Yeah, my 3 honorable mentions, if you will, or the 3 closest to cracking the top 5 have all been brought up. It was Marcel Reed, Haynes King, because I didn't have him in my top 5, but I really like him. Joel Klatt really likes him. And then Trinidad Chambliss, just because the disrespect was so real, but the stats and the production speaks for itself. So those were my 3 on the outside looking in. Now, number 1 quarterback in all the land here in our top 5. Mine's already been said, injured hand and all. I just love the way John Mateer plays the position. And I also want to give him extra points for the aura. I feel like he's a guy that leads the other 10 guys on that field. And when he has the football in his hands, I feel good things are about to happen. John Mateer is my number 1 quarterback in college football.
He is a leader. He is 100% a leader of an offense, and he has done that phenomenally so far. And like we said, he's going to miss the Oklahoma doesn't play this week. They play Kent State next week, and then Texas after that. He'll for sure miss the next couple weeks, but we'll see once that goes down. He's awesome. Again, I'm an OU fan, so I'm a little biased. But my number 1 is Carson Beck. I do think Carson Beck has played. He's done so many things I didn't think he was capable of, and he has better talent around him at wide receiver. Malachi Toney is a freaking stud. A lot of the other players on that Miami offense are also better than what he was dealing with at Georgia last year. But just the calmness, the collectedness to take that talent and do as many good things as he's done with them, and the wins they've had. I think the win against Notre Dame is going to look awesome at the end of the year. South Florida could end up being the Group of 5 representative in the playoff, and they blew them out. And I know Florida is not probably going to have a great record at the end of the year, but like just beating down a power team like that who has a very good defense and just slowly grinding them away towards the end of that game, that's really impressive to me. And Carson Beck has been at the forefront of all of that. So for that, he's my number 1 quarterback.
Yeah, Carson Beck, John Mateer was a toss-up for me. I'm going to go John Mateer at 1 for now, but this list is evolving week to week. I just love what Mateer's doing. He's the definition of a gamer to me. He finds a way to get it done. He has a ton of fun playing football. He's physical. He's aggressive. He makes the big throws when he needs to. So John Mateer right now slotted at 1. Hey, we're talking honorable mentions, guys, and I can't believe last week Texas Tech comes on the scene, demolishes Utah, and I haven't got a shout out about this once yet on the show.
Really proud of you. Great effort out of you. Great effort out of you, Brendan. You had a lot to do with that.
Thanks, guys. So Will Hammond, Baron Morton, the starting quarterback, gets hurt. I'm not mentioning him in the top 5, but honorable mention, shout out. Dude had the number 1 PFF grade for all of college football quarterbacks for the second half performance at Utah. So shout out to Will Hammond there at Texas Tech. Some good quarterbacks in the Big 12 as well, too, this year.
Well, that's your job to bring, as the Texas Tech insider. We're not going to do it for you. You got to bring the Texas Tech love, and Carter brings the Oklahoma love, and my teams just suck, so I've got no love to bring.
Yeah, well, hey, Jake, it's all right. You're here to bring the hate on all the other Big Ten schools. That's what you're here to do.
Yeah, near Northwestern Wildcats, we'll talk about them next because they're playing UCLA, who doesn't have a head coach right now, not a permanent one.
Very great point. That's the perfect tease. Coming up next, we got hot, hotter, and hottest seat, and then we'll also examine the jobs that are open in college football. Don't go anywhere. Fan University rolls along next on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give,
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Upcoming segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Who's on the chopping block? Who is next?
Might have to move along like the All-American Rejects.
Hey, there it is. It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan, your college football show of record. Jake Riepma alongside Carter Freeman. Brennan Baxter off to a wedding. He himself is not getting married. Already married to an Alabama grad who is anxiously anticipating that Alabama-Georgia game later tonight, which, by the way, we had an awesome preview with Clint Lamb of Cover Crimson. If you missed that, words are hard. But
words are hard.
Brennan Baxter off to his wedding that he has to attend. So you got Jake Riepma and Carter Freeman with you for the remainder of the program. And Carter Freeman, we never talk about another man's job unless it's on Fan University for hot, hotter, and hottest. You're looking at Notre Dame, Arkansas right now. That's a man whose seat is warm. Is it hot, hotter, or the hottest in Sam Pittman, the head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks?
I think it's hotter. I don't think it's the hottest. I do think there are other jobs in the country that are the hottest, but it's really warm for Arkansas, especially the way that they've lost their last two games. The loss to Memphis last weekend, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that was the final nail in the coffin. I don't know if Arkansas will keep Sam Pittman for the rest of this season, but to get out to as big of a lead as you did over a Group of 5 team and then give it away and then have a chance to drive down the field, get a field goal, and fumble in the red zone like they did for the second week in a row. That was the second week in a row that Arkansas fumbled the ball in the opponent's red zone with a chance to go ahead, take the lead, what may have you. So Sam Pittman's definitely done, and I think because the writing's already on the wall for him, I can't say he's the hottest, just because I think there are other coaches that I guess are still kind of, they're question marks more about them. I think Sam Pittman's kind of, that's all she wrote.
Interesting, because I have him on my hotter category, where I don't think he's the hottest seat in the country, because I've got that for you in a second here, but I think it's hotter to the point where there may be no return, especially this game was just 14-10. It's now 28-10, Notre Dame on top. So how about somebody that's on the hot seat that might be getting warmer, but not maybe, DEFCON 5 where we think they're getting fired tomorrow?
Gosh, I feel like the three that come to mind immediately are already gone, because that's the Oklahoma State, Virginia Tech, and UCLA. Oh, man. I mean, the obvious ones that come to mind are Billy Napier at Florida. Luke Fickell at Wisconsin, I think, is a coach who's not going to be there. I think underratedly, Scott Satterfield at Cincinnati is another coach that it was a bizarre hire when they made it, hiring him away from Louisville where he did not have much success, and that has not continued at Cincinnati. So I think he's a guy that could definitely get let go.
Worse than that, I don't know how true some of those message boards obviously can take on a mind of their own, and Twitter and everything else, but there are rumors that Curt Cignetti was on Cincinnati's radar, and he chose to go to Indiana over Cincinnati because they wouldn't shell out like Cincinnati or like Indiana did.
Interesting. And I saw, too, that Curt Cignetti was told when he was interviewing that cycle, or maybe it was a cycle before, I don't remember if it was Cincinnati or not, a school told him, because you don't have Power 5 experience, we're not interested in you, which is absolutely silly. I think if you're a guy who's proven you can win everywhere like Sig has, he's got like a 750 winning percentage across all of his stops in college football, and that's literally what he said. I win. Google me. I think it's a bit silly that they pass him to Indiana's benefit because he's been awesome since he's been there.
For sure. From the 501, how about John Gruden, Arkansas, 2026? That would be awesome.
That for social media headlines. If we want to, if we need another, not to the level of Deion Sanders or Bill Belichick,
got me feeling nicey.
I just feel like, you would feel nicey in the offseason. Then unfortunately, you'd start having to play football because it's not like when he was with the Raiders in the NFL that they were anything to write home about.
No.
And the season he got fired from the Raiders or resigned, whatever ended up happening there. They ended up going to the playoffs. I think that was much more because of Rich Bisaccia, the guy who replaced him in Vegas, than John Gruden and what he had built. So that I don't believe in. What I do believe in to Arkansas, how about Gus Malzahn, Florida State's current offensive coordinator? I think Auburn, I understand why they wanted to make the change when they did, when they fired him, but they shouldn't have because the two guys they've hired since are absolute bums, in my opinion. Gus Malzahn is a good coach. I think if you put him in a school where the expectations aren't to go 12-0 every season, like Auburn seems to have, he can do good things, and I think he could build Arkansas into a consistent winner, unlike what Sam Pittman's been able to do there.
We're going to do that in just a second right here on Fan University. Some of the open coaching opportunities that are out there in college football, who might be the best fit. But I want to wrap up our hot, hotter, and hottest, because I think the hottest seat in the country, and Carter, we might be on the same page with this, but to me, nobody has a hotter seat. It is the hottest seat in the country than Luke Fickell at Wisconsin.
100%. I'm total agreement with you here. I think if you look at Billy Napier at Florida, you have a very, very good defense. So I have to give Napier credit for putting all of that together. At Wisconsin, what do they do well? They don't pass the ball well. They don't really run the ball well. They don't defend super well. There's just on both sides, and I can't speak to their special teams. Maybe their special teams are awesome, but that's usually Iowa's thing when we're talking about Big Ten West schools. So Wisconsin, it's been such a disappointment the way that Luke Fickell has built things there, and you saw him just get plastered by Alabama a week ago. You saw it's just been over the last couple of years non-competitive in a way that Paul Chryst, the coach before him, was absolutely competitive. So it makes it look even sillier for them to end up replacing him with Fickell. So I think for sure he's a midseason get let go guy. I don't know, like Pittman and Napier, they could point to things to let them last the season. I think Fickell's gone before the end of October.
You guys always tease me on this program for the Big Ten coaches I can't stand, but one of my favorites, and had the chance to talk to him at a Big Ten Media Day a couple years ago. Whoa, I know. But Paul Chryst at Wisconsin was doing things the right way. And that was a really competitive team year in and year out.
Yeah.
And they just decided it wasn't good enough. And they, ever since then, and, depending on where you like to listen to your college football content and everything else, there's so many good people out there. But Big Cat on Barstool was talking about how they were so good for so long, but now they've been so bad for so long that it's almost, it doesn't take away from the run that they had. But those that are in it now, like fifth-year seniors, can't remember when Wisconsin football was good, and that's a shame.
Yeah, they weren't a part of it.
Right.
And the thing is, those Paul Chryst Wisconsin teams were constantly runner-up. Like they would make the Big Ten title game, and they wouldn't win it, and they'd be relegated to whatever the lesser bowl game is. Like they never made the CFP, and even if they made a what are the New Year's Six bowls? Oh my gosh, words are hard. They wouldn't win those either. So there was just a level that I understand they wanted to push past, but they just pushed the wrong buttons. Kind of similar to Auburn in the way that they pushed Gus Malzahn out when he had done great things there, and then the guys they bring in, not only are they not better, they're actually much worse than what you had going on before.
It's hot, hotter, and hottest. The hottest seat in the country, we both agree, is Luke Fickell. But how about some of those coaching jobs that are now available because teams have acted swiftly and fired or relieved these coaches of their duties? I'm talking UCLA letting Deshaun Foster go, who couldn't see that one coming.
After 15 games.
It was
crazy.
That bad.
He might not have seen that coming given his speech he gave at Big Ten Media Days in his first availability.
I don't know if you know about UCLA, but it's in LA. And we played that audio already on Fan University. We'll spare Deshaun Foster that. But Virginia Tech, another one that's open. So let's go right there first. Virginia Tech, Carter Freeman. I have seen a couple of reports of my guy, Pat Fitzgerald, being on their radar, which I think would be a phenomenal hire.
I think he'd be perfect at both Virginia Tech and UCLA. If you just want a program guy and you're not scared off by what potentially happened at Northwestern or what did happen, I think he turned Northwestern, who is the smallest school in the Big Ten, if I have that right.
You absolutely do.
With
the nerdiest as well.
The nerdiest school in the Big Ten.
The most academically prestigious.
And the least prestigious when it comes to athletics. He took Northwestern to 2 Big Ten title games.
Mm-hmm.
I will never forget thinking, how in the world did that happen? One of them, I think, was during a COVID season.
That is correct.
We'll still give him credit for that. That's still a Northwestern in a Big Ten title game. That's like Vanderbilt in an SEC title game, right? Like that. Things like that don't happen for a reason, because the level of, what Ohio State has at their disposal versus what Northwestern has, very different. And Pat Fitzgerald did amazing things there for a long, long time. So if you're not scared off by the off-the-field things that may or may not have happened, I think Pat Fitzgerald is he would be an excellent hire at either school. But here I pose this question to you, and we'll throw Oklahoma State here in the mix as well. What of these 3 jobs is most desirable? Is it UCLA in Los Angeles? They have a kind of a flux at leadership right now, but they are willing to invest. They do have big time donors who will put money into the program. You got Virginia Tech, who's in a conference that maybe if you can find the right guy, you can become pretty immediately competitive in. Just look at what Virginia did last night. Or is it Oklahoma State, where it's kind of like the ACC, the Big 12 is, that week in, week out, you don't know what's going to happen, and you could catch fire like Oklahoma State did 2 years ago when they went to a Big 12 title game.
Right. I think the Oklahoma State conversation is interesting because you also had the element of starting at ground zero. I mean, obviously the bottom has fallen out at all 3 of these places, but I feel like with Virginia Tech, and this could be a blessing or a curse, but the fan base, the pageantry of their game day traditions and the Enter Sandman and the home field advantage, you have a fan base there that would immediately, and every fan base is immediately ready to win, but I think you have the resources, tools, and things in place to be successful immediately the most at Virginia Tech. That's why I think it's the most appealing.
Okay. And that's one thing about Virginia Tech is, I guess if you're just looking at recruiting, which is still important, I know there's portal and everything, but recruiting, the clear advantage is UCLA because you're in Southern California, and it's not Texas. I do think Texas has the best high school football in the country, and Georgia and Florida are up there too, but California is absolutely a top-tier place to get talent. UCLA has never been able to do that, but if they hire the right guy and he can, get that pipeline of talent to come back to the Rose Bowl, I think you could immediately make a big difference.
Yeah, and the dynamics of the conference realignment and everything, and I don't know how long that will continue to be such an important talking point, because you're starting, as each week goes by, honestly, starting to get more and more adapt and equipped to the fact that UCLA's in the Big Ten. I just feel like that's such an uphill battle with how stacked the top of the Big Ten is combined. And I understand the local talent argument. I think it's a really good one. I just don't know what kid, even if it is local, what kid's choosing UCLA over USC? You're not even the most appealing school in your own city.
That's fair. And but not that USC has been anything to write home about over the last couple of years either. I think if you can sell the Rose Bowl and you can sell other things, you can sell playing in the Big Ten. That's fair. And that's a big problem for UCLA.
Yeah.
Is that the Rose Bowl is like 30 miles from UCLA's campus.
Yeah, Miami runs into that a little bit with Hard Rock Stadium.
Yeah, it's just far away. And if the investment from the top, from management, from the school board, whatever, is not going to be there, then UCLA is going to stay in the same spot. When they hired Deshaun Foster, it was very much like okay, he'll take the job. I think everyone was pretty shocked that he ended up getting it, but he was a guy that would take less money. He wasn't going to cost a lot because to UCLA's credit, they invested a lot into Chip Kelly. But Chip Kelly didn't want to be a manager. He just wanted to coach football, and you need a manager of people as a college football coach today that Chip Kelly was not willing to be. So I think in a way they were scared away by what they invested in Chip Kelly, and it failed. So they're like, okay, let's go cheap. Well, guess what? That failed too. So I think of all of these jobs, I can see why you think Virginia Tech is the most viable. They're also changing the way that their front office looks. They're going to a more NFL-style front office that I think will benefit them in the long run. But I do think there are benefits to the UCLA job. Oklahoma State has a lot of problems with their leadership, too. They're going through that with their AD and their school president right now. So there's things there I need to see them invest in before I would put them up with the other two jobs.
For sure. So ranking them, I'd go Virginia Tech most appealing, Oklahoma State somewhat appealing, and UCLA tough job to take.
I'll go Virginia Tech, UCLA, Oklahoma State.
There it is. It's hottest right here on Fan University on 105.3 The Fan. What a show it's been. The early slate already off and running. Illinois has a 14-7 lead over USC. Notre Dame working on a 28-13 lead over Arkansas.
Notre Dame already has 350 yards of offense, too.
On the door knocking for more. And we will continue to get you ready for the rest of the slate. We'll also crosstalk with Fred and Blake. They're coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's Fan University. Hey, if you're out and about, you got to check this out. Wild Fork, 2351 East University Drive in Prosper, Texas, because Sean Sharif is there, and it is a hangout. It's an awesome get-together, special giveaways on site, including the Fan King of the Grill Deluxe cutting slicing board with the logo branded on it right there. One of a kind item. Plus, you get to hang out with Sean Sharif. And hanging out with us right now on Fan University, it's Fred and Blake. A little crosstalk action. How are you guys?
Good. How would y'all say y'all are as cooks? You talk about Wild Fork.
Great question.
You're a good cook. Like,
Fred, are you doing well, though, before we get into that awesome question?
He's fine.
You're good.
Fine. We heard him yesterday.
Got the pen hanging from the chain. I like that.
That's right. I'm moving away from the toothpicks.
Yeah,
why is that?
There's been some beef.
Oh, I did hear that. That's kind of gross to
look,
leave around.
anybody at the station's got beef that they know where to find me.
So, Carter, I
7-Eleven.
I sent you some logos yesterday. You know what? I realized I missed the toothpick. Do you think I should add the toothpick to his mouth?
Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
You know what? I kind of like that.
I do think, though, you become
a little bit of character.
toothpick guy. You become toothpick guy if you leave toothpicks laying around. We can't have that.
Which I forgot, and
was it one?
I would say,
was it
if it's strike one, it's strike two.
It was two.
Okay.
But it was the same time. There was one in the middle.
Interesting.
Okay, there was one in the middle of the little table studio.
You
or
let
whatever.
your guard down for one show.
Well, I mean, come on, man, and one was actually on this side too. Like when we're in crosstalk here.
This is an important part before we are going to get into the answer to that question. But are you an accountability guy? Like, hey,
I said it was my fault.
Okay,
absolutely.
Right.
I mean, first of all, who else can? It's not like I can run from it.
Right.
Wasn't mine.
10 people that are working this building or in this room on any given week. So
not that anybody asked, but anti-accountability, the too cool for school. That's my least favorite. Like, if you mess up and you tell me that's on me, guys, I will be better. We're good. That's all it is.
No, and just real quick, and I'll let whatever the hell Blake was going to say.
I already asked it.
That's it. So Broadus called me out earlier this week.
His favorite thing to do.
Questioning my hygiene.
Sure.
And I said...
That's my Broadus.
I took umbrage with that. I took exception to the fact that he called out my hygiene.
Sure.
All right? I shower daily, sometimes twice. And
he did kind of go in on it.
Yeah,
too.
no, he did. That's Broadus, though. That's Broadus. Broadus is one of those guys, though, that if he's not making fun of you, then he doesn't care about you.
Right.
So
Like, I'm irrelevant. He's
never made fun of you?
No, never. Not that I know of. But, I'd been at the station like over a year, and he was in after one, and now in his defense, somebody was here for one of those giveaways at the
and he thought it was you?
Swing for a Cause. Yeah, that somebody won. He's like, this will be fun. And I was like, I work here, man.
Can't wait to see you out there. No, I work here, Brian.
Yeah, but again, in his defense,
I'll give you an autograph.
Yeah, in his defense, there was
Crowd Global Media. Come check it out.
There was like four of us here, and he's like shaking, welcome to the fan. And then to me, welcome to the fan. I was like, nice, just did a show, but
nice.
I actually just cross-talked with you, Brian.
It's peak Broadus right there. So no, he called me out, and then he made fun of me for the toothpick thing, and I said, look, I'll wear that. I'll wear that. So whatever. I'm trying to get away from it. We'll see.
All right. Well, good luck with the rebrand, which is tough.
Nope. No more toothpicks.
Carter's the guy to talk to about that. Now, you asked the question because Sean Sharif is out at Wild Fork, which, by the way, you got to check that out.
I drove by it the other day.
2351 East University Drive in Prosper, Texas.
Okay.
I didn't drive by that one.
If you are a good cook, I am not a good cook. I am okay.
How often do you cook? That'll tell me everything.
Great question. Most nights, I really do.
Okay.
And that's new. That is new. But I'll do salmon. I'll do seafood. But
here's a follow up. Where do you buy your seafood from? Because you can't buy it from Walmart, Target, and just have it in your freezer.
Right.
My opinion. You got to kind of have to buy it day before.
There's a lot. The live station at Tom Thumb where it's like they.
I know what you're talking
they
about.
say when it's been packaged. That's usually my go-to.
And you cook it that day.
Right. But I have the air fryer for convenience. There's a lot of things that you can do with the air fryer. But then I came here and I see what Sean Sharif can do and some of those. Like, I'm not even close to that category. But for a a male that I'm engaged, but and do when it's
You are?
Yeah. Thank you.
Heard.
Congrats to me. But when it's the two of us, I would put my better foot forward in terms of who's the better cook.
You or her?
Me.
He just said it himself.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, and I can do some steak and do lots of good stuff. Where I know my strengths, I know my weaknesses.
I think it is important to be at least half decent cook if you're going to be engaged, married, and kind of be the head of the household. I think so. I wouldn't want to,
from all your experience,
I wouldn't want to propose to a girl and you're still air frying all your food.
What if she's a great cook but has kids?
Oh, good question.
Then it's not for me.
This is more for.
Then it's not for me. I told you, I am not
evil.
marrying a girl that already has been impregnated by somebody else. Because it's not me. I am selfish and I want the kids to be mine. I've made that stance very clear. I wouldn't date nor marry someone that has kids. And I'm sure plenty of guys out there would love to be the stepfather.
Tell us
and
you
no problem.
hate kids without telling us you hate kids.
I actually love kids so much that I want them to be my own. That I don't want someone else's kids. That's how much I value a children's life and their upbringing.
No sense at all.
What do you mean?
If I didn't hate kids without telling
if I didn't care,
I love all kids that as long as they're.
If I didn't care, then I would just go into any relationship with somebody with kids, and I would go, "Hey, doesn't matter if it's mine or not." No, I care about the child's upbringing. And those early stages are very important. And if they have a poor father figure around,
it's going to be you.
Then boom.
I'm not here to help.
Now I'm the one that's got to deal with the labor, the fruit of somebody else. I want to, if my kid is messed up, I want it to be my fault, not anybody else's fault.
This sounds like a good segment for your guys' show. What time?
No, we've already. No. I mean, I just kind of threw that out there because that's his. He got roasted one time for mentioning
Fair enough.
this on air.
What do you guys have coming up on the show?
We got so much stuff, but less about me and Fred today.
Not about us.
Less about me and Fred today.
Not about us today.
Thursday, we did our final show before we're on 5 days a week. Today's show is about the fan phenoms. So we got the fan phenoms coming up today. I do not know the order. We do have 3 phenoms sitting to my left in the bullpen. Hopefully one of these guys will be our future teammate, and they'll be coming on at 1:40, 2:40, and 3:40. So each contestant will be on for an hour. We've got college football littered in there. What a slate of games today. Some of them already going on. We've obviously got some NFL stuff. We want to hear about them when it comes to the Green Bay Packers and Dallas Cowboys. And then, of course, I don't know if you guys saw the new Kyrie Irving recovering from the ACL quicker than expected.
Good.
Mavs in the top 100, so we'll talk a little basketball with them as well.
I saw Cooper Flag at the State Fair eating a turkey leg.
Nico's watching.
Nico approved.
One turkey
Let
leg.
Nico cook.
Yeah.
Let Nico cook.
Oh, you're back on the bandwagon?
I was never off it.
You were a little scared for a second with AD.
What's that?
You were a little scared for a second when AD had the eye.
I'm still scared, but look, let Nico cook.
There you go. And Derek
He doesn't even
Lively, too,
believe that.
friend of Fan University. People forget Derek Lively came to the first ever edition
Come
of
on.
Fan
He was there.
University.
That's
he was
true.
there.
He didn't hurt himself while he was there, did he?
That's a great jab right at him. I like that. A friend of the program, and then you go with the jab. Unbelievable.
Surprised that Michael Finley wasn't there to just take the food away from Cooper Flag, like he took the beer away.
That's also a friend of the program. Michael Finley gave us the Grant Williams story.
Well, the
Great
coop
story,
needs to
yeah.
eat a little bit, though. And that's good protein,
Yeah.
by the way.
You can't go wrong with the
And
turkey.
Lively.
Anything at the state
And
fair will
Lively.
fill you up.
Yes,
Both of them
they
are.
both need to eat.
A little 5-10 pounds wouldn't hurt either.
Not even a little bit.
They need to do the opposite of what Zion did.
Now, I want to wrap up with this because I just glanced over at the fan phenoms getting set. They're prepping
How
hard.
do they look? Nervous?
No, they look
ready?
good. They look ready to go. My question is, are you going to be one of those, I look at Fred as a mentor, obviously, which is just a little bit scary. I still remember my first show with Fred. It was 1 hour. We were on for 1 hour.
Yeah.
I remember my first show with you was after Luka had been traded.
That was our first show.
And it was like, well, there's no time like the present to create some some chemistry here. So my question with the fan phenoms, are you welcoming, arm around, or are you like, yo, this is the big leagues?
Well,
buckle up.
G-Spit might throw me under the station if I give the wrong answer to this one. No, we're going to be super welcoming. We would love to have another teammate here to help us out. Got to see what these guys have got. Excited because this is where Blake came from, so I got to be nothing.
That's true. You're
but
kind of
humble.
the poster child for the fan phenom.
Got to be nothing but humble in the situation. This is how I got my spot here. So I know it's always a scary environment. Stepping into this, especially with a bunch of guys.
You might,
so
in
I'll
fact,
be welcoming.
I listen.
What? What's so funny? What's so funny, Fred? Say it.
I
say it.
I listened to the G Bag of the Day a couple of times,
And it was Fred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know where you are right now, which is important.
And it was Sunday morning, like 9 o'clock, man.
Oh, it sounds like an excuse guy to me.
Yeah,
Wow.
it was. I mean, it is what it is. I ain't worried about it.
But I guess my point is, you don't have the,
Ready to square up.
obligation.
It is what it is. What you got next, Jake?
Yeah, come after me.
Got 4 hours. What else you got?
4.5 exactly. Exactly.
My point is, Blake is the representative of the fan phenoms, kind of one of us. Like, whereas you and I, we're outsiders. Everybody tells us every single day how we're outsiders, and you got to kind of be a little bit tougher and make them earn it a little.
Wow, that was actually a good circle round point that you got to. Good job there, Jake.
Yeah, I'm a consummate professional here.
I like that.
I actually have a master's in broadcast journalism from Northwestern University.
Hey, good
the
football
most
team.
prestigious school in the country.
Hey,
I just do my show. I only know one way. That's forward.
See, I'm open to.
I think he's in a commercial.
that sounds like is that a Mazda commercial?
Just do it.
You would be in a Mazda commercial.
You tell you what, I had a Mazda B2300. We called it the B-Doo Stray back in the day. Shout out to Brunswick, Maine. That truck could tell stories. I digress.
I love it. All right, Fan University in the books. A lot of fun. Great slate the rest of the day. Some
What was your
awesome
biggest
night
upset you
games.
picked?
My Super Dogs, Mississippi State to beat Tennessee. I like a home dog. I wish it was
the choppy Vols.
Yeah, I love the Vols. I wish it was a night game. I really do, because I was also a home dog at night. It's an easy pick.
Yours, Carter?
I picked UCF over K-State, and they are currently down by 10.
Yeah, that's a great point. How is Kansas State even favored in that? But all kinds of radio gold coming up next. It's Fred and Blake with some of the fan phenoms. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
afternoon on this absolutely gorgeous fall day. Stop me if you've heard this before. Guess whose favorite time of year it is? Guess whose favorite time of year it is? And let me tell you something about this gentleman to my right. He hasn't showered since yesterday.
That is true.
And how do I know that? Because and there's a reason for all of this. The story will come full circle with showering being the central theme. One, you haven't showered since yesterday. Why? Because my man has been here since yesterday at the station, grinding, putting in work for the improvement and the betterment of Fan After Dark Monday through Friday.
That's what I've been trying to do, putting some music together, putting some intros together, getting creative for you guys so that when Monday hits, it is starting live. There is no more off days.
No.
There is no more, is it Tuesday? Are the Rangers going to be on, or is Fan After Dark going to be on? I'll let you guys know. The Rangers will not be on starting, Monday?
Monday.
The 29th. It'll be just Fan After Dark.
7 to 11, Monday through Friday. Although, stop.
Monday and Wednesday.
Monday and Wednesday, you'll have Cowboys Crosstalk and then Cowboy Hour. So Cowboy Crosstalk's on Wednesday. Shout out to my guy, Nate Newton. The beef has been squashed, by the way, courtesy of Bobby Belt. So no more beef between me and Nate Newton.
Yeah,
shout out to my man.
I talked to Bobby today. He said that Nate was just jonesing around.
But I guess he appreciated the fact that he was giving me a hard time, but I stood my ground and pushed back because you guys know that's how we do on Fan After Dark. So anyway, shout out to my boy Nate Newton. And then, of course, you got the Cowboy Hour that goes down on Mondays from 7 to 8. So 7 to 8 Cowboy Hour, that's with, I want to say, Kyle Yeomans.
There you go.
Hosts that show with a current Cowboy player. And then Wednesday's Cowboy Crosstalk with Nate Newton, Bobby Belt, somebody from the Fan, and then a former Cowboy player.
So it's usually Brad Sham. But Sham was out, and that's why Yeomans filled in.
Oh, okay, that's what it was.
Yeah.
You're right.
We got a text from the 214. Do we have any girl phenoms? Now, I asked Gavin Spittle this. There is no girl phenoms to our left, but there were girls
there
that auditioned.
There were a handful of women that auditioned or tried out. I mean, when I was there, like I said, I was at the very first one, and there was one gal who participated.
I wonder if there's anybody listening right now that are now hearing that we're doing the Fan Phenom live auditions today that is like, man, I wish I would have gone. And just maybe they didn't get to it. Maybe they got distracted. Maybe they talked themselves out of it. I don't know. Maybe they're out of town.
For 4 weeks?
I don't know.
What were you TDCJ for the entire time? What were you doing for 4 weeks? You couldn't show up on a Thursday or Wednesday, whatever it was.
You think anybody's listening right now that's going through some buyer's remorse, some regret?
I mean, maybe after they hear the three, then maybe they'll know.
Yeah, so you're going to hear all three of the final contestants from Fan Phenom today. You'll hear one at 1:40, one at 2:40, and one at 3:40. Each of them will be on for an hour. And they're going to give you all their hottest sports takes. So we're going to see what they've got. Me and Fred will be nice today.
We're nice every day.
No, we're not. I don't.
I'm going to do my show.
This is,
and I told Blake. I told me, we got the boss here. It's a big day when Gavin's here on a Saturday.
And a T-shirt too.
I wasn't going to put out his wardrobe like that. But,
I am.
No, we got G Spit in the house on a Saturday.
He looks
afternoon.
clean. It's the casual look.
No, it's got. The boss. By the way, and I don't know if he's listening or not, but man, this coffee, delish.
The boss is the one walking around in a white T-shirt and blue jeans, not the guy in the suit.
Bang in my white tee. Hang in my white tee. You don't know that
college football game that you're most excited for today is what a slate,
Cincinnati.
Dude. No one cares about the game outside of you.
You literally just asked me what my game was, and I told you, and now you just crap all over it.
This is what we do.
I can't stand you.
I also liked how he was dogging us for not wearing our UNT shirts. So I wore mine today, and Fred still doesn't wear his Kansas gear. So
still doesn't wear his Kansas gear.
You know why? Because I was doing shows with porn stars. Thank you very much. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. I joke. I kid.
I can't believe you just said that. This guy is the most unhinged person I know in my life. What I was looking for was maybe we picked Alabama, Georgia. That's going to be a banger game. Georgia hasn't lost, and I want to say they have the longest winning streak in college football right now.
That will be a good game.
You've also got
KU Cincinnati off to a rousing start, by the way, 2020.
Yeah, like 5 people care about that game. You got LSU, Ole Miss today, Auburn, A&M, Indiana, Iowa, Ohio State, Washington, Tennessee, Mississippi State. A lot of undefeated teams going up. Oregon, Penn State. It's a full slate today, man. I'm going to say that Alabama-Georgia one is going to be fun just because Kirby Smart, I think, is 1-5 against Alabama since he's been there, or 1-6, excuse me.
Yeah.
All 7 games have been away from Athens, Georgia. So none of those have been home games. They've all been neutral site or in Bama, in Tuscaloosa. So now they're finally playing in Georgia. I think they continue the win streak. So
from the 469 is Fred okay?
No, he's not. No, he's not.
What? Why?
I cannot believe you said that. You know why. You know exactly why I'm agreeing with this text, and I can't really elaborate on it.
No, you can't. And that's why
you said it.
It's so great.
Okay.
Little tongue in cheek. Was the kid say, if you know, you know?
I don't really think that was if you know, you know. You just said it. You didn't really. There was no real innuendo.
But it's so vague, though.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
I think you just said exactly what you were doing. There was nothing.
Was I, though?
There was nothing vague about it.
What a show today, though.
Did he pregame already? His laughing sounds like someone drunk. Your thoughts, Fred?
No, I did a. Well, first of all, I mean, I've done a lot of talking.
You have.
In the last 24 hours.
You have.
Number one, did the Mythical High School post-game show last night. I'll tell you what, we had a call last night.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
You sure can.
I gave Dylan the new beds, the new folder of beds that I made.
Already playing them?
No. Shout out to him for already playing. I'm just saying. I said pick whatever you want. General beds. Interesting choice right here. Guy knows ball.
Dylon's.
I'm saying out of all the ones he could have picked from, he said,
"Let's go."
I'm complimenting you.
Dylon's a ball knower. Let's not get it twisted. By the way, shout out to Dylon real quick. Behind the glass on the 1-2s and 3s. Dylon, how we feeling today?
Feeling good. It's going well. UNT about to go 5-0. You know.
Who you guys playing today?
South Alabama.
Don't sleep on the Jaguars. Don't sleep.
What's
on the
our
Jaguars.
quarterback's name?
You told me this week. Menekester?
Wow, it's fine.
Menkester?
It's fine. That's
Mellencamp. John Cougar Mellencamp.
Mestmaker? Mestamaker?
You don't even know what the quarterback's name is.
I just said it.
What
Drew
is it?
Mestamaker.
What is it?
That is correct. Drew Mestamaker.
It is Drew Mestamaker?
Yes.
I mean, you should know. It's your quarterback.
Well, I thought you just said I didn't know.
Well, you kind of paused there for a second. Mestamaker? You weren't 100% sure.
Who's KU's quarterback?
Jalen Daniels.
Nobody cares.
Jalen Daniels.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Don't get excited just because UNT's having this little moment in the sun right now. Although, by the way, if you listen to Fan University, Eric Morris was on.
Come on. I told you. I told you Fan University was
passed out on the couch. You guys see him as you're walking in, just knocked out to the world. Now, I will say this, though. Shout out to Blake, because when we first started doing radio together, it usually meant because he was tore up from the floor up from the night before and slept here because he didn't want to miss the show. Last night, it was a byproduct of just working.
Yeah.
And said, the hell with it. Let me just go ahead and cash out on this couch.
Let me just cash out on the couch. That way I can stay up as late as possible.
Yeah.
I didn't have to worry about going home, getting adequate sleep.
New guy Jake texts me. He goes, Blake looks like a corpse.
Was my mouth open? I tend to sleep with my mouth open.
You looked.
I'm not the cutest sleeper.
It was absurd. It was absurd. No, so I did 2.5 hours. I did 2.5 hours of radio last night as part of our post-game show there on TSN and KRLD 1080, our sister station. And then I had a memorabilia show that I did first time ever today with Sports Markets USA. Shout out to my boy Michael Toller. And 63 straight minutes of talking. 63 straight minutes of talking.
Not gonna lie, I'm glad baseball season's over so I can hear Fred and Blake consistently from the 469. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm here for it.
Monday through Friday, you can't escape us anymore.
Not anymore.
You could before. You could casually miss.
We're on like once a week.
Have Fan After Dark? Never heard of them.
Maybe twice.
Now, if you say you don't know Fan After Dark, you're just not a total.
You're not a ball knower. You are not a ball knower. Speaking of ball knowers, how geeked are we for tomorrow's game? Is this game tomorrow night?
I'm not geeked. You're geeked? Give me this. Give me one advantage the Cowboys have tomorrow.
None.
One.
No, they don't
Kicking.
have one. Oh, kicking, hands down.
Special teams. Special teams.
No, they do have a special teams advantage tomorrow night.
So it's a close game.
And you know what? Sometimes that's all it takes.
True.
And look, I know that we've talked about it, and we'll get into this later on in the program when you talk about the Green Bay's missing some pieces on that offensive line, which in most cases you'd say to yourself, all right, well, you feel good about, hey, we can cause some pressure or we can exploit some weaknesses there. Problem is you had that going against the Bears, and you did nothing. Now, we think Jadeveon Clowney should play tomorrow, which, okay, that's great. I'm not as geeked as other people are about the Jadeveon Clowney move does nothing for me.
Do you see the picture of him?
He does
on social media, he looks like a DB. He looks like a wide receiver.
He looks like a safety.
Like, and I'm not coming at this like I'm the biggest guy ever, but he doesn't like look that much bigger than me. Like Jadeveon Clowney, from what we knew coming out of college and in his first couple of years with Houston, like he was a big, beefy dude. Like he was a monster. Yeah. He looks very similar to how Zion looks. Like he looks like tall and lanky. He doesn't look big. He looks
like
at all.
A small forward.
And you know what's even crazier is a lot of DNs on the Cowboys don't have the biggest size. When you think about not Fowler, who am I thinking? James Houston isn't the biggest guy in the world. We've seen
James Houston's 5'11" max. No, seriously. I mean, I've seen
what, 210, 220?
No, I would say he's
225.
I would say he's probably 5'11", 230.
Okay.
I mean, he's a stocky dude.
Yeah,
he's definitely a stocky dude. He looks more like a linebacker than he does an edge. He really does. But
who's the most intimidating edge on the team? Probably Sam Williams. Just straight build wise, nothing to do with the field. Just straight build wise.
I don't know, dude. Marshawn Nealon's kind of a big guy.
Yeah, that's a good call. I like
Marshawn Nealon's kind of a big guy.
I think he's the tallest. Him and Sam are both I think
I don't know. I did an interview with Sam 2 weeks ago after the Giants game, but he was sitting down. So
I'm looking it up as we speak. Okay, so when it comes to
let's see. Blake, Bob loves the way you sleep from the 972.
I don't like that at all.
That's a real fatty right there.
Who's the two tallest guys on the Cowboys? They're both 6'7".
Oh, Brevin Spanford for one.
Look at you. Where's my bell? Ding. And he looks, he
looks every bit of 6'7". And then I would guess it's a lineman.
The next three are all linemen.
Yeah.
But one is 6'7".
Offensive lineman?
Yeah. They're all offensive linemen.
I'm going to go with Cornelius.
Nope. Tyler Guyton, 6'7", 322.
Tyler Guyton, 6'7"?
So they got on those four on the Cowboys. Terrence Steele, 6'6", 310.
Now, Terrence Steele's a big dude. And not to say that Tyler, you know what? It's funny.
Guyton's got 20 pounds on him. Or no, 12 pounds, excuse me.
Okay, that makes sense, though, that he's 6'7", because the last two times I've interviewed Guyton, he's been sitting down both times.
Tyler Smith does have 20 pounds on Steele, though. He's 6'6", 332. The next tallest guy is Luke Schoonmaker.
Yeah, who knows? You never see him. You know?
You should be able to get the one behind him. 6'5", 246.
6'5", 246? Who's that, Dante Fowler?
Joe Milton.
Oh, I mean, seriously, that's insane. I mean, 6'5", 246 is your backup quarterback. That's absurd. I mean, not in a bad way, but I mean, just like, good God.
Finishing up the height talk, the tallest edge you think is who?
I would say Dante Fowler. Well, it's probably Jadeveon now that he's there.
6'5".
Yeah. No, Jadeveon's, but that's
he's very tall, but he's 266.
That's a good size dude. I wonder if he's 266 now, though.
Sam Williams, I got a 6'4", 261.
What's Nealon?
Nealon's pretty far down. I'm scrolling for a while. Marshawn Nealon, 6'3", 268. He's about average for the Cowboys. George Pickens is they got him ahead of him. Well, I guess all these guys are just 6'3".
All right, so we got that going on today. We're going to get into some more Cowboys talk here as well. We've got some audio. Jerry was on yesterday. Stephen Jones was on yesterday, so we'll play some cuts from both of them. We've got a lot of college football going on today. We've got, as Blake alluded to, we've got a tremendous slate of college football. We've got Illinois and USC. They're battling out right now in a, dare I say, a Big Ten showdown between Illinois and USC. Do we ever think we would hear that before? Big Ten showdown, USC in Illinois, and Illinois is up 14-10 right now. We've also got, is that Arkansas and Notre Dame?
Yep. Arkansas up 42-13 Notre Dame up 42-13 on Arkansas, dominating.
To all my Arkansas fans out there, we just had a double throw, a little backwards receiver running back toss.
Nice.
I don't know, but that game, this game's over. If you're an Arkansas fan, I mean, Sam Pittman's got to go, right?
New guy Jake was scouting. He said Jeremiah Love is looking at him for the new Bears running back. I think I've seen a couple mock drafts of him as the Cowboys running back, but Javante's look good. But a lot of these, we're starting to get to the point now where NFL teams, I'm sure, scouts are always looking. But even the general NFL fans starting to look, okay, who could be on my team next year? I think this is a time of year where you're starting in some big matchups, quarterbacks, receivers, DBs, offensive linemen. And if you're a bad NFL team, you're starting to watch these college football games a little bit closer because these could be the guys that maybe change your franchise or at least help.
Well, one guy that hasn't helped yet, and that's Jadon Blue from the University of Texas for your Dallas Cowboys. Now, Stephen Jones had some interesting comments yesterday about why we haven't seen Jadon Blue in a Cowboys uniform just yet and why he's been a healthy scratch for 3 straight games. Now,
shortest guy on the team, by the way.
Is Jadon Blue?
They got him and Turpin at 5'9". Turpin is not 5'9".
If Turpin's 5'9", I'm 6'4", okay? I mean,
we've seen Turpin. 5'5"?
He's not that small. I would say he's 5'7".
5'9" is crazy.
I mean, look, I mean, you can't write 5'7" down. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. As look, we know the special teams is obviously a bona fide advantage for your Dallas Cowboys, but we went
kind of stops there.
Well, no, it absolutely does. But here's my other aspect of it. Okay, George Pickens has about 4 or 5 games. I mean, hopefully not that many, but at least the next 3 where, okay, we're going to see what kind of dog you are. All right. He can say whatever he wants. And like I said, we're going to hear from Stephen Jones here, who talked about how, they expect good things from him all year long, because it was asked yesterday on G-Bag about, is this kind of a dress rehearsal for him to see what you have in him now that he's going to be your number 1 wide receiver. I'll tell you what worries me. Who's your number 2 receiver on Sunday?
Kevontae Turpin.
Okay.
Illinois quarterback gets absolutely drilled.
All right. I'm glad you said that. Who's your number 2 wide receiver? Because I've got concerns. I've got concerns when it comes to that. We've got phenoms in the house. Blake Elliott, Fred Davis, Dylon. We're talking Cowboys. We're going to get some Mavericks talk later on in the program. We'll do some Tolos on the telephone. We got fair or foul. We're going to recap our picks. We're going to hear from the phenoms, get their thoughts on the slate of NFL games on Sunday and Monday. But when we come back, how big does the number 2 receiver position loom tomorrow for your Dallas Cowboys? As much as we've talked about the ends, lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. It's Fans After Dark on a Saturday.
Take us.
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well,
It's the Rachel.
oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
Truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Dylon. What time do you guys play today?
Oh, 5:30.
You're on it. I love the
6
fact.
6:15 first pitch, 5:30 pregame.
No, bro, not the Rangers.
That's when I play.
This guy here. You realize that if they win one more game, well, you figure. Okay, so by the way, Rangers did win last night.
Yeah, they keep winning. They won the last two.
Well, I wouldn't say if they keep winning. I mean, I don't know if I go that far. But what did I say a month ago? Actually, about 6 weeks ago about this baseball team.
I don't know. What did you say?
I mean, we've said a lot of things about this baseball team.
That they would finish 500?
I said this team gives me 82 and 80 vibes. Right now, 81 and 79.
One win, one loss.
I'm just saying. And I got hammered on September 11th. Not in a literal sense, but a figurative sense. Because remember, I said, September 11th, we were going to mourn September 11th in the season. And then it just was a week later. So.
I am so ready to be out of September. Like I said, it's been a crazy month, and we're almost out of it.
It's been a wild
We're almost
month.
out of it. We got 4 more days left, ladies and gentlemen.
It has been a wild month.
It's been the longest September ever.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Chime in. Let us know how you're feeling today. Let us know what you're doing on this Saturday. It is fall. Is it pumpkin patch time yet?
Yes.
Are people pumpkin patching yet?
It is, because one of my, Bob, runs a family pumpkin patch.
Did he invite you to go on one?
No, fool. His family owns one, on their land. Like
really?
They do one every year. It's like one of the biggest in DFW.
Really?
Like it's not just some small. It is a family one, but it's not some small. Like they get. I'd probably say other than one, there's like one patch that beats them out in all of DFW every year. So if you've gone to a pumpkin patch, there's a 80 to 85% chance you've been to Bob's pumpkin patch.
We should do a remote from a pumpkin patch.
We could do it from his.
Could you get would the Wi-Fi?
Well, he has Wi-Fi out there.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying like
for a radio station.
Yes, exactly. Plus, if we're gonna do it, I want to do it from the trailer.
Yeah,
I want it to be driving around.
I have a feeling you kind of have a different view of a pumpkin patch than really what it is. When was the last time you went to one?
It's been years.
Yeah. I'm starting, just the more and more you talk about it, it's becoming evident.
I'm thinking about, because can't you go on hayrack rides during said pumpkin patch?
Did you say hayrack?
Hayrack rides, yeah.
Hay bell.
No, hayrack rides.
Hay bell.
No, I know what I'm talking about.
What the heck? Well, there was a hayrack.
A hayrack, the tractor that drives the hay bales around.
So it's a hay bale ride.
No,
who calls it a hay
rack
ride?
Hayrack. 877-80. What have you heard before, Dylon? Hayrack ride or hay bale ride?
I've honestly never heard of a hay rack.
What have you heard of?
It's a hay bale ride, or just a hay ride in general.
Okay, well then I guess we've got a differing of opinion here.
Did he say or a hay ride?
Yeah, just a hay ride.
Hey.
Okay, no, I guess we've got 3 differing opinions because I've never heard of.
I just call it hay ride. Yep.
877. Okay.
Wow.
From the 9. Did you see that from the 940? Wow. I'll tell you what. I'm impressed. I am impressed. Okay. Tell us about more. Well, I'll tell you what. We've got Phenoms on today, so it's kind of a different little show. I would love to know more about the Egyptian trip.
Yeah.
But maybe we'll do that next Saturday.
Yeah.
All right. So 940. Or maybe later this week. I mean, I forgot. We're actually on every day this week.
Every day. Where's the bell? Ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Here. There you go.
See that? Come on, man.
Yeah. All right. 877-881-1053. 877. I've only heard hayride.
Does field storming need to stop in college football?
No.
Did you see that last night?
Absolutely not.
No.
Did you see it though? The West Virginia.
It was incredible.
Was it West Virginia or Virginia?
It was Virginia and Florida State.
Virginia and Florida State, yeah.
Whew. No. That poor guy got trampled. Or it looked
that
like
wide receiver may not be alive anymore, but hopefully he's okay.
The fans came on way too quick though. Like they hadn't even really made an official call on the field. They're like wrestling over the ball and then they stormed the field. Did you not see the video?
No,
the fans were literally on the sidelines, like on the field before the game was over.
Yes. Like they're like wrestling over the ball.
But that's on your security. You've got to be able to.
There's no barricade.
Well, there's your problem.
At what stadium were they at?
Virginia.
At Virginia.
Virginia.
There's no barricade, so the fans are from me to the fan phenoms in there. to the field.
And just
Yeah,
bounce.
the last play was an interception, and both the players fell on the ground, and then the fans just ran out on the field.
Like, you literally, watching on TV, you have no idea who caught it. And the next thing you know, the entire field is filled with fans in maybe half a second. Like, I'm not talking about ran from the top and it was 20 seconds after the touchdown.
Because I was driving. I drove. I mean, hell, you and I chit-chatted for a minute after the show last night, and then I drove home, and I was listening to The Good Shepherd on the Infinity Sports Network.
I was too. Drowning, like, in my sleep.
Is it just me, or the good? Do you know who I'm talking about, Dylon, when I'm talking about The Good Shepherd?
Yeah.
I love it. It feels like it's late at night.
I could see you two being doppelgangers, you and The Good Shepherd.
Oh, I've never seen him.
I haven't either. I have no idea who he is.
Network, it's The Good Shepherd.
That's it.
I love it. I love it when he's like taking callers on. Somebody called him last night, and they were having like a chat. It had nothing to do about sports.
No, I mean, dude, you're doing overnight radio at 2 a.m. You'll take any caller you can get.
He held this caller for like 7 minutes.
Oh, I bet he did. I mean, look, he's just, hey, I have a whole new appreciation for talking sports today after doing 63 straight minutes of talking about sports memorabilia. Yeah. So it's like, and there were no commercial breaks. It was literally me talking for 63 minutes.
Are you gonna crash
straight
after our show?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I could see it
on the couch.
I'm going home. I got my truck back. Life is good. Life is good.
Life is good, man.
Speaking of being is life good for Cowboy fans, though?
No, not really.
Is life good for Cowboy fans? Micah alleged that he couldn't get a refund on his suite. Jera, is that true? Cut 5.
Hold on. What was that? Here we go. I was not ready for that. Here we go.
All right. I know. That's what I
Cut 5.
Cut 5.
Well, I don't know about that. We don't. We have quite a list of people regarding using suites out there. But I know one time his mother, who I know how precious she is to him, wasn't in that suite, and it was at our last preseason game. She was in mine. And we were sitting up there. Actually, she was in my perch up there that we watched the games from, not the actual suite. And she sat there with us all through the first half and sat there with me and discussed the contract and discussed our thoughts and her thoughts about it. So he certainly, some members of his family know where our suites are.
Did he answer the question?
No, he actually did not even come close to answering that question.
I got to give it to Jerry. The best gaslighter, and I mean it in a positive way, can just jump out of a question where if you're the person asking the question, you don't realize till you look at your notebook later and you're like, yeah, he didn't answer.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Answer my question.
Look, you and I talked about this last year when we were both, you've been covering the Cowboys for 105 Through the Fan now for a couple of years. I jumped on the coverage, locker room coverage last year around the Texans game. And to be around Jerry and to be in that scrum that because look, Jerry wants all the smoke.
Yeah.
All right. Especially win, lose, or draw, Jerry wants it one way or the other. And you know as well as anybody, when you're sitting there listening to him talk,
you've also been holding your hand maybe for a couple minutes. You're getting a little weak in the arms.
You are starting to lose, feeling in your arm, but there is just something about being in his aura.
Yeah.
That you're like, okay. I mean,
Is that southern twang on you too?
I don't know that this makes any sense, but yeah, I get it.
I feel you.
Look, he winked at me, and I'm all in.
We missed the handshake though. Remember when I was taking a video of them going to the locker room?
And
we were 2 handshakes away.
You mean no? He was dapping people up.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I've got I'll send you the picture. I've got a picture of him literally looking like he's getting ready to dap me up.
But did he?
Of course he didn't. But the point was, he dapped up the guy right next to me. But you and I were standing right there, but I've got a picture of him literally. I mean, it's straight up. I mean, you would think he was dapping me up at the way I got this picture.
Look at the text we just got.
What's that? From the 214, of course I gave the best 105 Through the Fans, best takes and talking points. What?
What does that text mean?
I don't know. Maybe he thinks what do you mean? He thinks he gives the best talking points and takes.
Did he?
I don't know. Did we read one of his that was good, I guess?
Name of the song I used to come back from break. Ran into a plethora of actual Wisconsin yesterday, and they still can't believe Parsons is a Packer.
They'll get used to it. How big is a win on Saturday? Jerry, cut 6. It's coming.
Hold on. I'm lagging here.
That's all right. He's geeked about
every game at this juncture, especially coming off of the disappointment that we had in Chicago. I'm going to say this again. Frankly, when we went into the second half, I can't tell you how much I thought we were going to win that game because we'd had their offense out there, the entire defense out there, so much in the first half, and I just knew we'd gotten to their legs. And that's a very strategic point. But to their credit, they stepped out there and kept that ball for almost 10 minutes, I think, in the first half after we gave up possession of it to start the second half. I mean, so my point is, everybody that really follows it understands that. But that was a real surprise. And so, yes, I'd like to think that that's not the way it's going to be. Certainly, we've been making the corrections this week, and it was very clear where we broke down and where we didn't follow the basic assignments that you have to keep the big plays from happening.
Keep the big plays from happening. You tell him, Jera. Gotta love Jerry Jones. All right. I mean, he's as we all know, he's the best marketer in the National Football League.
I got to clear up the 214's text. When he said he gave the best 105.3 The Fan talking points, he was saying he is on site, I guess, with Green Bay fans in Wisconsin. And so he's giving our takes to the Green Bay fans out there. That's what he was saying. Not that he's giving us talking points. He's giving those guys or ladies talking points. So I appreciate you, 214.
I'm here for it. I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Let's play about half of Shoddy 4. Let's talk, because let's call it what it is. I mean, Jaden Blue and Mozzie Smith. Mozzie Smith shouldn't be on this football team anymore, and Jaden Blue. I'll say this. Stephen Jones said yesterday on G-Bag that it wasn't about it. He kind of hedged his answer a little bit, but essentially trying to save face is what it felt like to me. It wasn't about necessarily what he's done in practice per se, but that it's a numbers game, right?
Yeah,
and that
they needed more.
They need more. And you know what? In some ways, I get that because your defense hasn't been good.
100% hear him that you can't carry 3 running backs, but you can't swap them out for Miles. That was my immediate thought. I don't think you need to carry 3 running backs because all the stuff you have, but Miles and him. That's the competition.
Well,
it's not Miles plus Jaden. It's Miles or Jaden.
Well, you just don't trust Jaden.
And you trust Miles more. Like, it's also in their way a compliment to Miles. They're saying that he's ready, and Miles
he's a veteran.
Yeah.
I mean, he is what he is. I mean, okay, you got caught by Zach Bond. Seriously? But again, that's more to your point. That's just an indictment on the fact that, I mean, Jaden Blue's got to get his bleep together. Okay? Because from a home run hitting standpoint, because, hey, let's call it what it is. If Jaden Blue breaks that run in that Philadelphia Eagles game, that's a touchdown. You know what I'm saying? Zach Bond isn't catching Jaden Blue. All right? And so I guess what it comes down to is Jaden Blue's playmaking ability isn't enough to overcome the fact that, A, he's been inconsistent in practice, although they've said he's been better the last couple of weeks. Remains to be seen. We haven't seen the inactive or active list. And, of course, Mozzie Smith, why he's out there is anybody's guess. All right, well, I think we all know why he's out there. All right. It's the moment a lot of you folks out there have been waiting for. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. We told you about this for months. We had the Fan Phenom contest. Blake Elliott is a Fan Phenom extraordinaire. I had a chance to participate in the week 1 of this year's Fan Phenom, where I was out at, where the heck were we at? We were out there in, was it Wiley?
Sure.
I think it was. Was it Wiley we were out at? Anyway, we were at Jake's Burgers. I was out there with my son. That's when my son had the crash out on me when we tried to have him do a little Fan Phenom, and he crashed out on me. But we've got 3 contestants, the final contestants. We've got Chris, we've got Sean, and we've got Eric. Okay, we've got Chris, Sean, and Eric. Each of them have an hour. Fan Phenom contestant number 1 joining us next. Don't go anywhere. This is the Fan After Dark on a Saturday.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your home or business has roof damage, be sure to call Blue Nail Roofing for a free inspection. Blue Nail's trained and certified inspectors will find all the damage to your property, the damage that insurance adjusters and other roofing companies often miss. Finding and documenting all the damage can mean a larger payment for your insurance claim. Call Blue Nail Roofing today, 855-
Or hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By Bearded Monkey Sports Bar and Jake's Burgers.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Appreciate that. Dial on. Welcome in to Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon. It is it's autumn, it's fall, whatever you're into. It's gorgeous outside. 85 degrees. 85 degrees, football weather, boys and girls. All right, let's get right down to it. Fan Phenom, contestant number 1. We should have had him play. I'll tell you what. We should have had him play. Showcase showdown music. Bum bum ba bum bum ba You guys, you two both look too young to understand.
No, it's like Family
anything.
Feud.
I just said that's actually Price is Right. Anyway, all right.
Same difference.
Let's introduce our first contestant. And we're two things. One, we're going to introduce who Eric is, and then I want to get the vibes from both of you because again, this has got to be very kind of full circle moment for you.
It is.
Okay, because you were in. Where were you sitting?
Right there.
You were sitting right there. So if you're on the Twitch or YouTube, you can see I'm in the same spot. I'm always in. Blake's in the same spot. He's always in. Eric Casares. There we go.
Man.
My man is representing Fort Worth. Born and raised?
Absolutely.
Born and raised. Keller Central High School.
Mm-hmm. Graduated in 2018.
2018. Young buck. You graduated what? 20 what?
I graduated high school in 2018.
Same age.
There you
Same
go.
age.
Twin right
Okay.
there.
25?
I'll tell you what. All right.
So for college?
Yeah, I'm saying I'm 25 right now.
Oh, I'm 26.
Okay, yeah. I'm about to be 26 in like
I'm
a
a
week.
young 26, July 21st.
Okay,
right.
so yeah,
All right.
he's what, a couple months older than me?
He is.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly. There you go. All right. And so, Eric, but you're also an Aggie, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what made you go to Texas A&M?
Oh, so it's actually a funny story, and I'll try to do my best to sum this up as quickly as I can because, I mean, I could go on a tangent about how my college career went.
Okay.
But, we don't have that time today. But I will say I started at OU. I was recruited out of high school.
Oh, because you're a runner, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Yeah, so I ran track and cross country at Keller Central.
What was your best cross-country time?
Well, it depends what you're asking. Is it 5K? Is it 8K? Or...
Wait, they do 8Ks in cross-country
So
now?
in college, it's 8.
High school.
High school, it's 5K.
Yeah.
And we run on the grass, obviously.
Yeah.
So I think I ran 15:10 in high school.
Ooh, I'm scared.
But I ran
of
a lot
you.
faster on the track.
Okay.
So it's a little bit
Okay.
different when you're kind of looking at.
No,
that
I get it. I ran a little cross country. Now
Yeah.
I don't look like somebody that ran cross country, but yeah.
Now the thing that people don't understand.
left tackle.
The people that don't understand that don't
Shut
run.
up. I hate you.
If they don't run cross country or track,
Yeah.
they don't understand like the recruiting process. For those that don't understand, you have to have both fast times. You have to have fast times on both sides.
What,
Because-
cross country and track?
Mhm. It's
Yeah.
hard to get recruited if you're just fast at cross or if you're just fast at track. Because normally,
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's good to have that balance
Okay.
as a distance runner.
Yeah.
Because-
what was your fastest mile?
Fastest mile 3:58.
Good.
Now I did that. I finished my season. I did that post college, but
You ran a sub 4?
Yes, sir.
Good God.
He said he ran 17 miles this morning,
That's
on Thursday,
crazy,
listening to us.
bro.
That's 17 miles. We were talking about what Spider-Man 5Ks or Superman, Iron Man 5Ks. What was
Iron Man, I think, is the word. Spider-Man. Yeah, that's where you go from building to building for 5K. My God. So a sub 4-minute mile.
Yes, sir.
For anybody that can appreciate that, I mean, like I said, I ran track in high school. Never that fast. Let's make that clear. Good God, 3:58.
Said he was how many schools recruited you coming out?
There was a lot.
I mean, the fact he had to think about that.
Listen to him. I mean, there's so many. I can't remember them all.
Now, humbly, there was a lot of smaller D1 schools, smaller D2 schools that recruited me, but the ones that I was really focused on were Big 12 actually at the time.
Yeah.
So it was
Did
TCU.
KU?
Not much. No, I only got books.
Stanley Redwine didn't reach out to you?
Mm-mm. Yeah, unfortunately not. Yeah, so and that was actually kind of funny telling people coming out of high school is they're like, "Oh, did you get a full ride? Did you get a full ride?" I'm like, "Shoot, I wish I was a 5-star receiver getting a full ride or a
Because track,
linebacker."
just to tell the folks at home how track. Look, we know that your sprinters get all the love and what have you, but from a long distance perspective, I mean, it's just not as sexy as it used to be.
No, it's not, and that's why I enjoy track, just because from a fan's perspective, everybody likes watching a 4x4 or the hurdles or something.
Yeah.
Something that's going to get the fans going.
Absolutely.
And so I always loved being at a track meet in high school and college and seeing everybody stomp the grounds, claps, have their own
Absolutely.
chants. And I think it was just much more exciting than cross country. Cross country, the only cool thing about cross country is you get to run back and forth and see the kids run, but there's so many bodies.
Dude, it's so great.
And
though.
it's just chaos. So track is my bread and butter. I'm going to watch the Olympics every single time, every 4 years, and I'm going to watch track. That's my favorite.
So if my boy Eric was to get hired, this would be the first person I would succumb to saying is faster than me. Because I have that title of saying I'm the most athletic, fastest person here. If he joins us, I'd have to give him that
I
title.
mean,
'cause-
Blake, you do claim you're the best at everything when it comes to athletics.
What do you say? I didn't hear my mic cut out.
You claim to be the best in everything.
I am, and I said that proudly. But as far as the mile and sprinting, I mean, I don't run a sub 4 mile. I'll go ahead and break the news to everybody.
You could get me in a 400.
Maybe,
probably. Yeah.
maybe.
I doubt it.
I don't know. I mean, you sound pretty fast.
I guarantee.
If you're
you.
running a sub 4 mile, I'm giving it to you right now.
No, he's beating you in a lap around.
I'm agreeing. I'm very much agreeing with that.
That's I'll tell you what. Like I said, I was a big long distance guy growing up. The Steve Prefontaines of the world, the Michael Stember. He was kind of our go-to back in the day, and of course Jim Ryan being the goat that he is. So shout out to you. All right, so you went to A&M.
Yes, sir.
Here you are now. What are you doing nowadays? And what made you decide to try out for the Fan Phenom?
Yeah, so I mean, thankfully, humbly, I had a chance to study broadcast journalism at Texas A&M. Got my degree there, bachelor's degree there. It was awesome. Spent my last year there, and I went back for my certificate, and I finished my eligibility in track due to COVID.
Okay.
And so I was fortunate enough to spend 5 years at the university, which was awesome. But I started at OU. I transferred from OU to A&M because my coach got fired. There's a lot of different stuff that happened there. But I
Did you get him fired?
I hope not, because if that was the case, then I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
But I was going to get to him. I'll get to him in a second because he's a special part of my life. But
In a good way.
Yeah, in a great way. Great way,
I thought you were
absolutely.
about to have a rant. I want to tell you something about Coach, by the way.
Well, no, he was the reason I transferred in a good way. Like he was the only person that believed in me. I broke my foot coming out of my senior year in high school, and I was very scared that I wasn't going to get recruited.
That is scary.
Yeah, and so when he recruited me, I feel like he was one of the only coaches that believed in me. And as cliche as that sound, we just had really good talks and the visits and the vans. And so when I got to spend that limited time with him at OU, it was special. And so when he got fired and it was so abrupt, I felt like a lot of it, a part of me was lost.
It's time to hit the portal?
Yeah. And it was a scary process, but thankfully A&M, I mean, you know how it is. They call it a cult. They like to say it's a cult.
What they call it.
Yeah.
That's what they call it.
And I don't know how to explain it without you just
Sounding
saying
cultish.
you have to be there. You have to be there to experience. And so
that's what David Koresh said.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He called it a cult?
It's you don't know who David Koresh is?
I don't, actually.
It's okay. He does that all the time. He throws out old people that none of us know who we are. A couple of the listeners do, but
yeah. But
you're getting Fredisms already. Just
you
know who you don't
you're
know
like
who
the jokester, man.
You don't know who Jeff Joffrey is? Before your time.
It's okay. Somebody out there understood. All right. We'll get back to this here in a second. Let's get to some NFL talk real quick. Obviously, you're a Cowboys fan.
Mhm.
All right.
Diehard.
Cowboys fan. We just heard from Jerry Jones. We're talking about a little bit from Shoddy as far as the communication from this defense and what's going to have to take place, simplifying it. Blake and I are kind of on the same page. I don't know how much more communication it's going to get that's going to fix what ails this defense.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to personnel too. Because a lot of people are pointing fingers at Matt Eberflus and
you're not
blaming Jerry Jones. I think he's working the best he can with the guys that he has around him. Honestly, I mean, who's your top corner right now? Trayvon Diggs coming off an injury, right? Deron Bland, he's going to play this week, hopefully.
Yeah.
So I want to see him out
he's
there,
playing.
and hopefully we get the All-Pro corner type of version of him, right? Led the NFL in pick sixes a couple years ago.
Just get the guy that doesn't slip and fall and stays in front of his man corner is all we're looking for.
I think he's working with the best he's got. I mean, you lose your starting pass rusher in Micah Parsons, the star, right? And he's gone. And you look at the numbers. I know a lot of people don't like paying attention to numbers, but Micah Parsons, the defense on paper was a lot better when he was on the field, of course. But it was still pretty rough without him last year. So I think when you make a trade like that, it worked out for both parties. But I think Matt Eberflus is working with the best personnel that he's got because, you're down a starting corner. You don't have a consistent pass rusher, I think, from my eyes. Like I haven't seen anybody out there. Sam Williams, Ezeraku, James Houston played really good in the preseason, but nobody consistent enough for my liking. And then outside of that, the linebackers are pretty weak. Kenneth Murray, he's been okay.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I mean, who do you really have in that defense that you could really trust?
Look, I mean, there's really not a lot.
Mhm.
But on the flip side of that, does it bother you that, you knew going into it, this is what you had, right? So what do they say? The good coaches don't adjust their scheme to, they don't adjust the players to fit their scheme. They fit their scheme to adjust to the players they've got, right? And we were told on these airwaves by Stephen Jones that one of the things you could do with Eberflus, and this is why you felt good or you felt okay getting rid of Micah, was that you could scheme up pass rush. All right. Well, this team leads the NFL in rushing 4. So at some point, like, hey, Eberflus, like, are you not going to scheme up some blitz? Are you not going to bring anybody? Because we have seen none of that thus far. So doesn't that fall? I mean, I get it. He's not. It's not like he's working with the doomsday defense here. But at the same time, I don't feel like he's put guys in a position to succeed either.
And I completely agree with that. And that was going to be my next point. This is where he's going to be tested as a defensive coordinator because I don't think there's ever been a defensive coordinator that's lost his job after 3 weeks, right? 4 weeks. I mean,
you
correct
can't
me if I'm
fire
wrong.
him after that.
You can't fire him. Yeah.
You can't. I don't know that you can get rid of him after 3 weeks, but at the very least, for a guy that's I'll say this much, and it's hard to say because I mean, look, this is your third D coordinator in 3 years, right?
Absolutely, yep.
And you had Micah, but at the same time, like I expected, and Blake and I have talked about this throughout the course of the offseason, I thought with Eberflus, who was a good D coordinator in Indy, had his moments in Chicago, that this team wouldn't look as lost. Because let's be real. The what you saw in the second half against Philly, we haven't seen in 8 quarters since.
Yeah, and I think part of that was the rain delay. The game got a little bit stale towards the latter half of that game. I think it did because the run game just turned non-existent, and I thought it was really good in the first half. And so I think after that rain delay, I mean, what was it? It was like 57 minutes, something like that. It was pretty rough. So I just feel like a lot of players were kind of just going through the motions, and I didn't really like seeing that. So I kind of chalked that up to more sloppy offense than good defense, at least when I was watching it from my eyes. Okay. But in terms of Matt Eberflus, yeah, this is where he's going to get tested moving forward because I don't think the defense, knock on wood, could get much worse than what it is right now because you make Russell Wilson look like COVID Russ, let Russ cook. You let Caleb Williams have his best game as a pro. This is where you're going to be judged as a defense coordinator. Can you make those adjustments? What I want to see from Matt Eberflus, I want to see Donovan Wilson. I don't want to see him playing single high anymore. I can't stand it because you're getting burnt every single time. Elam's having a rough. I mean, he had a good camp, but he's just not. He's getting bullied out there.
That's why
so
Skyler Elam.
There's things you can do to fix this defense. I'm not saying it could be a cooked product, but it's not completely. It could avoid being the worst defense in NFL history with some minor changes. And I think they're going to have to do more blitz packages, like you said. Stop playing so much soft zone, and then the single high and Donovan Wilson. He's just playing the wrong position. They should move him to linebacker and sign Stephon Gilmore, bring him back, see what he's got in him. Because
we'll see.
Look, I don't know. It can't get much worse than what it is right now.
Well, if you liked what Eric has said, you're going to have 2 more segments of that. What does he think about the entire NFL and what we've learned from 3 weeks, as well as previewing some more of these college football games we have on this great Saturday coming up next.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports.
like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the program happening right now. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on this absolutely gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Fred Davis, Blake Elliott.
Hi.
Not even 2 years removed from college. Not even. What a young buck. You were on the, 7-year plan thanks to COVID?
Five.
I kid.
There's only one extra.
No, I'm messing with you. I mean, no. AI's taking all our jobs anyway. And then, of course, Dylon behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. And we continue on with our fan phenom conversation. We got our boy Eric Casares in the house, the pride of Fort Worth, Keller Central High School, and maybe one of the greatest long-distance runners in DFW history.
I think so. I mean, Carter Freeman's got some.
Carter is getting waxed. Carter don't want to see our boy Eric. Okay, I mean if Eric is fortunate enough to win Fan Phenom, you are automatically. And I'm calling it. I mean, look. If nothing else, we'll challenge Carter. All right, we'll challenge. Will Carter heed the call to Eric immediately stepping in and being the best long distance runner here?
We do a Fan Phenom race. Set it up.
Look, I've been saying we need to do a 5K. We need to go out and do a 5K. I'll run a 5K. I'm not going to say I'll run it fast, but I will go out and run a 5K at some point once I decide to.
Have you ever felt the urge to run a marathon?
No.
Okay. I feel like I have to ask people that because some people are like, no, I have to do that. That's like my life goal, you know? So.
There's a lot of things I feel the urge to do. Running a marathon is not one of them.
Well, one of the urges I have is getting a pulse from you guys and the listeners, 877-881-1053. What has been the biggest storyline so far or biggest takeaway from you personally that you've taken away from the first 3 weeks of NFL football? For me, mine is going to be the environment that you're in matters more than the type of player that you are. And a guy I look at is obviously Indiana Jones and Daniel Jones, who we all wrote off, myself included. I think pretty much everybody listening is not a very good quarterback. He goes to Indianapolis, already has a pretty good supporting cast there, has a strong foundation, and we're seeing him jokingly look like Josh Allen over an offseason and turn this Colts football team around and look competitive. I think a lot of people have them competing for the number 1 pick in the NFL. And the fact that they're leading their division and look like a really strong team. You look at the Seahawks. I myself wrote off Sam Darnold, and I know it's just, they're 3-1 on the season. And you go into a good structure in Seattle. They've got some decent, I wouldn't even say great weapons, some decent weapons. JSN is kind of, the exclusion outside of that. And they're winning football games. Brock Purdy's a great example with the 49ers. Obviously, he's been there, but just staying over there. You look at Micah Parsons, goes to the Packers, stable. They're winning football games. They're the best defense in football.
Hold on, what?
Well, Micah Parsons on the Packers.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the difference? I mean, I think it's a little bit of a stretch, the Micah Parsons.
Their run defense was a big thing that when Micah gets there, the run defense is going to fall apart and he can't stop the run. And he gets there and they're still one of the best defenses running the ball or stopping the run, stopping the pass, overall defense. I just think and then you look at the Bears, Caleb Williams, all the talent in the world, Ben Johnson, all the talent in the world, goes there, not a great structure. So sometimes it's less about the type of player you are, the type of coach you are, but the foundation around you. Okay, maybe the Cowboys if you look internally. So I think you're seeing this more and more, less about talent, more about the stuff that's around you, kind of play out game in and game out.
I think it's culture too, and I think that kind of goes with Caleb Williams, like you were saying, and the structure that he's in, the system that he's in, and I completely agree with that. And what has been the biggest criticism of the Bears is they haven't had the quarterback. They haven't got the quarterback right the past few years, and so. The fact that they get a guy like Caleb Williams coming in as the number 1 overall pick, there's a lot of expectations on him, how talented he was in college, his ability to improvise and make those plays downfield. Now, obviously, there's criticism about how long he holds onto the ball, but situationally, you get him a good coach, you get him Ben Johnson, I feel like that's the dude. But then the first few weeks of the season, it was rough. Now he just had his best game as a pro. Is this the start of the Caleb Williams train, or was that just an anomaly playing the Cowboys defense? And that's what we're going to find out. But Sam Darnold, look what he did when he went with Kevin O'Connell. Look what Indiana Jones and the Dimes of Destiny, that's what they've been calling it. Mm-hmm. He's now with Shane Steichen, and look what Shane Steichen did with Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia. So there's a lot of situations you can tie up, and I completely agree. I think a lot of it is situation and culture, because if you have a good culture and a good situation, you're going to get good quarterback play.
Fred, I'll ask you a question. Where would coordinators rank on you and importance on a football team? Quarterback. I mean, I'm saying that everything that encompasses a football team, their owner, their GM, their head coach, their quarterback, their defensive line, their linebackers, their special teams, yada, 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 yada. Where would you put coordinators on the list? Because I would probably put GM at 1, constructing the team, and then probably quarterback at 2. Like, if you don't have those 2 things right, I don't really care how good your receivers are, how good your D-line are. For me personally, that'd probably be 1 and 2. I think coordinators might be 3 for me, in front of the head coach. But I want your take.
No, coach is still 3.
Okay.
Coach is still 3 because your coordinators are a byproduct of your coach. That's why, look, we talked about this last week, or we talked about it before. That's why I'm a big Nick Sirianni guy, right? And I know he gets lambasted because, he's a meathead and what have you. Look, all the guy does is win, all right? And, by the way, you've done it with, 3 different offensive coordinators, 3 different defensive coordinators, all right? 3 of his coordinators have gone on to head coaching jobs when they left him. Right? And so there's something to be said. And yes, maybe he is a meathead. Yes, he goes about his business a little bit different way, which, look, I'm a meathead, so I appreciate that. But there's something to be able to delegate, right? When you look at, let's just look here in Dallas, all right? Look at that. Look at the run game in Arizona last year with Clayton Adams versus what's going on right now. Look at the difference in what you had last year in Dallas. Because, I mean, look, you and I talked about this before the season, right? When I said, look, Javonte Williams is just as good as Rico Daddle.
I didn't believe you.
And here we are. We're finding out that Javonte Williams is having a career renaissance. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Clayton Adams is really, really good at running the football.
So where would you put the coordinators?
Right after the coach. After the coach.
I was going to see if you put any position players other than the quarterback in front of a coordinator. Like, I can have a great secondary or a great coordinator. Which one would you choose? Or a different position if you don't want to do secondary.
I mean, you've got a great coordinator and your secondary is terrible.
So
I mean, are we talking about defense? Or are we talking about all? I mean, are we talking about
all encompassing?
I mean, because look, you've got a
how
great.
Would you prioritize?
I mean, I would argue that Clayton Adams has proven to be a pretty decent coordinator, right? Mm-hmm. Your secondary is terrible. Mm-hmm. How's that worked out for you? Mm-hmm. And so that's why, and to your point earlier, Eric, as far as what. With the Eberflus thing is, I guess at some point, and look, we've heard time and time again, Shotty talk about the whole, communication and what have you. I mean, if we're down to the point where it's just one word we're using, what are we talking about here? And Malik Hooker, a guy that played for Eberflus, okay, he's looked awful through 3 weeks. He had a great first half. He had a great game against Philly. And that's what I'm saying, I just don't understand what, again, is it that complicated? I don't know. But to your point, Blake, look, ownership, GM, coach, coordinator, quarterback in no particular. And last thing, just real quick, talent does play into it, okay? Because, look, Mitch Trubisky is not a good quarterback.
Of course.
Okay? No. And he's been with Brian Daboll. He's been backing up what's his face forever and a day. All right, he's just not that good of a quarterback.
There's definitely a spot that you have to hit minimum talent for it to be. Hey, the coaching can elevate you. But do any of us think that J.J. McCarthy, Carson Wentz, Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, are any of these guys game breakers? No, but you get the right coaching around them and they elevate their game. I do think you have to be at a certain level. Like, you can't be me and you out there playing quarterback. Like, well, you got Kevin O'Connell. It shouldn't matter. No, it's not that. You still have to be at a certain point, but it just elevates it to another level.
And shout out to Dan Campbell, right? I think he's a great. I mean, you can obviously boost the head coaching position up in the rankings because you lose both coordinators, Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson. How are you going to respond from that? They just made a statement on Monday Night Football against the Ravens.
Look, they've made 2 statements, right? I mean, you put up a 50 burger on Chicago.
Anytime you score 50 points in the NFL,
that's saying something.
Someone texted in, Dan Quinn made this secondary look great, so I think I would take a coordinator over a group of stars with no direction. Agree, disagree?
Excuse me. Well,
hand it off to you, Eric.
Repeat that again. What did he say?
Dan Quinn, back when he was the defensive coordinator here for Dallas, made the secondary look great when we saw the picks with Bland and Diggs and whatnot, and our boy Jordan Lewis. So he said, so I think I would take the coordinator, Dan Quinn, over a group of stars with no direction.
Yes, I think that's fair. And also, but I mean, where do we draw the line? Because as great as Dan Quinn was as a defense coordinator, we got a lot of turnovers. We got sacks because we had Micah Parsons, those other pass rushers, Dorrance Armstrong, DeMarcus Lawrence at the time.
Dorrance Armstrong, I haven't heard that name in forever.
Rock Chalk.
They took a lot of our players, by the way. But where do we draw the line? Because all those players, all those talented players, all those all-pros, they disappear in the biggest moments. So that's when it kind of goes back to culture and everything and situation. Like, you can have all the talent in the world. You can have the coach like Dan Quinn, the coordinator, but why did they disappear in the biggest moments? And so where do we kind of draw the line there?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know that you can necessarily. I mean, are we going to fault Dan Quinn for that defense? I mean, and again, look, I'll defer to you guys. Obviously, you guys were here for that. I mean, I remember watching the game. It didn't affect me as personally as and emotionally.
Remember the Green Bay game?
Yeah.
Oh my
God. That was.
But that felt like the perfect confluence of events, right? I mean, you heard.
But nobody. But see that we got to stop. Nobody showed up.
Well, and that's my
blaming
point.
Dan Quinn, blaming what was our coach's name? Mike McCarthy, blaming Mike. It doesn't matter. Blame every single person that was a part of that team.
But that's also a coaching staff issue, though, right? I mean, look, it goes
back to Mike, then I guess, right? If you had to only put one blame, you'd have to go to Mike.
Well, I think your Mike McCarthy and Quinn get the blame. I mean, to your point, everybody was guilty on. Nobody escapes exoneration for that performance, right?
Well, it goes back to preparation too. Is like, how could you be so unprepared? All the cards were set up for you. You were the number 2 seed. You had home field. You hadn't lost a game at AT&T Stadium in 16 games. You were playing a 7 seed. A 7 seed had never beat a 2 seed going into that season. So why were you so unprepared? Why were these all-pro players just lost out there? And it's never the way that we lose the Dallas Cowboys. It's never how we lose. It's how we lose. It's always the how.
Look, it's when we talk about this Dallas Cowboys team, and we just had somebody text in, they're ready to see Jaden Blue. Look, I think we're all ready to see Jaden Blue, but again, I think there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes. Look, there's things going on behind the scenes that we and Chia Follow talked about this yesterday on G-Bag that we're just not privy to when it comes to why we're not seeing Jaden Blue. All right, so you talked about Danny Dimes. All right, obviously, and by the way, Danny Dimes has won a playoff game. Okay, like this is look.
He's nice. He's nice with it.
Here's the thing about. And I'll say this, and I'll shut up and Blake move on. But 2 things when it comes to Danny Dimes and Sam Darnold, all right, and Baker Mayfield. When we talk about guys that recess, they've all shown the ability to do it before. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. And the one thing you'll hear from professional athletes, if you've done it once, you can do it again. All right. Geno Smith. People forget. Geno Smith threw for what, 3,500 yards his second year in the NFL. All right. Sam Darnold had a 6-game streak. I think it was second year in New York where he was one of the hottest quarterbacks in the NFL. Danny Dimes has won a playoff game before, right? When nobody in their right mind thought he was going to do it, he's taken them to a playoff. So my point in all that is that look, are you a one-trick pony or can you do it consistently? And I think it comes down to when the right environment is around you, the right support system, and everything else is when you go from being just a one-trick pony. I think back to Rich Gannon back in the day, and of course, none of you guys are even born yet. When he was with the Chiefs, boom, then he goes to the Raiders and becomes an MVP. So there you have it. It's all about the right situation. Your next point there, Mr. Blake Elliott.
We got some college football on the slate today. I'm going to read through a couple of the games, some interesting notes. And, Eric, whenever you hear a game that excites you, just interrupt me and start talking about it.
Just get excited.
We got Penn State at Oregon going on later today. Drew Aller, 1-5 career record versus top 10 opponents. The only win came last year versus Boise in the college football quarterfinals. My biggest thing to look for is Oregon's run defense has not looked good this year. Northwestern, put up 178 rushing yards. That was more than Oregon in that game.
You mean the Fighting Jake Reitmas?
The Fighting Jake Reitmas put up more rushing yards than Oregon, even though Oregon beat them 34-14. And that is not good because you got Nick Singleton and Katron Allen. 151 yards per game, 6 yards per carry. That's who's going on for the Penn State Nittany Lions at the whiteout game over there for them. So that one is going to be interesting to see if DeCorian Moore and the Oregon Ducks can get things done. Shout out to Dante. They got a young team over there in Oregon, but they're producing. They're high flying. I personally got Oregon winning that one.
Shut up, Duncanville.
31-30. I think it's in Penn State. It's going to be tough. This will be a big moment for Dante Moore going on the road at Penn State. I got them winning 31-30. What say you, Fred and Eric? Oregon, Penn State.
I'm going to have to go with Oregon. I think Oregon has been a good program in college football for a long time, and it's hard for me to trust Penn State. I don't know. Drew Aller, I'm a big fan, but outside of that,
he hasn't put up big numbers.
Yeah. So, and again, like you said, 1-5 career record. So I trust Oregon in that spot a little bit, and everyone's raving about their quarterback and, going to be in the Heisman talks, possibly, and they said that he could be a really good pro, so I'm pointing my fingers at Oregon, making a big statement today, and then also Georgia and Alabama. I mean, I'm a big SEC guy. I went to A&M, so I'm going to be watching that. Ty Simpson's been arguably, college football's best quarterback so
your
far.
boy Marcel Reed, huh?
You know what's crazy about Marcel Reed?
What is crazy about Marcel
I'm not
Reed?
the biggest fan of his accuracy, and I'm more impressed with A&M's offensive wide receivers.
Yeah.
I mean, Casey Concepcius, Marvio Carver, the transfer out of Mississippi State.
Okay.
He had over 200 yards in the Notre Dame game, and people and he's not nowhere near in the Heisman talks. And so you look at Marcel Reed, he's top 10. I don't see Mario Carver anywhere. And it's like, you got to give credit to some of these weapons, too, that you're throwing to.
Yeah, but we don't. I mean, unless you're putting up just gonzo stats and you're a freak of nature.
Jeremiah Smith's still in the top 10 for Heisman.
And but he's been a freak since last year, though, right?
He's an absolute
and that's
freak.
what
We're going to see Jeremiah Smith versus Ryan, bro. Come
and that's
on.
what I'm saying. Like and let's call it what. Here's the thing about Texas A&M wide receiver. Like you. We have been so like we're expecting A&M, like we're expecting 7 or 8, 9 wins from A&M, and then they're going to spit the bit at some point, right? So until they get over that hump, right? And of course, look, quarterbacks get all the love until then. All right, coming up next.
Let's do a little Mavs
here
talk.
We go. It's time. Media day on Monday.
Media day on
Monday. We're excited about that. We're eating turkey wings, turkey legs. Turkey wings, turkey legs, all the things. You know how Blake and I feel about these Dallas Mavericks. How does our boy Eric feel, and where was he at on the Luka trade, and should Nico cook? Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere.
When your friends say, hey...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when we used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
It doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
That's orchard.com.
This next segment on the Fan After Dark is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Oh, what a read. I'll tell you what. Dylon just, the UNT stand up. What's that quarterback's name? Mestamaker?
Mestamaker. UNT's up 14 with 2 to play. So
okay. What's the score? 14-0?
36-22.
Oh, so we're in the fourth quarter. We're getting ready to call this a dub. How you feeling about that, Blake? You excited?
Best team in Texas.
Whatever, bro. Get out of here. All right. We got our guy, the Fan Phenom Final Boss Edition here on Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon. Fred, Blake, Dylon, and contestant number 1. We do need to get, I'll tell you what, during the break, let's get the Price is Right music. All right, the Showcase Showdown, because that's what we need for our boy Eric.
For every segment?
To start it off, and then we'll bring it into the music after that. Okay? All right. I mean, I
messing with the bumpers, Dylan.
I know,
messing with the bumpers.
You know what? If anybody can do it, it's our boy. Okay, it's a special edition show.
Hey, I tried to mess with the bumpers.
It's a special. Yeah, you did.
With a no.
Tim Time will slap you around. Eric Caceres is Fan Phenom contestant number 1. Solid job by you so far. The pride of Fort Worth, Keller Central. By the way, did you guys win last night?
Keller Central?
Yeah.
I actually have no idea.
877-881-1053-87. You would think, me being the mythical high school football show host, I would know that. But when you read 600 scores, it's hard to remember.
I guess I'm a fraudulent Charger.
You are a fraudulent Charger. Well, but you would know how the track team did.
Well, the track team has been doing good. It's cross-country season. There
you go.
Cross-country season. District starting soon.
There you go. All right, let's talk a little Dallas Mavericks. Let Nico cook, people. We've had media days. They've started in earnest this past week. The NBA season is just around the corner. Eric, the population at large, at least here in the DFW, knows where Blake and I stand on the Luka trade. They probably know that I am pro Cooper Flag. But what say you? I love it. Come on, Dylon. Don't sleep on my boy, Dylon. Where are you at? And take us back. Where were you at when the trade happened?
I'm so glad you asked.
That's what I do.
Because I remember it vividly, and I'll never forget it. And also, I do want to point out that I went to Luka's last game on Christmas Day against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah.
I was there live, and when I saw him go down with the calf injury.
Did you know that then?
I didn't.
Would be the last time you'd ever
if
seen
I
him in a
would have
Mavs
known, I
uniform?
probably would have started bursting out in tears. I'm not even lying.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I took a picture and with my family. I was there. I took a selfie. I'm like, yo, Mavs, let's go. Championship team. And then look at us now. Or look at us at
still a championship team.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see it this year for sure.
Right, we are.
So where was I at for the Luka trade? That is a great question. So I'm a big WWE fan. Disclaimer. I love pro wrestling. WWE. Big WWE fan.
Why are you acting like you don't know what WWE is?
You know what WWE is?
Oh, the way
John Cena?
No, the way you were saying it, I thought you were saying WB. I was like, the WB network? Like, is that still a thing?
You could
Warner Brothers. I mean, that's a hell of a callback.
Big fan of Warner Brothers.
Hey, some people say WWE, like the W,
Oh, so wait, okay, say it again, but just slow it down for just a second. You're a big what fan?
WWE.
The way you were okay, go ahead, continue.
I guess when I say it fast, it sounds weird.
Yeah, I was going to say. I thought
he's a fast guy, fast runner, fast talker.
Seriously.
So WWE.
Yes.
I'm a big wrestling fan, pro wrestling fan.
What, you and what's our boy? The redhead baddie?
Alec Med.
There you go.
So I was watching that was the Royal Rumble night. Yeah, it was the Royal Rumble night. Unfortunately, I saw my GOAT John Cena lose, which I know it's scripted. I understand it. But just for the storylines.
Were you bummed out when Hulk Hogan died?
No, I was not.
This guy.
I'll admit it. I was not bummed out. Yeah.
I love it. Continue.
Okay. So it was the Royal Rumble.
Hire this man.
So the Royal Rumble ended pretty late that night, and it normally ends around close to 10 o'clock. The Luka trade happened, I think, at 11:02, 11:03, something like that. And I remember I was with my friends. We were hanging out. I was bummed out John Cena lost, repping my John Cena shirt. And
were you wearing jean shorts?
I should have been. I think I was wearing pants. It was cold that day. But anyways,
pants kind of guy.
I get of course, everybody's blowing up my phone, and I'm like, why are people blowing up my phone? Like, surely nobody cares that John Cena lost the Royal Rumble, right? And so I'm sitting there, right? And everybody's FaceTiming me, and I get a Shams tweet saying that Luka Doncic has been traded to the Lakers for Anthony Davis. And I'm like, okay, that's fake. Obviously, scam, sham, right? That's the meme. And so I open Twitter and I see it. I'm like, yeah, that tweet's fake. Sham got hacked. Of course, we're going to see it in 2 minutes. He's going to confirm mistake, right? Couple time goes by, still not heard anything. And then, yeah, it's confirmed. He quote tweets it and says, this is real. And I remember I was so shocked and upset that I just sat in the corner of my friend's house and I didn't even say a word for 30 minutes. Yeah. My phone was going off. I didn't even care. Because I wasn't in the mental frame to talk to anybody. What was I going to say?
You were already bummed out.
What was I going to say? Yeah. What was I going to say about superstar Luka getting traded?
Two of your idols back to back. Rough night for you.
Yeah.
First John Cena, then Luka.
And I don't like the way John Cena's farewell tour is going for all those wrestling fans out there right now.
So now this new look Mavs, it's got Kyrie, sideline, D'Angelo Russell stepping in, Klay Thompson, PJ, Anthony Davis, Flag, Lively, the whole gang. Some people have them as a top 4 seed. Some people have them as the 8 seed. Some people have them missing the playoffs. Eric, where do you stand on this new look Mavericks, how they will look in the regular season and maybe the playoffs?
This is going to be a classic Mavs season, I think, where, and it feels like it's every other year, right? Like one year they have kind of a down year with injuries, the next year they make a run in the playoffs. And so I think this year is going to be a team where they kind of struggle in the early parts of the season, maybe hover around 500. But then once that All-Star break hits and Kyrie Irving's back, sure, he might not be 100%, but Kyrie does a really good job of being a leader, leading the offense, and I think Cooper Flagg's going to be in his group by then. PJ Washington, hopefully he's consistent. He's staying healthy.
That's the biggest thing, right?
Yeah, and that's another thing is because I like to describe the Mavs last year as a hospital team. Like, literally they couldn't stay healthy. Something was going on. Unit. I feel like Najee had COVID whatever was going on with him, that sickness.
Go for him to start.
Yeah, that illness stuck with him for months.
Swine flu.
Is that what it?
No, I'm making that up. I'm being funny.
Man, that was our era, 2010s, right? Swine flu. Yeah, dang.
Just children back then. Where are you from the 469? Where does contestant number 1 stand with the Fire Nico movement?
I'm gonna give it till this year.
Okay.
You get Cooper Flag. We got to see how this goes, right? I mean, I'll never be a fan of trading Luka Doncic. I'll never understand it.
Yeah.
Now I know it led to us getting Cooper Flag, so yes. I'm very blessed that we got that. But I'm never going to be pro trade Luka Doncic.
Well, and most people aren't. Now that said, I'm of the conspiratorial belief.
Okay, let's hear it.
And I've said, the NBA was behind this. You haven't heard this? You haven't believed this is new information?
Oh no, Adam Silver definitely gave it to us.
Absolutely,
100%.
right? I mean, come on. Look, this was a NBA orchestrated move. All right,
it's too good to be true.
It's absolutely true. When you got Cooper Flag as a result of trading Luka Doncic to the Lakers, okay? Not to mention, me and Blake talked about this, for the week, 2 weeks afterwards. I said there was more to this. And I said the only way this trade makes sense is if you get Cooper Flag, and boom, you get Cooper Flag. I mean, look, they already spit the bit on this as far as from a conversation standpoint. When Adam Silver said during All-Star Weekend he knew nothing about it yet. The Friday before he was in Detroit, which by the way, the Mavs were in Detroit for that Friday. Okay, you gonna tell me that the commissioner of the league is in Detroit on a random Friday in February and doesn't talk to both GMs? Come on. So there was just a lot of scuttlebutt and a lot of just things that didn't add up. Now you've got and Nico is the perfect guy to be the fall guy in this.
Do you know who Nico's best friend is? Rob Pelinka.
I mean, there was just too many, to me, things there. And I'll ask you this. Do you remember who was the star of the Lakers between Kobe and LeBron?
The star of the Lakers between Kobe and LeBron?
Yeah, between that time frame. I mean, it's a trick question because there wasn't one, right?
I was about to say, was there?
Because we didn't care, right? We didn't care. See, the NBA doesn't have
Lonzo Ball was the correct answer.
Right? Lonzo Ball, right?
Jordan Clarkson.
Brandon Ingram, okay? So just real quick, and we'll let you wrap this thing up, is the NBA doesn't have the luxury the NFL does, okay? Where you can have nondescript guys in major markets, and we're still going to watch the NFL. Okay? NBA doesn't have that luxury, all right? You need stars still sell the league, and do we find it at all coincidental? You trade away Luka, you go to the Lakers, LeBron's on his last year, and then suddenly the Lakers get bought for, what, $10, $11 billion? All right? So just there was a lot of things. Oh, and then the Mavericks get the number 1 overall pick. So get you out of here with this. That being said, just kind of in your perfect world, what happens with this Mavericks team in 25-26?
I think they got to win a playoff series. I think if they win a playoff series this year, after everything that happened last year with the Luka trade and all the injuries, and if you can get AD and Kyrie healthy going into the playoffs, I think they can beat anybody. I honestly believe that. And how often do we get a repeat winner in the NBA? I mean, we haven't had it since what, LeBron?
You don't do it very often.
It doesn't happen. It does, or I guess the Warriors. The Warriors did it, but before that was LeBron.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't happen often. I think OKC is going to be a great team again. They're probably going to win 60 games. I think the Rockets are going to be one of those teams with Kevin Durant, assuming that he's healthy, and Amin Thompson, those guys take the big leaps, and Sengun. I think they could win the West.
Yeah.
In the regular season, they probably might have the best record, but from this Mavs team, I'm evaluating it. I think they're going to smash over 39.5 wins. I'm not concerned about that at all. They won 39 games this past year with the hospital staff. So I think they're going to be hovering around 50 wins, get into the playoffs, get hot. Kyrie's healthy, AD's healthy, and if they win a playoff series, I'm happy.
All right, Eric, great debut. We'll give you the last minute if you want to give any shout-outs to anyone, any overall thoughts before we wrap up contestant number 1.
The Phenom.
Yeah, tell us. Yeah, last minute, it's all you, man.
It's you.
I mean, it's I love the game of football. I love the game of basketball. I love the game of all sports, and I think the ability to just sit down and talk with people about sports every day, it's a blessing. And coming from somebody who has their own podcast, shout out to Rick Six Podcast. Subscribe
What's
on
it called?
Rick Six Podcast.
Rick Six.
Yes, RICK, like pick six.
Yeah.
And that's where I got the term from. And so shout out to Rick Six Podcast. You can listen
Who's
on
Rick?
Me. So when I was in
Eric.
Yeah, Eric, Lil Rick. That was just a nickname they called me. But anyways,
who's Rick?
Rick Six Podcast.
This is his moment, French.
Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts to listen to me. I'm gonna eventually maneuver over to YouTube and make them actual footage. But so far, just listen on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Much appreciated. New episodes every week. Mostly focus on NFL, but I get into NBA too. I get into track. You guys love track. Maybe I need to start talking WWE.
You'd be silly not to.
Any family shout outs you want to give? Shout out to mom, shout out to dad, brother, sister.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my dad, Richard Casares. He's listening to right now. He's a big Cowboys fan.
Rich.
And I won't be able to watch the game with him this weekend, the Micah Parsons return to Dallas, but I know he's not very happy about the fact that they're going to be talking about that on TV the whole time.
They will talk about it quite a bit. They will. Any baby mamas you want to shout out while you're on here?
No, not. Hopefully
Okay.
not.
No baby mamas.
Love to hear it. Eric Casares, great job by you. What's your Twitter handle?
Twitter handle is, I think it's Lil Rick 88. And the E is a 3. Sorry,
I guess is TikTok the better question to ask for you guys?
Yes, okay. TikTok. Follow me on TikTok. That's where I make most of my content. Rick
Okay.
Six Podcast.
Rick Six Podcast.
There you go.
Rick Six Podcast.
Well, coming up next, we've got contestant number 2. We're going to make all... Chris is coming up. Okay, Chris is coming up. We're going to go through the NFL slate. Me and Fred have already made our picks. What does Chris think? Let's see how sharp his picks might be. Coming up next.
Howdy, folks. Rustle up your...
The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
It is time for contestant number 2 from the Fan Phenom. We just had Eric on. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that first little hour. We had number 2 coming on. We got our boy Chris. Chris, what was your last name again?
It is Edwards.
Chris Edwards. Chris Edwards joining us for hour number 2. We're going to give you guys our NFL picks. Me and Fred already gave ours. We'll review some of ours and hear what Chris has to say. See if he disagrees with us on any points of that. A lot of interesting games going on this weekend. We've got college football on our screens right now. LSU Ole Miss is about to kick off. What a banger matchup. Lane Kiffin. His daughter is dating the star linebacker from LSU.
Mm-hmm.
Lane also said to take the over in the game. LSU's defense has been dominating. LSU is allowing 9.3 points a game. Their defense has been stout. Offense, running game, not as much. Ole Miss, I think, will have a couple tricks up their sleeve, especially Lane Kiffin. You know, he's a gamer. But I got LSU in this one. LSU Ole Miss.
Yeah, definitely Ole Miss. I love Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin's one of the best just personality coaches in college football, and college football is built on personality coaches. So give me Lane Kiffin all day.
Okay, we'll see if his sharp picks will stay true. Fred Davis is efforting to get us our. You got it. Okay, Fred Davis has got our lines. He's got our picks. Review our picks that we gave, and then we'll throw Chris's in there as Welly.
Oh, I saw that we lost to Cincinnati. So anyway,
You lost to Cincinnati?
Oh, Rock Chalk Jayhawk. Sad day for Fred.
It's I'm a little bummed out right now. Okay, here we go. Time to regroup. Okay. Already 1-0 to start the week. We are.
Me and you both?
We picked
Seattle.
Seattle. Okay, we picked Seattle. -1.5. They won the game on Thursday. So here we go, Mr. Edwards. And like I said, we know you are a die-in-the-wool Rangers connoisseur, all right?
Yes.
So we'll I'll tell you what, because we have not talked any Rangers, and, is there any reason to?
No.
But that said, because I know that's your wheelhouse, we will definitely touch on a little bit of Rangers because I want to get your thoughts on it, considering that's a team that you cover every day. And so, look, I'm just pulling for them to split today and tomorrow because I did say a month and a half ago that they would go 82-80. So let's get right down to it as far as the NFL is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what we're going to do is this. I'll just go ahead and read the game off to you. You tell me who you're running with, and then I'll tell you whether that is going to vibe with me, Blake, or both of us. We'll start things off. Obviously, Seattle, Arizona, boom, that game's already over. Minnesota at Pittsburgh, or I guess it's not even an at because it's in Dublin, Ireland. Aaron Rodgers has already been complaining about how they should have been there Monday.
Wow.
Okay, so, look, if one thing we know about A-Rod, he will let his voice and opinion be heard.
He can be a Karen. He can be a Karen.
He can be, right? Minnesota -2.5.
I hate the spreads. I don't gamble, so I like doing things straight up style. Give me Pittsburgh straight up.
Well, no. Here's what we got to do. No. This is no. We do this by because
I got to do it by the spread. Okay,
no, we do it by because it adds a little.
All right,
look, it's the way of the world, my friend.
Yeah,
it's the way of the world.
You don't have to put any actual money on it.
No.
Yeah,
so
no.
it's Minnesota
unless you want to.
Minnesota is not going to be able to cover. I have a feeling that Pittsburgh is going to show out offensively.
Okay.
So I have no confidence that Minnesota will be able to cover that 2.5.
All right. So we've got Pittsburgh, number 1. All right. Both Blake and I went with Minnesota to cover the
good.
spread.
Yeah, I like
there.
a little bit of a contrast.
There you go. Washington, and I'll tell you what, I kind of want to change you and I's pick on this, and I'll tell you why after we tell you this. But Washington -1 at Atlanta.
Yeah, give me the cover for Washington. I like Jaden Daniels. I've always liked Jaden.
Now you know he's not playing tomorrow.
He won't be playing.
Yeah,
and no Terry McLaurin.
Oh no!
That's it.
Scratch that. Reverse it like Willy Wonka. Go ahead and give me Atlanta because Michael Penix needs to have a game that proves that he belongs in the NFL, and this is going to be that game. If I thought it was going to be a high-scoring game, so like the over-under was 43? Yeah, 43.5. I thought that was pretty fair, but yeah, now realizing that Jaden Daniels is not playing, definitely give me Atlanta.
Yeah, no Jaden Daniels, no Terry
Scary
McLaurin.
Terry.
So yeah, you got that going on. And Austin Eckler's Achilles still not attached.
Hold on, but this is also what Dan Quinn against his former team again, and I think that Dan Quinn really is he's not as petty as Dan Campbell is, but I have a feeling that he's going to have at least his team prepared. But still, give me Atlanta.
So you still want Atlanta?
Yeah, still want
okay.
Atlanta. Just had to get it out there. You know what I mean?
Very Freddish of him arguing against himself, only to go against what he just argued.
What I pick in that game? Washington.
You and I are both on the Washington.
I'm gonna stay with it. I'm gonna stay with it. Even with no Jaden Daniels and no Terry McLaurin, I still think Washington's gonna win this game.
Real quick, if Atlanta loses this, I think you start hearing the fire.
Yeah, you get blown up by the Panthers and you lose to a Washington Commanders team without their starting quarterback
at home. New Orleans at Buffalo. Buffalo minus 15.5, the largest spread of the weekend
of the year.
Yeah, well, New Orleans is the worst team in the NFL. It is awful. Kellen Moore is the absolute the pits when it comes to head coaching too. I don't know why that was even a thought process for New Orleans to bring him on board as their head coach. He has nothing about him that says I am a head coach in the NFL.
I mean, he did win a Super Bowl as an offensive coordinator, so he had that going for him.
There's a lot of coordinators that have won Super Bowls as offensive coordinators that aren't good NFL head coaches. So yeah, in fact, you know what? Give me 16 for that spread. They still
like
won't
Buffalo?
Cover. Yeah, give me Buffalo all day in that. Just a trouncing
with Buffalo. All right, we've got now this one's an interesting one too. Tennessee at Houston. Houston minus 7.
Well, what's interesting about it?
Well, you've got a Houston team that's 0-3, and you've got a Tennessee team that, even though they've been scuffling, has looked halfway decent defensively.
Okay, I can see that's interesting. It seems like
it's a divisional matchup, and these two teams do play each other tough, no matter what the records are.
It seems like we should be talking about the quarterbacks in this matchup. You know, if you really think about it, Cam Ward, CJ Stroud, that should be what we're talking about for this matchup. But we didn't even say their names right there, so that's to me not very interesting. I just did. CJ just said their names. I'm gonna say what was this?
Houston minus 7.
Oh God. Yeah. I think they can cover that. I think Houston can cover.
Oh, so you're going with
7.
Houston?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Houston can cover that.
All right.
It's a good thing I don't gamble because I really don't like
spreads. Okay. That's okay. Hey, we're winning some, losing some here. All right. Carolina at New England. New England minus 5.5.
This is actually one of my. I really like this game because I
do too.
I really am looking forward to Drake May actually having a game that again solidifies him as somebody who should be a top line NFL quarterback. Sure. I think that's a possibility in this game. But also, Bryce Young, he's got something about him. He's got that something about, even though he's a small guy, little guy, people make fun of that. I think there's something about him, but still, I think you can find that.
So you think if Drake May balls out against Carolina, this solidifies him as like a legit quarterback against the Panthers?
I think it gives him that step ahead of people, kind of downing him right now. Like, oh, is he really the guy we thought he was last year? I think it'll give him that, next step. Okay, he's
all right. New England, Carolina. Okay.
Yeah. Arguing against myself again.
All right. Don't worry about it. All right. Let's pick it up a little bit here. Philly minus 3.5. This might be the game of the weekend. At least it certainly looks like it on paper so far. But from a records perspective, undefeated teams. Philly minus 3.5 at Tampa Bay. And Philly does not do well in Tampa. Philly minus 3.5.
Philly minus 3.5. Yeah, because Hurts is what, like 1-4 against Tampa.
You do have Chris Godwin and Tristan Wirfs for the Bucks, though. They are back.
Okay, but no Mike Evans still.
No Mike Evans.
But your boy Ibuka's there, right?
Come on, bro. That's all you need is a Mecca.
This is tough. Okay, give me Philly to cover that 3.5.
Okay.
Yeah, I can believe that.
All right. He likes Philly to cover. Indianapolis, maybe the biggest story. I'll tell you what, no, back-to-back really good games. Philly, Tampa Bay being one of them.
Yes.
Indy at the Rams. Rams minus 3.5.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Give me that, yeah.
You like the Rams?
Yeah. Give me the Rams on that. 3.5?
Okay.
Oh, that's going to... Yeah, no.
Hey, don't sleep on them Colts now. Don't sleep on them Colts.
Now I actually want to put some money on this one because that actually seems like a lock right there.
Jacksonville at the 49ers. Purdy will start on Sunday.
Yeah.
49ers minus 3.5.
Brock Purdy is what I think of an NFL quarterback being too... The moment not being too big for him, but, kind of getting into a little bit too big for his britches. Yeah, definitely give me Jacksonville Yeah, no.
Jacksonville to cover?
Yeah, Jacksonville to cover.
Okay, all right. I like where your head's at there. I, too, went with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Baltimore at Kansas City. Baltimore -2.5.
Am I going to upset Fred Davis?
No, you absolutely won't. Trust me. You wouldn't. No, I mean, come on. I work with,
you work with,
I work with Blake Elliott.
Yeah, Baltimore covering at 3.5. I don't
Easily?
No,
2.5.
2.5. Yeah, easily.
Easily?
Easily.
Okay. What do you think about the team on the other side?
Well, Kansas City to me is not there yet. They've had such a great run, and every run has to come to an end. This is it. This is the year it goes.
We're 3 games into it. You've lost to 2 3-0 teams, but yet the run's over. Okay, anyway, we digress.
Sure.
We digress.
You think they get blown out against the Ravens, or do you think it's a close game?
Well, I mean, it's 2.5 spread. I mean, it could be anywhere from not a blowout. It's not a blowout.
You've lost. It's just funny to me. You've lost by a score to 2 teams that are both undefeated. You're down your top 2 wide receivers, but yeah, the run's over. Okay, Chicago at Vegas. Vegas -1.
Vegas -1. Chicago is not that good. Is not that team, and I'm expecting. Man, if Ashton Genty can get going, that's going to be such a... Oh, yeah. Geno Smith and the Raiders covering the spread, please.
Okay, you like... Okay, there you go. Vegas. There you go. I just... There's something about that team I'm just not sure about yet. Green Bay -7. I'll tell you what, we'll save this for the end.
Yeah.
Jets... because I'll tell you what, we'll save it for the next... You and I haven't even made our predictions yet, so we'll save that for the 3 o'clock, because we're going to talk about some Cowboys at 3 o'clock, so we'll save that for then. Let's move to the Monday night slate. We're got a couple minutes here. Jets at Miami. Miami -2.5.
Oh, the Puke Bowl. Yeah, give me Miami to cover that, but I'm not going to get any
I was going to say, it's a Monday night game. That's all people are going to care about. And then last but certainly not least, from the Monday night slate, you've got Cincinnati at Denver. Denver -7.5.
Give me the Fighting Jake Brownings.
Wow.
Yeah. That's my hot take. Is that Cincinnati is definitely going to cover. Give me that.
Okay. Anything that stands out to you there, Blake Elliott?
I already commented on the Drake May Panthers.
Okay,
that was my
nothing. Nothing about the Cincinnati take. That and that was your team too. I mean, that's gotta hurt you a little bit.
Their offense doesn't look good. Their O-line can't block, and their defense is horrendous. So I don't have much faith in Cincinnati being competitive. But we got Jamar Chase.
Yep.
Hopefully they can make something happen. We'll have to wait and see.
Does Trey Hendrickson get traded?
No, but they have to keep something.
Okay.
They have to keep something.
Fair enough.
How many did he agree with me more? Which one of us did he agree more?
Yeah. Well, how was that breakdown?
Let's see. Great question. You went with Pittsburgh. Neither one of us did. You went with Atlanta. Neither one of us did. You went with Buffalo. Blake did. You went with Houston. Neither one of us did. You went with Carolina. We both did. You went with Philly. Neither one of us did. You went with the Rams. By the way, Chargers at Giants. Chargers -6.5.
Give me the Chargers. Yeah, Giants. Awful.
Okay, there you go. You did okay. So you agree with us on that one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Philly, you went with them. We took Tampa Bay. You went with the Rams. Blake did that. You went with Jacksonville. I did. Both you Jamokes went with the Ravens.
Yeah.
You took Vegas. Blake and I both took Chicago. You took Miami. I took the Jets. He took Miami, and then you took Cincinnati, and we both took the Denver Broncos. Shout out to our boy.
A little bit of a split there.
Jay Gon. Hey, differing of opinions, boys. Differing of opinions. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Text in, let us know, your thoughts on our picks. And, of course, tell you what, coming up next, let's give our picks on this Dallas Cowboy. And we'll hear from Chris a little bit about where he's from. Just a quick update on that, as well as his thoughts on this Dallas Cowboy team. Lot to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is Fan After Dark on a Saturday.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark live.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Razor Babes. Nutmeg Maiden? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the program happening right now. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on this absolutely delightful Saturday afternoon. Fall is in the air. I don't care if you're going on hay rack rides today, and that's right. I you know what? I think it's a regional thing. I really do. Do you call it a hay rack, hay ride, hay bale? What do you call it?
Hay ride. In fact, my friend Rusty's actually doing some for some kids out there in Point, Texas. So yeah,
it sounds like he is with the name Rusty. He's got to be doing hay rack rides.
What else? Guy with a name like Rusty, you're a mechanic. Okay, you're giving hay rides.
Touched on already, LSU,
you're a
by the way.
farmer. Oh wow,
already.
He's actually a tattoo artist, so there's
tattoo artist. Okay,
or your guy is saving Kenny Rogers' perfect game.
Yeah, Rusty
Boom.
Greer.
There
we
you
go.
Look at this.
I love it.
What a pull. What a pull by, we got a couple Ranger guys here. We'll get to that here in the next segment. All right, so I'm Fred. That's Blake. That's Dylon. And, of course, the Fan Phenom finalists continue. We had Eric Casares in the last hour. We've got our boy Chris Edwards. He's already knocked out some picks, and now we are going to talk a little bit of Dallas Cowboys in this segment as well. Real quick, where are you from?
I am originally from Arlington, Texas. Yeah,
okay.
I'm an Arlington kid. I actually went to Martin High School, where Blake went for at least a little bit. All right, I'm a Martin Warrior. Class of should have been 06, but, you know, life choices gave me a penitentiary stay instead of a high school degree, so I got my GED in 07.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, big win for Arlington Martin last night. You guys put up like a 60 burger on somebody. Yeah, no, it was Arlington Martin with the big win yesterday.
Let's go.
Big win for Arlington Martin.
Unfortunately
by the
lost
way.
to Capel.
I saw. Shout out to my Louisville Fighting Farmers too. Big win yesterday. Put up a 21 spot or something crazy in the fourth quarter to beat Flower Mound Marcus. So shout out to my Louisville Fighting Farmers. Okay, let's talk a little Dallas Cowboys. Our boy Shade. All right. And this is we were going to have him talk about Jaden Blue and Mozzie Smith, but I could care less. But let's talk about the defense and the communication or lack thereof. We all know that it's been a problem. Hey, Shadi, who never loses a press conference, what's an example of good communication?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously the play call comes in from Flus or whoever the coordinator is around the league, and there's a green dot. Each team has a green dot that's allowed to make the call. You actually have guys that have multiple guys that can potentially do it based on your package that you have for personnel groupings. But the guys come into the huddle, the play call is made, whatever the wording is. But what's so critical about communication on defense, guys, is that the call, I'm just going to use a random one. It's not even one of ours. Let's just go base cover 3. Well, base cover 3 is going to play a lot of different ways based on the formation sets that the offense brings. And you know our league right now is all about shifts and motions and change of strengths and, the challenges that we create. So base cover 3, versus pro formation, which really nobody runs a whole lot of anymore, looks very different than it does in slot, or versus one-back slot, or versus four open, where there's no tight end in line and there's two guys to the right, offensive players to the right, two guys to the left, and there's no tight end in line. So if you do not have players that are communicating and sharing information, then therefore you are at a disadvantage.
All right, my bad, Green Dots.
So, as I was listening to Shotty talk about all this, I was like, okay, I kind of understand why this defense isn't very good right now, if that's the example.
And apparently they've
communication.
simplified it to one word. That's what was said this week. They simplified the play calls to one word. It's not super complicated things like, say, I don't know, Liz is cover 3, whatever it is. And it's not 12 different things you're having to say throughout the communication. So it seems like half of the defense is playing zone, the other half's playing man, one's playing cover 3, the other half's playing cover 4. You've got to get on the same page right now, and it doesn't feel like the Cowboys have done that. And I think it goes back to personnel, goes back to communication. Like, I don't think there's one singular spot I'm like, well, if you just had a different D coordinator, this team would be better. Or if you just had Micah Parsons, which was a big talking point. If Micah was on this team, would his defense look as bad as it was? As bad as it's been? I think it would still look bad. It probably wouldn't look as bad because Micah can clear up some of your blemishes with his pass rushing ability, and rushing forward wouldn't look as bad with that. But I just think this defense has multiple holes. It's not just personnel. It's not just coaching. It's not just communication. It's all those three things mixed together.
Well, I honestly think that this defense has been a less than smart defense. I don't want to call them dumb because you don't want to call anyone dumb, but it's been a less than smart defense for a few years. Seems like every couple of years I've heard the idea that the defensive backs don't exactly know what they're doing, or the communication's a little wonky. It seems to have been a common
Trend.
thing, no matter what coordinator's been here, no matter what defense has been, assigned to anybody. It's been bad communication or the players not being smart enough to be able to execute the defense. And to me, I think some coaches make football too complicated. And it's almost like they outsmart themselves, and within that, they outsmart their players because they're making it way too complicated. And this means this and all. Sometimes I think keep it simple, stupid. I heard you guys say that the other day. That's a huge thing when it comes to the ability to communicate. And what if you're at a job and you need someone to be able to do something for you? What's the easiest way to get that done? Give them the least amount of words.
Don't ask Fred Davis.
Don't ask Fred Davis. Yeah, give them the least amount of words to fulfill whatever they need to. You don't need to have a college thesis every time you have a play call.
I don't like what Dylon just said there.
Let's go to the you talk about the defense. The Cowboys, one of their bigger problems has been getting off the field on third down. They've been atrocious. So I'll ask you, gentlemen, yards per game, where do you think the Cowboys rank in the NFL? Just on third down, how many yards per game do you think they're first, second, last?
What do you hold on?
Third down defense. The Cowboys are on defense on third down.
First meaning worst?
First meaning
how many yards? What's the average down and distance on third down?
No. How many yards they've given up just on third downs alone?
Oh,
are they the best in the league at that? The worst in the league? Middle of the road?
Oh, I would say they got to be the worst. How many? It doesn't feel like they ever get down to third down very often.
It's one first down, second down, second down, score.
And that's the problem. When they do finally get to a third down, they are the worst at yards per game. They allow 124 yards just on third downs. Yards per play, this is the worst out of all. Probably the whole show, I'll say, all day. On an average third down against the Cowboys defense, teams are getting 9.1 yards per play.
I mean, come on.
You can't do that. You cannot. There's no way to win in the NFL like that.
3rd and 1, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 9. They're getting a first down. EPA per play, they're dead last in the NFL. First down rate, they're dead last in the NFL. Pass yards per play, they're second to last, 31st.
Yeah. So that means, like, even on play, let's say there is a holding call on the line of scrimmage, right? That on a third down that may bring it back to 3rd and 9 or something like that. They're still not going to be able to stop them. Even so, there's no advantage that the Cowboys defense actually has.
Nope.
And I don't see a whole bunch of personnel changes that they have on either the practice squad or people who are on their bench that's going to change that. It's not going to magically get better. And Deron Bland's great for that 1 year. It's been injuries or inconsistencies. Same with Diggs, injuries, inconsistencies. So magically we're going to get better because we have our 2 starting cornerbacks. I don't think that's the case. We don't have any safeties, so it doesn't really matter. We don't have any back safeties. So what's the thing that's actually going to create the advantage for the defense against any team they play?
Micah Parsons.
Confidence.
confidence.
No, I mean, honestly, that, and I don't mean that to be tongue in cheek like that. That's literally it. I mean, let's call it what it is. That defense. This is the third year in a row where you've had a different D coordinator, right? I mean, I'm not breaking any news there, but in order for this team, I mean, you've got defensive ends who have done nothing to get to the quarterback, but on the flip side of that too, though, and I'm not disputing anything. I mean, look, we all know that this personnel leaves a lot to be desired.
Ezeraku's leading the team in pressures outside of Kenny Clark with 3.
And that, which is
Kenny Clark has 8, then it goes Ezeraku 3, Fowler 2, Osa 2, Sam Williams 2, Houston, Nealon, and Solomon Thomas with 1.
Okay, yeah, because Fowler hasn't even shown. So does Fowler and Sam Williams, do they even suit up? Because it doesn't seem like I've even heard their name mentioned one time. So if they're not going to be able to do anything, how do we expect Ezeraku and Nealon to take up that slack as a first-year player and a second-year player?
What I don't understand is, and you know, I mean, Eric made a good point. I mean, look, you did have the delay as far as the weather against Philadelphia, but at the same time, too, though, I mean, part of that though was they were still getting some pressure in that second half, right? Like you saw, I mean, they kicked a field goal in the second half. I mean, delay or no delay, you only allowed 3 points, right? I mean, you still had to play the game, so. That defense that we saw, now again, I'm not saying that I suddenly thought that, oh, hey, this thing doesn't flip the script, but at least you thought to yourself, all right, they showed an ability to, all right, maybe you can scheme a few things up. Maybe you can get in the way a little bit. Sam Williams led the team in pressures that day, right? Or at least at the very least hurries, whatever it was. And yet we just, again, this is now the third week in a row where you're playing a team that's been compromised on the offensive line. In the last 2 weeks, you've done nothing to make up for it. And Dante Fowler, all right, who you thought was going to be the guy, has been, as you alluded to, dog you know what, all right? And then you bring in Jadeveon Clowney, who, okay, if you get 2 years ago Jadeveon Clowney, then maybe you feel a little bit better. But let me ask you this, and I'll tell you what, let's ask Shotty this. What has he learned about himself or his team in the first 3 weeks of the season?
Oh, man, I think the answer is both, man. I think, with the team, I think, we're realizing, again, the way we're built and that we do have some resilience and we do have some fight. When you look at the Giants game, that we believe we can find ways to win close games. I think we're also learning, the things that we need to do from a communication standpoint on both sides to be better. I think we're learning, that, like you guys said, all about the ball or winning the turnover battle can't just be a slogan. Like, we have to do that, and unfortunately right now we're turning it over too many times and we're not getting the ops. And then, I'm constantly learning, man. I mean, there's things I learn, every day and every game, and whether it's, game management stuff or how to best affect, the defense when I'm calling plays and being the head coach and things like that. I'm constantly learning. So, and what I would say to you guys is, when it's all said and done and we win a Super Bowl, I think we're going to still continue to be that way. And the quest for knowledge, man, and growth should never stop in anything you do in life.
All right, and
coaching him at the end.
I'll tell you what, he is. When we get to the Super Bowl, I mean, I will say one thing about Shotty. He's either delusional or just relentlessly optimistic. Either way, by the way, those interviews, any of the interviews when it comes to all things Dallas Cowboys here on 105 The Fan, brought to you by Window Nation. All right, Chris, again, you've been a Cowboy fan or a Cowboy follower. I don't want to put words in your mouth one way or the other. Your initial thoughts from what you heard from Shotty for the first 3 weeks.
I remember a few years ago, back when... Oh God, I can't remember who. Back before Mike McCarthy was hired, after Jason Garrett, the talk was Lincoln Riley, and Jerry Jones said he did not want a coach learning on the job on his dime.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear Shotty just explaining, "Hey, I'm learning this, I'm learning that, da 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 da." He's having a coach learn on his dime. He didn't want that coach to learn on his dime. But Jerry's all about doing things his own way. He feels like he's got something in Shotty. And if you listen to him, God, he sounds good. It all sounds good.
He says all the right things, doesn't he?
And I loved it. I was like, okay, I'm not a Cowboys fan, I'm a Cowboys follower, but he almost got me to be a fan again. I was so hopped up and ready to go. And then now I hear him, and I almost hear a little bit of the energy being sucked out of he still sounds the same, the words, but the energy level's not there. The conviction sometimes, even what he says, I think he's starting to realize that, Oh boy, this is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. Even though I had been around it, I had seen my dad do it. I had seen all these great coaches, taking me under their wings. This is a whole new ball game that I'm getting into, and I'm having to learn on the job. I think we need to give Shadi a little bit more grace.
Oh, look, I mean, look, we're 3 weeks into this thing, and I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment right now. I think this football team has a lot of questions, but at the same time, too, though, I think we all agree, though, that this football staff seems to be a lot better, and maybe we're going to find out more as we go on. But I think the biggest question mark, and again, Broadus talked about this, and Wolchuk talked about this last Sunday in the post game, was for as bad as your defense was, and we all agree the defense was not good last week. No. Okay, I mean, Stevie Wonder saw that, but your offense was atrocious. And something that I don't know if it was Wolchuk or Broadus or somebody on the station said it. You can't have the ball at the 2-yard line and throw the ball 4 straight times.
Correct. And Javonte had been dominating in that game. He had shown he can be a bruiser. He could show he could be elusive. Giving him the ball at least one time, to me, not even one time, feels like malpractice. I think another point is going to be Junior Adams. What is he going to bring to the table this week with CeeDee Lamb being hurt? How does he scheme George Pickens open, and him and Shadi and Adams and all those boys working together on the offense side of the ball? Because you're not going to have CeeDee Lamb full-on game plan. You know that going into, because losing a player like CeeDee mid-game is a lot harder than game planning, not having him in there. He's going to scheme Tolbert open, Turpin. It'll be interesting to see what the wide receiver room looks like.
I got one last thing. Where is Hunter Lipke?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
It seems like he hasn't been used at all. It seems like that would have been a perfect time to use Hunter Lipke. If he's supposed to be maybe a short yardage one back, like a H back or something, like that would have been the perfect time.
I'd like to see him in
anything.
At least last year on third downs, at least when you saw him, you knew you were going to throw the ball, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like, hey, at least he's in there. You get something out of him. You signed him to what, a $7 million deal?
Uh-huh.
Which, I mean, it's on the surface, and, I mean, for three of us, I mean, hell, I'll take a $7 million deal. Or from an NFL perspective, it's like, okay, but you've done nothing with Hunter Lipke this year. And again, you haven't done anything. And I guess that's last thing, and we'll go to break. I think that's been my biggest bugaboo about this offense through 3 weeks is if it hasn't been scheming Turpin open or throwing it to Pickens or CD, I don't feel like this offense has really been that exotic or creative.
No, but wait, hold on. That's the thing, though. I don't think that's what Shadi was here for. We actually,
I'm with you on that, but that concerns me a little bit,
right?
Because you need to be. Look, I mean, look. Do you want to know C that's just a ham and cheese kind of guy?
No, but
that's what his dad was.
Yeah, that is true. I also think that you accept what you get, and if we knew going into it, Shadi wasn't going to be exotic, then if we're not getting exotic, that's what we signed up for.
No, and I'm not mad at it. And look, I don't disagree with you one bit on that, but that was my biggest concern when it came to Brian Schottenheimer was no one has ever equated Schottenheimer offenses with being innovative. Right, and in 2025, unless you've got Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry, minus he's not spitting the bit 3 games in a row, you better have some sort of creativity in your offense, and I just don't know that we've seen a lot of that. All right, coming up next, we'll do a little 50-50 split. We'll talk a little NBA, and because our guy is a Rangers extraordinaire, let's talk a little Texas Rangers. We haven't given them enough love, or have we? We'll discuss next. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan After Dark.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the Fan After Dark is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We got Dylon over here talking smack. You know what? I get jobs done, okay? It may be a little convoluted, Dylon, but we get the job done. Look, he's just geeked today because his UNT Mean Green are 5-0.
Hey.
And hey, I tell you what, God bless them. And my Kansas Jayhawks fell today to the Cincinnati Bearcats, 37-34. Big loss today. I'm very disappointed about that. But you know what? The show must
because
go
UNT
on.
got that dub. Drew Mestamaker 5-0 since the first time since me and Dylan's parents and probably our grandparents, right?
Since
1959.
Oh, before Stone Cold.
19 what?
59
was the
is the last time we started 5-0.
Golly.
Let's see. From the 214, Fred, name me one team in the NFL that has all pros every level on defense. I don't think I did. My point is no team has looked this bad on defense. It's freaking coaching. Well, no, several teams have looked this bad on defense. I mean,
did we not remember the Cowboys in 2020 not being good on defense either and being an absolute chainsaw? You can just walk right through them. They were not good on defense.
Well, I guess he's just talking about this. Excuse me. I think he's just referring to this year. But I mean,
the Dolphins are pretty bad. The Ravens can't stop a nosebleed. The Bills gave up 40 week one. Teams get gashed. I'll say I almost want to say this in the last segment. Do you think we're going to look back 6-7 weeks from now and this feels like a little bit of an overreaction and they just had some poor communications with the new coordinator, or do you think this defense is this bad and will be bottom 5 all year? I'm more on the latter. I think this defense will be bad all year, and I don't think there's going to be any quick fixes. But I'll open up to you guys if you think maybe we're overreacting a little bit.
It's not going to be a quick fix. I don't think maybe week 6 or 7, but I think maybe by the end of the year we go, okay, this is what this defense is supposed to look like. The idea that this team was going to go from where they were last year to being a even a solid team this year was a little bit of, fool's gold when it came to, all these different changes and coordinator changes and all this stuff. It's still a lot of the same team that wasn't good last year. So it needs time to gel, needs time to, build, and apparently it needs time to build communication too.
Well, speaking of communication, Marcus Simeon talked about the Texas Rangers the other day. I'm just kind of paraphrasing the quote and said that we got to have the right guys in the clubhouse. We got to have guys that are leaders, show up every single day, and are ready to play and compete for a championship.
What do you mean by that?
Kind of pointing at CY, talking about the guys brought in, and then also kind of pointing at some of the guys in the clubhouse and maybe that they're not on the right page of winning a championship, giving it all, kind of that camaraderie, being all on the same page. Your takeaway from Simeon's quote and kind of maybe how different this Texas Rangers team might look next year.
Well, if you actually go to YouTube and type in Texas Rangers Daily on the search bar, you'll be able to find exactly what I said about this, because I host a show by the great people at Fan Arts called Texas Rangers Daily. Went over that Kennedy Landry report, and it makes sense to me. If you go back to the offseason of the Texas Rangers, there was a lot of stuff being reported about the teams getting together and like having these, what they did, like an escape room and things like that to try to build camaraderie. That was a bad sign to me, because I think especially because a lot of this core had been together since 2022, if you have to now, after a World Series year and another bad year, start getting, now we got to get the guys together to hang out like we're buddy-buddy, that's not a good sign. This team is not together. It's not cohesive. And with Simeon saying, and I have the exact quote right here, is I'm not the one making the decisions on who's in the clubhouse. I definitely know what type of team I want to play on. And that's huge, because Marcus doesn't say a lot of stuff like that. He's not dry, but he's not going to give you any type of bulletin board material.
Yeah.
And that's what this is. This is a kind of a line in the sand. Hey, we need to be a certain way. KNC Masterpiece were reporting about Jock Peterson in spring training, kind of, donkeying around, horseplaying and stuff like that. What did he do? He had one of the worst starts to a major league season of any Major League Baseball player that has ever put on the cleats. So that means a lot. So maybe that's the divide right there. You have guys like Simeon and Seager, trying to, be businesslike and do their thing. And you have maybe guys like Jock, who, they weren't here for the World Series year, that are kind of, horsing around, doing things there.
But he's also got 2 World Series rings to his credit, right? So on the flip side, I can see both sides of it, right? You've got on one hand, again, and you said Marcus Simeon wasn't dry. I would disagree with that. Every time I've heard him talk, don't operate heavy machinery. That said, he's a pro, right? He's a pro's pro. And you know what? That's the beauty of baseball. And that's the beauty of some athletes, is that, I don't need you to be boisterous. I don't need, you go out, you get your job done. And again, I'll disagree with you a little bit, because I don't mind if you're getting together in the offseason. Maybe it has to do with the fact that, we weren't good last year.
No.
Okay, and maybe you do need to get people's minds right a little bit. Like, maybe you did get fat and happy after winning a World Series, right? And we saw, not this past season, but the season before, where, 50% of teams since 2000 World Series champions don't make the playoffs the next year. All right, so that tells you all you need to know about how hard it is to get back, not just get back to a World Series, but to get back to the playoffs.
Hangover,
all right?
Real.
What's happened in sports, and I'll just say this real quick, is that we have gotten so used to seeing dynasties or teams that just dominate for a long period of time. Say what you want, and I know I'm going to get blasted for what I'm about to say, but the Astros have made it look easy for the last 10 years, all right? And a lot of things. Now, guess what? We've seen in the last 2 months, guess what? Reality comes hard and it comes fast.
Yeah.
Okay? As you're seeing a team that's about to get knocked out of the playoffs, if they lose today, they're done, right? So my point in all that is that, you thought that given Bochy's history, this would be the bounce back year, and it wasn't. All right? That being said, what needs to happen in your mind if this team's going to have any semblance of being a World Series contender? Because that's what we thought at the start of the year.
They have to change this core. And
really,
it stinks to say this, but if you look at the history of the team that's basically the same team, especially position players, since 2022, they've had one really good half of baseball and a good playoff run. If you look at their records, the first half, second half of 2022,
had a good
the
August.
second half of 2023, all of 2024, and most of this year, they've been bad. And it's the same people. It's Jonah Heim, it's Ezekiel Duran, it's Josh Smith. They've been on the team. It's Seeger, it's Simeon. They've been on the team. The same. They've got to do something to shift the core. Something's got to change. I love Jonah Heim as a person. I actually got to meet Jonah Heim at a autograph signing that I held.
Yeah.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Right now, he looks
just not a great hitter.
He's not a great hitter. He looks tired all the time. There was actually something in his scouting report where I think
baggy eyes.
They told him back in the day, hey, you need to start playing with more energy. And he did, and he picked it up. And then he got to Texas, and you can just see it.
Well, that World Series, he said, I'm good.
He's good. He's good. And a lot of these guys have done that. They've kind of rested on their laurels, or at least that's what it appears. And then you have guys like Simeon and Seeger who seem to be grinding and grinding and grinding. So I think there's this mix of people that are not fulfilling their potential.
Or let me ask you this. Are they resting on their laurels, or is this just who they are?
I think a few of them are. I think a guy like Jonah Heim, Ezekiel Duran, that's kind of who they are. Evan Carter was good for 20-something games and then hasn't
Ezekiel
been good
Duran
and
is
hurt.
what he is, though.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, but there's a reason why. I mean, he's a body, okay? I mean, look, if you're using Ezekiel Duran as like, hey, this is why we're not winning World Series, I mean, come on. I mean, and look, he's been actually halfway decent the last few months of the season for what he is.
But in 2023, he had a year that would have said in 2024 he should have been better. And he should have been even better this year. Because what his job was, kind of like Josh Smith, play a bunch of different positions, fill in when people are hurt. We had a lot of injuries. We had a lot of time for Ezekiel Duran to actually show up. This is 3 years into this, and it's not good. He should have been something. Jonah Heim should have been something. And now
look, Josh Young has given you squat.
Yes. That's a big one right there. He should have been an all-star third baseman.
We thought he was.
Nothing. So
well, then you mentioned Evan Carter. I mean, look, Evan Carter, and I think the other part of it, too, is, I mean, and again, I know this is going to sound sacrilege to some people. Evan Carter, God bless him, but, I mean, ever since that playoff run, injuries, okay, prone to injury prone, whatever you want to look at.
Right.
And then let's call it what it is. Wyatt Langford has not been what we thought
you
he
need him
was
to be an
going
MVP candidate, and he's been third, fourth best player on your team, most nights. Every once in a while he'll pop at 1 and 2 for a week or so, but you expected him to be in the...
You thought his evolution was going to happen a lot faster, and we just haven't seen it
We thought it was going to be Mike Trout, and I think that's kind of unfair to Wyatt Langford.
It is, right?
At least be Bobby Witt.
Yeah. I'm glad I'm on the microphone right now. I can say this. I believe that the media does a disservice to so many young players in all sports by doing a lazy comp of the best player they possibly can when they haven't even, stepped foot on a court or stepped in a batter's box. He's automatically supposed to be Mike Trout and Mickey Mantle. That's not fair to him. He's had two pretty good first season, second seasons. They've basically been about the same if you look at his numbers. So we're expecting so much out of these people when in human being fashion, they're doing exactly probably what they should have been doing the whole time. 21 home runs, 50, 60 RBIs. That's pretty good for a second-year player, but we expect him to be Mike Trout, who by the time he was at the level that Wyatt Langford is, already had, 2 Silver Sluggers and was an All-Star twice and all that. So, we do a really big disservice to a lot of young athletes by saying, you need to be this. You need to be this great player.
I think it goes on who's talking. I try my best when I'm doing my young scouting report to kind of give a mold and a ceiling and more go on kind of their play styles. Like, this player plays like this, and if he continues to play like this, at his ceiling, he could resemble this player, rather than saying this player is that player the day they step on the field, whether it's a court, field, baseball, football, basketball, it doesn't matter, hockey even. You got to give what can they live up to if they do the same skill set at that next level. So unfortunately for Wyatt, the heaviest is who wears the crown, and he was really good at Florida and didn't even play any AAA, just came right to the big leagues. And
he's been, and let's not, and look, we say all that to say this. He's been a good player for your Texas Rangers, right? I mean, let's not take away. The problem is that he's kind of a microcosm of, he's been good, but he hasn't been great. Mm-hmm. And that's what the expectation, I mean, when you spend $241 million and have the 7th highest payroll in baseball, guess what? And you have a Hall of Famer in Bruce Bochy.
Can't be the worst team. You can't be the worst in the league at hitting at home. At home, that's what you were. You were the best pitching team at home, also the worst hitting team.
Now, you had a good record at home, ironically enough, right? I mean, this team was, and look, I've said this before, and I'll say this one more time. Chris Young bears some of the blame because you can't go into this year with the expectations and use Luke Jackson, who sounds like a backroom country singer, who isn't in any way, shape, or form a bona fide closer, but that's the guy you decide is going to be your closer? Get you out of here with this. Give us your final take on this Rangers team and tell us why you should be the next fan phenom.
My final take on this Texas Rangers team is they're exactly where I thought they were going to be. This core from 2022 hasn't really been great except for 2 separate times. So the fact that they're not great again, around 500 again, it's what's going to happen and if we don't make a lot of big changes. And I think Chris Young, from his last interview, is going to make those big changes. And you can find me talking about the Texas Rangers on YouTube. Texas Rangers Daily. I'm Chris with a positive C. You'll be hearing me introduce myself that way there. You can also find a lot of stuff I do on the internet because I'm in a band called Panther Revival. Okay. If you like leftist punk, kind of listen to that right there. I fronted a band called Forget Conformity. So I'm used to being in front of a microphone screaming at people. Talking, about sports is also in my wheelhouse. And so even if I don't win the Fan Phenom, I've been listening to 105.3 since before it was a sports station. So this right here, I'm living a dream. I'm living a dream speaking on 105.3 right now. But if you do want to listen to me more about sports, talk about sports, just tell these people, give Positive C a good old try.
There you go. Yeah. Well, Gavin's the guy you got to talk to about that. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, Chris, it's been an absolute joy talking to you today. I wish you the best of luck, and I guess we'll find out when you do.
Appreciate it.
There you have it. That's our boy, Chris Edwards. All right. Sean, I don't know what his last name is, joins us next. He is the final and third contestant of the Fan Phenom. Don't go anywhere. Blake, Fred, Dylon, and Fan Phenom finalist, Sean.
Hi, it's Eric Thomason from Blue Nail Roofing. We've been serving.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sports Bar and Jake's Burgers.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
You know, I hit the wrong button.
You said that over the air.
I meant to hit it the talk back. I meant to hit it in the talk back.
Mark that.
That's Dylon.
Are we going to get some food after this? I'm hungry.
I'm starving.
I'm
starving.
Katy Trail?
I've eaten.
Should we run it back?
We've already done it once. I'm over the Katy Trail.
We can
That
go.
barbecue was fire, though. That barbecue was fire. Tell you what, we'll talk about it off air. All right, here we go. Let's go, my man. I'll tell you what. See, me and Dylon. I'll tell you what. We love hate. Love hate, and that's why we work so well together. That is the Showcase Showdown contestant music. Third, last, but certainly not least. And, of course, we may have I feel like there's a Spider-Man meme going on right now between Dylon and our final contestant, Sean Hunley. Both of you wearing the North Texas Kelly Green shirts. I mean, all the North Texas love in this room right now. Shout out to the Mean Green.
Shout out to the Mean Green, man.
Huge win today.
I'm not a huge apparel guy.
Yeah, we know.
That's been known. Wearing my boy Dale today, I think, right?
Yeah,
this is Dale.
That's Dale Earnhardt Jr., yes.
That's a hard name to say. Earnhardt.
Is it, though?
Continue. It is?
Continue.
I was just saying UNT is on top 5-0, like we said in the last segment. Sean being a UNT grad. I figured out in the break that me and Sean apparently, we had a class together. And what you said, what year did you say?
Dude, it had to be like my sophomore year.
Okay.
Because you were just, chilling. You walk in, beanie on, headphones in, not saying a word to
Too
anybody.
cool for school.
That was Blake.
For school. I can see it now.
How big was this class? Was this a small class?
No, it was a small one. It was in like the journalism building with like 15 chairs. It was it was always freezing cold in there.
Wow.
Dude.
I didn't talk to anyone the whole semester?
No, you did. I mean, you were pretty talkative.
Who,
but like,
girls? Girls, right? Nobody else?
No, it was a lot of girls. Yeah.
Oh, man.
I don't know.
Oh, man.
So wait a minute. Let me just real quick, and we'll continue this real quick. So you mean to tell me there was 15 people in this class, and he never once said anything to you the entire period?
I think we talked briefly, but I have no idea what it was until I found out that he loved sports and like he was trying to get involved in the sports business.
Even being two sports guys, and there was still no kind of like, hey.
I'm just trying to remember what
he was just in his own world. He was in his own lane. He was moving to the beat of his own drum.
Headphones in, beanie on. I'm here to get a degree.
Exactly.
Look, you can play the PG game right now because I know you're trying to get a job here, but don't worry, I'll say it for you. What a big time remove. What a big time a-hole move. I'm too cool. I'm over here. I'm doing my own thing. I don't need anybody in this class.
Had COVID happened yet?
Yeah. It was
okay, so I was a sophomore, junior somewhere. Well, I was trying to figure out for me, so I had to be a sophomore, junior as well, which meant COVID had just happened. I was trying to lock into my grades.
That's what it was. That's you know what? I'll let that slide. I, too, was locked in back in my day. All right, so we got our boy Sean Hunley. That's Sean with an S-E-A-N, correct?
Correct.
What's the reason for that, if you don't mind my asking?
It's the right way to spell it.
The scene versus the Sean?
It's the right way to spell it.
Is it?
Yeah. I'm of like Irish descent, and so, I got the Irish way to spell it.
I'm Irish, too.
Really?
50%. My dad is Irish as it gets.
Cool.
Yeah, so we're both Irish and UNT. We're so much green.
He can't decide right now if you're being serious.
I'm being for real. My dad is as...
You want to bring Bryce Young into that conversation?
Yes, it's about this piece of paper right here. Is my
so
father.
what? Real quick, what's the difference between S-E-A-N and S-H-A-W-N? So Sean, that spelling is the incorrect version?
That's what I've always been told. So, I just kind of roll with it, I'm not really sure if hey, people want to spell their name, S-H-A-W-N, S-E-A-N.
What about S-H-A-N?
Yeah.
What do you think about that one?
RJ?
It's different.
It's a little different.
It's different. Okay. Throwing shots at the morning host. Sorry.
What about F-R-E-D?
With it, though?
F-R-E-D. Do you think it's kind of a basic name?
It's called GOAT. That's what it's called. Okay. What's that?
Nothing.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, Cian. Let's go with what are we talking about here? NFL?
Well, a couple games that I'm most intrigued for, and I just want to get Sean's take on it. Eagles Buccaneers. The fact that this game is at noon, I think, is a disservice. This game is in Tampa. You do have Tristan Wirfs Chris Godwin suiting up. Baker Mayfield was questionable. He will play. No Mike Evans, but you will have still Emeka Egbuka out there. Where do you see this game fading towards? You got the Eagles, who haven't lost all year. Buccaneers haven't lost all year. Who will come out still undefeated after this game, Sean?
It's a tough one to say because I really like the way the Buccaneers are playing. They've won a lot of really gritty games, especially Baker Mayfield. Every time the defense has kind of given up a score, Baker Mayfield is right there to drive his team back down the field and get a score right there in the, to the middle of the end of the fourth quarter. The thing is, though, it's tough because the Eagles, they're just that offense. You get the tush push, you can't really stop it. And so I really want to see how the Buccaneers are going to use Bucky Irving against that Eagles run defense because they're kind of middle of the pack right now, but it's hard to say, are the injuries going to play a factor? Obviously Baker's questionable with his biceps. He's going to play. They get Chris Godwin back, but how well do they utilize Bucky Irving against that Eagles pass defense? It's just a lot of interesting pieces on that Buccaneers offense. I want to see how well they do against a pretty tough team like the Eagles, who have won some really, really gritty games,
Another fun point is Desmond Watson, the 350-pound plus gentleman from Florida who was undrafted, brought on the Buccaneers. He was on their practice squad, couldn't drop weight, so they cut him. They re-signed him to the active roster this week. And you might be saying, Blake, why would they re-sign this large gentleman from Florida? Well, what team runs the tush push? That would be the Eagles. So is this the week that the tush push, you got Vita Vea and Desmond Watson. Do you think the Eagles are still going to be as successful as they've been with their tush push, or do you see the Buccaneers stopping it?
Two things. So, one, yes, I think the Eagles are still going to continue to dominate with the tush push because nobody's been able to stop it. Now, you just say, well, why don't, NFL defenses are NFL defense. You can figure out a way to scheme to stop the tush push. Now, granted, you're going to have, obviously we've seen that there was, maybe some players might have jumped a little earlier. But here's the thing. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles in Tampa are 1-3 against the Buccaneers. His most losses of any team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So,
come on.
They flew down to Tampa a day earlier. They're practicing in the heat. They're trying to get acclimated to it. I think they're going to give him problems. I think it's going to be a close-scoring game, but I think we're going to see some offense come out on both sides of the ball. I really am interested to see who has the better run game between those two. You got Saquon Barkley and Bucky Irving going at it for who's going to be the better running back.
Who wins that game?
I want the Buccaneers to win, but unfortunately, I'm going to take the Eagles.
Oh, hurt my heart. Indianapolis Colts at the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams had the heartbreaker against the Eagles last week with the blocked kick by Jordan Davis to win the game for them. Indiana Jones and the Colts haven't lost all year. Highest scoring offense in the league. Colts averaged 34 a game. Rams averaged 24 a game. Which one of those trends switches and they get the dub tomorrow?
I'm going to take the Rams. I'm going to take the Rams in this. Here's why. Daniel Jones has only been sacked twice, except the Rams are tied for first with the Broncos, a team leading 12 sacks.
Okay.
So I think if the Rams can continue to get that defensive pressure on the Colts O-line, I don't think they're going to hold up. I think this is going to be their toughest game to play in, week 4 right now?
Mm-hmm.
So, I think the Colts are going to fold a little bit this week. But it's definitely going to be a high-scoring game. I want to see how Daniel Jones can roll out and make some passes.
And then the one I've been waiting for to ask Sean.
Everybody keeps crapping on Daniel Jones, though, saying that they're waiting for that other shoe to drop. But, look.
Sam Darnold asked, but Sam Darnold last year was a little bit of check down, getting the ball to Justin Jefferson. To me, Daniel Jones, if you're watching the games,
Daniel Jones will chuck it down
putting the team on his back in a sense. Jonathan Taylor's leading the league in rushing. Taylor's been also offensive line, but he's pushing the ball down the field. He's making tight window throws. He's getting first downs with his legs.
Fantastic.
He's not just checking the ball down and his defense is winning games.
Well, plus you got to worry about him on the ground too. Right, that's the thing about Daniel Jones is that if the play breaks down, he can tuck it and run.
Speaking of ground games, one of these teams has had a good ground game but keeps fumbling the ball. The other team has the only good ground game has come from their quarterback. The Baltimore Ravens versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Both teams 1-2. One of these teams will be 1-3 after tomorrow. Who is that team going to be, Sean?
I'm going to take the Ravens.
As being 1-3?
No, they're going to win this game. See, the Ravens, it's tough because they've scored 111 points.
Yeah.
The most by any team with a losing record through 3 games in NFL history.
It's not a lot. That's not good.
Tough part is they're last in defense, but you're facing a struggling offense with one of the best quarterbacks in Patrick Mahomes. Unfortunately, they don't have a run game. Mahomes is leading the rushing with 125 yards. Where is the run game? I'm so disappointed that where is Isaiah Pacheco, man? I wanted to get him in fantasy. Luckily,
You ain't
somebody
missing nothing.
snagged him.
Xavier Worthy's coming back this week. Will that change the Chiefs' offense? Yes or no?
Yes, I think it does because it gives Mahomes a better weapon. Obviously, Juju Smith-Schuster and Hollywood Brown, they know how to play in the NFL, but I really want to see Xavier Worthy. I think he's going to be a light for Mahomes, especially in such a tough time. It's something that he hasn't really faced in his career is just this 1-3 record that he's like, what's going on here? Where's the run game? What's going on with our offense, our defense? Where's Travis Kelce?
Would you say the mystique is gone from the Chiefs? Oh, we're playing the Chiefs. Would you say that's gone, or do you think it's still there? Teams are still fearful of the Chiefs.
I think it's gone, but it's just
in hibernation.
Mahomes is still Mahomes. One of the greatest quarterbacks of our generation. He's always going to be a threat, especially if you get him out of the pocket and get him rushing. And with the Ravens defense, I don't know.
I'm gonna say it's in hibernation. So I'm that's my take right now. The Chiefs mystique.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's gone. I'm not gonna be a fool and say I won't say a fool. I'm not gonna be part of the group of saying it's gone, but I think it's in hibernation. It could pop back up.
It's sketchy right now,
but it's definitely not. Teams are not like looking at the schedule like, oh, Chiefs.
No, I think they still are 100%.
Now, here's a cool stat for you about Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce has demolished the Ravens, at least as far in the passing game. 7.1 targets, 6 catches, and 78.24 yards per game versus Baltimore. I mean, he is a killer when it comes to playing the Ravens.
I mean, and I'll just say this, last but certainly not least, when it comes to the Chiefs and the Ravens, who do you trust in a big game more? Pat Mahomes or Lamar Jackson?
I trust Pat Mahomes more, but do we think this game will be super close down to the end?
Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know, man.
I mean, what
what
game hasn't been close with the Chiefs yet?
The Chiefs' offense, I don't know if they haven't played an offense like this. They haven't played a Ravens offense that's leading the league in points per game and putting up 40 burgers. So I don't think their offense can go
and the worst defense
play for play.
Look, they put up 20 points against the Browns through 4 quarters before they, caused Joe Flacco to crap down his leg.
They'll see at
325.
The Ravens are 1-5 all time versus Mahomes.
Yeah, so
fine.
I'm not worried about it.
But I'm still taking Baltimore.
I got Baltimore too.
Hey, you know what? I hope the entire station takes Baltimore. You guys can all kiss my ass after Sunday afternoon.
That's rude.
When Travis Kelce knocks out Xavier Worthy again,
we're gonna make sure that those crossing routes, other direction. You're
gonna be looking at what's our boy? What's your backup tight end's name? Noah Gray.
Yeah.
Bet he's the leading receiver tomorrow.
No, Tyquan Thornton's gonna ball tomorrow.
Should I throw him in my fantasy lineup?
You absolutely should.
Should I bench somebody? Should I bench Drake London?
No. I mean, I wouldn't. I'll tell you right now, I would have more faith in Tyquan Thornton because after what you saw from him last week, hey, the one thing about Pat Mahomes is this. When he gets into a rhythm with the wide receiver, he is going to feed you the football.
Well, let's get into a rhythm with our boy Sean. Coming up next, we'll discuss Cowboys-Packers, and more specifically, Micah Parsons knows how Dallas Cowboys and Brian Schottenheimer like to run their offense, but the same could be said for the other side. Who has the advantage, Shotty and Dak or Micah and the Packers? Coming up next.
The more time you give, the more our...
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 4 of the show happening right now. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on this Saturday afternoon. It's a little Fan After Dark. Saturday afternoon style programming note. Jacob Latz is your pitcher for the penultimate Ranger broadcast of the 2025 Ranger season, as they are 81-79 on the year. I need a split. And then my 82-80 prediction from 6 weeks ago is looking pretty good. But what does that mean, ladies and gentlemen, in the grand scheme of things? I know a lot of you Ranger fans out there. Look, you're sad. You're feeling some type of way. This was not how you expected your 2025 season to end. That's okay. Do not fret, ladies and gentlemen, because why? Because on Monday at 8 p.m., 2000, for those of you scoring on the 24-hour clock, Fred and Blake back Monday through Friday.
Come on, baby. No more off days. Monday and Wednesday, we will be on 8 to 11. But if it's not a Monday and Wednesday, if it's any other day, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 to 11, just like the gas station, you'll have us every day at your convenience.
We're excited about it, and so should you. All right.
You like that? Just came up with that slogan on the spot.
I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, this guy, you're an everyday Lee Iacocca.
What's another gas station quote you can think of?
I don't know. We'll think of it. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053.
Much better than your Thursday quote, by the way.
My Thursday quote was good. Dylan, stop.
I'll tell you what. Real quick, before we get into our boy Sean Hunley, who is the final contestant here with us on the Fan Phenom, all of our producers have been feisty in the last few weeks. We've already talked about how Trevor has made the full heel turn. Yeah. All right. Dylon, ever since telling us that he assaulted his mother back when he was a child, has decided that, you know what, he is going to unleash that venom on each and every one of you and us.
We could make a full intro just of producers saying things that they've done to their mom or their mom's done to them.
Wow.
Remember what Trevor...
Stepmom. That's
Mom adjacent.
You know what? Let's not get the show off the rails because that's a 440 segment. Okay, that's a 440 segment as well. All right, Sean Hunley's joining us. He is a UNT grad. A lot of UNT-ness going on here on 105.3 The Fan, certainly at this time frame. Where are you from?
Me, I'm from Garland. About 20 minutes down the road. Not too far.
Awkward.
Garland, who, by the way, go ahead and Blake, you've already big timed him. You've already big timed him a few years ago at
What's
school.
wrong with Garland here?
I have no problem with Garland.
I got no issue. This is Blake.
Okay,
I've got no problem with Garland. Dylon's got no problem with Garland. But Blake has a problem with Garland.
I've called it a filler city for the last 2 weeks.
A filler city?
Yeah, I've said it's a city that it's a filler. It's not a real city.
So what would you classify as like a real city?
Arlington. I wouldn't really say Dallas. Dallas is kind of faux in a way.
One of the biggest cities in
Colleyville.
America.
Colleyville, really
You're
good.
just naming places you've lived.
I would say Louisville's a real city.
You're damn right.
It's not a good one, but it's a real one.
Damn right it's real.
Like Garland feels fake. If you don't live adjacent, if you don't live 20
minutes, Garland, because there's a couple different parts. You know, there's North Garland.
All of it. Garland, all encompassing.
So, like,
I think if you don't live 20 minutes from Garland, you don't even know it exists.
Like what a filler city is.
So one that so we'll say somebody from Waco. Say, have you ever heard of Garland? They're gonna go, no, I've never heard of Garland. What is that?
But you got somebody from. But that's a lot. But I think that's a lot of. I mean, let's call it's a suburb, right? I mean, let's be real. That's what it is, right? Yeah. But when whether it's Houston, Dallas, like when you've got those, like the Woodlands.
I kind of said it as a joke initially, and I just kind of run with
your
it.
words. But no, like the Woodlands. I mean, outside of that, I mean, when people say the Woodlands, Texas, you're like, what the hell's that? But if you say, oh, it's outside of Houston, oh, okay, that makes sense. Garland on the peripheral, it's like what? Then you say, oh, it's outside Dallas.
What is Garland known for? What would you say is like their biggest? Arlington would probably say AT&T Stadium.
I don't know. You tell me. What is Garland known for?
Like number one thing
that
comes.
Swavey.
They got some
Dave
great
Swavey.
food. There's some great food spots in Garland.
Really?
Yes.
Give me one.
Well, there's a place called it's called Fortunate Son. Fortunate Son in downtown Garland.
What kind of food is it?
It's a fantastic pizza spot.
Oh, okay.
It is absolutely fantastic. To anybody that has never been to Fortunate Son, go check it out. It is amazing.
Now everyone's sticking up for Garland on the text line. All of a sudden,
thank you.
last 2 weeks, no one said anything.
No, actually, people have chimed in.
One person.
You just don't read them.
One person.
Shout out to my boy Dave Swavey from Guns N' Hoses. He is former Garland police chief.
And
then, of course, my boy Dan the Transmission Man lives in Garland. Okay? So don't ever. I've already told you. You know what? I told him he lost his Garland privileges already. So, look, it's okay.
But now I have a reason to visit Garland. Sean's there. That's a valid reason. Garland's
Do you
back
still
on
live in
top.
Garland?
Yeah, I do currently. The tire guys love my business because I drive every single where for work or school. Pretty much driving almost an hour everywhere I go. And so the tire guys they get my business 24/7. I had to go get a new tire 2 weeks ago.
Garland's on the up and up because of Sean. He's helping out the city.
It is.
I tell you what, you are such a flip-flopper.
Panderer.
You are the king of pandering. Makes me sick. Okay.
I'm black and white like a panda. Yeah? Panderer? And I look like a panda.
Should have said the tire mechanic, not the tire guys.
I think that's a good thing, right? I'm a panda.
Speaking of pandas, Brian Schottenheimer, who's not a panda,
does he eat bamboo though?
Is there a play that he second guessed outside of talking to Blake in this segment that he has second guessed this year? Let's clip through.
No, I mean, again, I do make decisions that way. I make decisions knowing that, hey, they're either going to work or they're not, and if they work, you'll be a hero, and if they don't work, you'll be, a goat, and that's all part of it. A goat in a bad way, not the greatest of all time.
Nice.
But I go back to the right before the half against the Giants. I just did not do a great job of communicating to Dak the situation that we're in. We have words that we use that kind of put him into a mindset, and we did not need to have the ball get left in bounds. And that's one that pops out where, again, I need to be clear with my communication to him using that code word that tells him and puts him into the mindset that he can't throw the quick out to Jake Ferguson unless he knows Fergie can get out of bounds. So, but again, like I said, you guys usually catch me in a good mood because I've just been spending the last 30 minutes doing all game management things from around the leagues with Ryan Feeder, who's our game management coordinator.
All right, before we get our boy Sean's take on that, don't forget all the interviews with the Dallas Cowboys here on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Window Nation. Just your thoughts on what, just kind of shoddy through the first 3 weeks. Again, first-time head coach, 25 years in the league, you being a Cowboy guy. Your thoughts on kind of what you've seen and your thoughts on our boy. You are a Cowboy guy, right? No? Okay. No, I know you are. Just your thoughts on this Cowboy season and what have just how you feel about Brian Schottenheimer.
He's doing the best
with
with what he's got. You know what I mean?
Right?
He's doing his best. I feel for him because it's tough when you get thrown into a situation like that and then you lose Micah Parsons. Obviously, that's just huge. So I mean, you just gotta roll with the punches, and that's something NFL coaches you pretty much have to do on a day-to-day basis in the NFL. But I think Shoddy is doing the best he can. It's just unfortunate the way just some things have not gone the Cowboys' way, big time actually. But I think he's learning. He's learning what I guess really what you kind of have to plug and play and figure out what there's this problem, there's this amount of injuries, and what players can I just move around, who's going to do what. It's so tough, man, especially for the Cowboys with the situation they're in currently, and plus you got a tough team like Green Bay coming up. I like him. I really like the guy. My expectations when they first hired him were, I don't know, this it doesn't look like a.
Who'd you want?
At this point, I don't really know. I don't really know who could fill.
No, but I'm saying, who did you want though? Because look,
Deion Sanders.
No, I did not want Deion. I knew Deion was not going to come here.
I mean, it was good. It was good to move the needle, and I think we're all kind of seeing things now through it. I mean, if you weren't already, as far as the way Jerry operates when it comes to promoting this football team, but from the perspective of, I mean, and again, we paid off a tease for 9 months last Sunday about you didn't go after Ben Johnson.
Exactly.
You didn't go after Aaron Glenn, right? I mean, you didn't even. I don't even think they interviewed Kellen Moore, did they?
I think they brought him in for.
They might have had just a conversation with him, right? But
nothing panned out.
Who did you have on kind of your bingo card as who you wanted to see be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys?
I mean, theoretically, I did want to see Ben Johnson because he's such a great offensive-minded play caller. I mean, he waited that extra year in Detroit, because he loved what he was doing there. They were winning. They were fantastic. But other than that, I didn't know who was going to be the best particular fit. I think everybody's got a couple in mind, but I don't know. It's so tough for me with the Cowboys, and especially there's a lot of work around.
Yeah.
So
We were all kind of taken aback last week. I mean, look, I know you and I didn't pick the Browns to we didn't pick them to cover the spread, much less win the football game. A lot of that had to do with, and we had our boy Gabe Neitzel on with us on Thursday night, and he said, look, a lot of that had to do with the fact that that offensive line just could not hold back that Cleveland Brown defensive line. Now, I think we all can agree there's nobody. I mean, hey, look. Miles is from Arlington. Unfortunately, he plays for the Cleveland Browns, so that's as close as he's getting to AT&T Stadium ever. That said, there's nobody on this team that even resembles. Now, look,
would you trade a first-round pick for Miles? How many to get Myles Garrett on this football team?
I mean, what, you're just going to give up what you gave for? I mean, just go ahead and swap out the Micah Parsons deal for all those picks we got. Let's go ahead and give them to Cleveland. Get our boy.
Would you go up 2 first and a random player for Myles Garrett?
I'd give a first and a third.
First, third, and Jalen Tolbert.
Oh.
And you get Myles Garrett.
I'll tell you what. I'll throw in Mozzie just for, and
Would you go a first and a second for him? Just isolated. First round pick this year, second round pick this year.
I mean, look, he's already under contract, so you don't have to worry about that. I mean, but he's 29 years old. What do we think? He's got 3 elite years left?
I think he's going to be elite for a while, man. This guy's a monster.
It's going to be a long time.
Because, think about it, even if he stops being elite speed-wise, he can probably still be a bull rusher and kind of do more 3-tech stuff, 5-tech, and kind of move inside. Because, he plays a lot of outside edge and uses his speed and power. I think Myles Garrett's going to be good for a while. I would do that.
I'd go first, third, and Jalen Tolbert if they take him. And then Mozzie just because, why not?
You can take Schoonmaker.
Tell you what, go ahead and that. And Jake Sanborn when you're at it too.
Got room for Elam.
Can you just take our entire 2023 draft class? Anyway. Okay. But what did the Browns do? Not name Myles Garrett to stop the Packers last week.
Yeah, again, I think what they did a really good job of not giving up big plays. Again, it's Captain Obvious there. I do think that they did a nice job stopping the run. This is a really good run team coming in here. Jacobs is a hell of a back, and they do a really good job with shifts and motions. But those are the 2 things that I would say is you can limit a team like that that's got speed with Matthew Golden and quarterback and Jordan Love that's really good at distributing the ball around. So not giving up explosives anytime you hold a team to 10 points like that, it's really impressive. And but I will say they tried to make them one-dimensional, and again, I think that they did a nice job with that. And it's like I felt it last week in the fourth quarter. We were running the hell out of the football, guys, and it just got to the point where we felt like we had to go. We were down 17 going into the fourth quarter, and it's like when you become one-dimensional as an offense, it's hard. And I felt like Cleveland did some good things to put Green Bay into that mindset a little bit.
Yeah, the Packers had way too many mistakes. I mean, they gave up 9 QB pressures in the first half of a game, which was the most in the Matt LaFleur era. And then, obviously that Browns front, that pass rush, Forrest Love to give that ugly interception late in the fourth. I mean, the field goal was blocked. I mean, just way too many mistakes from the Packers. And, credit the Cowboys, the Browns. I mean, their pass rush. I mean, it's fantastic. The best defense in the league so far through 4 weeks.
It's been insane. They draft Mason Graham. They traded out of the spot out of where they would have picked Travis Hunter. They get Quinshon Judkins. They get Carl Schlesinger out of UCLA. That Browns defense is legit. If they could just get a quarterback, I think that team could be competitive in the years to come. I'll ask you this, though, Sean, as we have it on the script. Brian Schottenheimer and Dak Prescott and kind of the Cowboys knowing how Micah Parsons plays, his strengths, his weaknesses, or Micah Parsons knowing what Dak does and doesn't like, knowing how the receivers like to get open, the running backs, whatever, the offensive line, especially how they work. Who do you think has the advantage knowing each other in this matchup on Sunday?
It's tough to say because, Micah's got all this surrounding him, all these different things going on. So I think if he can channel all that negative into the positive and be the guy that he is on the field and be that absolute dog in his position, he's gonna win. He's gonna win that. He's got the advantage there. Now the Cowboys and what Shoddy has, they're 11th in the NFL with 125 rushing yards per game and averaging 4.4 yards per carry, highest in the league. The key is the run. You know what? The Packers, defensive front is really tough. Their linebackers even tougher. If you can get the rock to Javonte Williams, if you can just get up to those linebackers and get a few yards after contact, which is what they do best, that's where the Cowboys will have a chance in this game. So there's a couple of different things. Obviously the Cowboys still reeling from their defensive struggles. The Packers are going to be pissed when they come into Dallas after losing that game to Cleveland. So I think that's where Micah's got the advantage. The disadvantage, though, for where the Cowboys have the advantage is that Micah is doing all this on the road now. He's not going to be used to coming into the game on a bus, going to the away team locker room. All the fans outside probably still going to be cheering, even though the Cowboys aren't giving him a tribute. There's just all those things that are just going to be, it's a mental thing. It's all going to be about how Micah can get in his rhythm and get going. So I'm going to say Micah has the advantage only because of everything that's happened, but the Cowboys do have some advantage there and Shoddy.
Okay. Fred?
Is that a Lincoln Navigator style water ball you got going on there?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is that supposed to mean? Did you just water ball? Water ball? Water bottle?
I'm sorry. Did I just what?
I was getting tongue tied. I was getting British. Water bottle.
I just saw the Lincoln logo right there.
The way your brain works.
It's
that's great.
It scares me sometimes. All right. We know you're single. Dylon, you're single, correct?
Yeah.
You single?
I am.
Okay.
4 single guys in a row.
I'll tell you what, that sets up this next fair or foul beautifully. All right, we got a little fair or foul. We'll get some more Cowboys thoughts as well as our final segment with our final and third fan phenom contestant, Mr. Sean Hunley. Don't go anywhere. This is the Fan After Dark on a Saturday.
Football season is in full swing and
home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Fred, you want to talk here? Hello?
Sorry, I was distracted by Blake Elliott. All right, welcome back in. It is Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon. My goodness. Check us out on the YouTube. Check us out on the Twitch. Feel free to text on the program as well. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. Let us know how you're feeling on this Saturday. We got about an hour left to show. Final segment with our boy, Mr. Sean Hunley. North Texas in the house. North Texas stand up, as it has been a fan phenom celebration here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I don't know any other details other than Sean's our last contestant today, and then after that, it's up to Gavin Spittle, and the rest is nothing left but the crying.
We've got some Garland texts.
Yeah, I bet you did, because you're a Garland hater.
They got North Garland is nice. Home of the Pirates, Garland, man. Garland is the third largest city in Texas.
Boom.
Is that true?
No, it's
Boom.
not.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, that couldn't be more inaccurate.
I didn't think so.
Okay, so I do have questions about the Garland School District, if that's the case.
Garland was a football powerhouse in the 80s and 90s. I'm going to default to you.
I wasn't here for it, so
I wasn't alive. So.
877-881-1053.
Matt Judge, David Korean.
Matt Judge is the creator of Beavis and Butthead, and David Koresh. Where I made that David Koresh joke early in the show, went over everybody's head, but we did have somebody text in and say he went to Garland High School before he dropped out. Do you know who David Koresh is?
Yes, I know.
Garland is best known for being the king of the Hill setting.
Yeah, well, that Matt Judge, who also did King of the Hill and Beavis and Butthead.
First Wingstop was apparently in Garland as well.
You ever seen Office Space? Mm-mm. Wow.
Somebody said Zombieland starts in Garland in the movie.
See, there you go.
Does it really?
I did not know that.
They said the only problem is the construction, but you can say that about a bunch of cities.
That's the
Texas.
entire
You're not lying.
DFW.
You are not lying about the construction.
Well, that's just
but
Texas in
construction's
general.
everywhere. I mean,
Houston, Dallas,
Yeah,
Arlington.
right there at 635, where you get to where I get off on the exit, the Centerville exit.
Yeah.
There's so much construction going on.
No,
right there.
it's a disaster.
It's a
I mean,
nightmare.
just take 35. I mean, I know this much. I've had to switch my route going home to Louisville now, because of the amount of construction they're doing on 35 East. Which, look, it's going to be great when they get done, but my goodness, it's a pain in the you-know-what while you're waiting to get done.
I kind of wonder what grade I got in that class we had together, Sean.
Probably barely passing. Okay.
You really think so?
You got to ask Professor
I was a
McElroy.
scholar.
I think you passed. I said barely passing.
Barely.
Yeah.
I was a scholar.
But were
barely.
you cum laude?
Oh.
Hey, guess who's not cum laude in here?
Oh.
Super nerd.
Got a nerd off.
Super nerd.
I did say that was your doppelganger. You know what? We may have to have, for charity, have you two fight.
I didn't see that going that way.
Okay? I want to see a slap fight between you two.
A slap fight.
A slap fight?
That's
you mean
right.
like a slap boxing?
That's
Yeah,
exactly
and you
right.
both have to wear the Mean Green Eagle costume while doing it.
No. Oh, you know, some kid at my graduation walked across with the scrappy legs.
The scrappy
He's the mascot.
legs is
Respect whoever that
insane.
I
was.
don't even know what that means.
It's our mascot.
It's our
yeah,
mascot.
Brad. It's a bird, just like yours.
Yeah, well.
It's an eagle.
One's actually heard of
A
our bird.
jayhawk
Yeah.
and an eagle, which one's more intimidating?
Jayhawk all day, every day.
Eagle all day long.
I mean,
Dude, nobody's scared of a
eagle,
jayhawk.
Eagle. I mean, yeah, that's original.
Yeah, it's like the bird of the United States of America.
Yeah,
But,
Fred.
yeah, everybody's
It is
got
original
one.
since
No, it's-
1776.
yeah, everybody's got one.
1776, you heard him.
Everybody. Any Tom, Dick, or Hank can be an eagle, okay?
But
Not
notice how
anybody
nobody wanted to
can
be a jayhawk but Kansas. Nobody else.
No,
Nobody
because-
said, we're going to copy.
yeah,
That's a
because-
good bird. That's a good bird.
You
No
guys
one
can't-
else emulated that.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can't be us, okay?
Is
Don't
it-
hate
is that
us,
why?
Don't hate us because you ain't us,
I don't know if I
all
wanna
right?
be-
Lost to Cincinnati today.
Fair foul. Fair foul. Oh, by the way, a mean green? Mean green.
5-0.
Oh, yeah.
5-0.
We're a
Drew
mean-
Mestamaker.
We're a
5-0.
mean color. We're a mean color.
Yeah, we
Get
are.
out of my face.
Yeah.
Okay, fair foul. Okay,
Hey,
so we've
Tall
all
Jones.
agreed, you three jamokes are all single. A new study reveals that singles who dedicate at least 6 months to self-improvement are twice as likely to select healthier, more compatible partners. The findings emphasize how personal growth directly impacts relationship choices, leading to stronger long-term bonds. Researchers found that individuals who focused on mental, physical, and emotional health were less likely to repeat toxic dating patterns. By building confidence and clarity, they raised their standards and pursued partners aligned with their healthier lifestyles and values. I'm looking at you, Blake Elliott. The results.
I have healthy values.
The results highlight the importance of self-reflection before entering serious relationships. By prioritizing growth, singles are not only improving themselves, but also shaping more sustainable and fulfilling connections. Fair foul. We'll start off with our boy Sean. Singles who spend at least 6 months improving themselves are 2 times more than likely to choose healthy partners.
Fair. I can agree with that.
Yeah?
100%.
How long have you been working on it?
Wow, just taking digs at our phenoms.
That's what I mean. Hey, Gavin said to do our show.
He did say that.
Hey, you know,
TBD. it's a self.
You know, money comes
Working,
first.
Fred.
Money comes first.
He's married to the grind.
Yeah.
He's married to the grind. Your take.
Let's see. When did I've been single since January, March, April.
Yeah.
How many months ago was that from today?
May, June, July.
That'd be
August,
6 months.
September. 5, 6
Or 5,
months.
6 months, yeah.
Absolutely.
So I'm right at that. I'm right at that mark. I'm right at that mark, and all I've been doing is self-improvement.
Yeah.
Females, never heard of them. Social life, never heard of them.
No social
Straight
media.
grind.
Just Chris.
I don't even have TikTok on my phone, Instagram,
Yeah.
Twitter. I don't have any of those.
What?
That's all. Those are all lies.
All I have is Odyssey app.
I mean, you are the biggest liar, gaslighter. Clearly,
Do you think I'm a gaslighter?
No, you know what? This conversation's
doubt.
over. This conversation.
Y'all think I'm a gaslighter?
Okay, you're literally
Sounds like
gaslighting us right now, asking that question.
My last 2 girlfriends said the same thing.
Yeah,
but I think
because
they're
you are.
liars.
I think you're a narcissist.
Are you
fair
always
foul.
right too?
Fair foul.
It's fair.
It's fair. Are you working on yourself?
Yeah, for 22 years now.
Hey, that's right over the 6-month mark. So you should be like 25 times as likely to get a good partner.
You should find Wonder Woman at this point,
Or Scarlett Johansson.
or either one. Either one.
Sydney Sweeney.
Who's your
There you go. There
who's
you
your
go.
celebrity crush? Because we asked Trevor, and I think we got around it. It was some version of a Scarlett Johansson anime kind of
Was it?
character. Well, he said he
I
would be
don't
all over it.
remember. Who
What about
knows?
yours, Dylan? What would be your celebrity crush? Perfect woman.
Sydney Sweeney's up there.
Yeah.
Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah.
So you're a blonde guy.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I guess.
See, I would just disagree.
But
Just think blonde.
Hey,
are
to each his
overrated.
own.
light brown, dirty blonde.
Go ahead and mark that.
What's yours? Dial on doppelganger.
Be careful.
My celebrity crush,
Or your celebrity crush and yeah.
Anna de Armas.
Who?
What?
I'm gonna look her up.
Really?
Who'd you say?
Say her
The
name
chick in
again?
the James Bond movie, Spectre?
Yeah, I never seen it.
Anna
Or
de
was it No Time to
Armas?
Die? I think it was. I want to say it was Spectre.
Oh wow, she's a looker.
No, it was No Time to Die.
She's a
It was
looker
No Time
for
to
sure.
Die.
Yeah.
What movie?
No Time to
Has she
Die.
been anything else besides that?
She's in Blonde, Deepwater, Blade Runner, Knives Out, John Wick,
Which one?
War
Which
Dogs.
John Wick.
From the World 2025.
The
last
ballerina
one?
movie?
Yeah, the one that just came out.
Yeah.
War Dogs.
Oh, with what's his name? Jonah Hill.
I've seen 0 of these movies. I have no idea who this woman is. All right, well, I'll take your
Shame.
word for it. She's hot though.
Yeah.
Okay, celebrity crush right
And
there.
she's brunette, so right up my
There
alley.
you go. And yours is what?
Megan-
Melissa McCarthy?
Dude, Megan Fox, Transformers 1. Come on. Who's Melissa McCartney? I'm going to look her up.
McCarthy.
Now, I had a neighbor, and her name was McCarthy.
Yeah, well, it might be her. Okay, all right.
No, that's not my celebrity crush. I just looked her up. Far from. Couple ibs off.
All right. Cowboys win the game tomorrow if what happens? Sean.
Oh man, that's.
Go ahead. We can, we're having fun.
I'm going to say the run. I'm going to say the run. I'm going to say if they can figure out the run, and then George Pickens gets most of the 50-50 balls that are thrown his way.
Does Jalen Tolbert or Cavante Turpin, who do you think plays a bigger role in helping this offense
great
move the ball
Cavante
down the
Turpin.
field? Okay. I want to see Turpin being used in motion. That's what we've seen. We saw him in that Bears game. One of the standouts in that second half was they used Turpin. He was at the outside spot at the X. They motioned him into the slot, and he ran a crossing pattern. It was wide open, and Dak threw him a good ball, and it was like a 30-yard gain. And then we just feels like with Turpin, they use him sparingly and then act like he can't run that route again. I'm not saying he needs to be your every down guy and he needs to be running digs across the middle of the field and catching all these intermediate stuff. But you could at least be, I think, utilizing him a little bit more because he does have breakaway speed. Most games, there's not going to be someone a DB as fast as Cavante Turpin. Even if it's a drag route, even if it's a screen, it feels like it's like 3 or 4 plays. They maybe get the ball. Right now with no CD, you don't have any field benders. And I think it's really important at the wide receiver position to have field benders, guys that you have to change your coverage. Now we have to bracket CD because he's here. We have to bracket Malik Neighbors. We cannot have this safety cheat over the middle because of the receiver over there. And I'm not saying Kevontae Turpin is that guy, but you don't have very many guys that are even close to it right now with CD being out. So I think Turpin can stretch the field a little bit more. And then you can get George Pickens to get you the intermediate stuff, the third down stuff. So I would love to see some creativity on offense because you got no CD. You can't just rely on throwing it to one of the best pass catchers.
I think you're
penalty help.
I want to get your thoughts on this though too, because I think part of the question though, in your case though, what your point talking about as far as getting him more looks, I think part of it is you're just worried about him getting hurt.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you gave him 4 targets and he gets hurt against the Giants. Right, which is I think why you only saw 3. Now, I do think you're going to see more of him on tomorrow because you have to, right? And I guess my question for you is: are you at all concerned that you've got a 5'9", wink, 160-pound wide receiver who, let's call it what it is, he's really 5'7"? So you've got a 5'7", 160-pound receiver that's going to be your number 2 tomorrow.
I mean,
if you're the Cowboys.
I mean, at this point, you can't really worry about getting hurt. I mean, at this point, you just got to go out there and play the best you can. You hope to God that he doesn't get hurt. I mean, the Packers already have the 3rd best defense in the whole league right now.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's already going to be your biggest challenge. They're allowing the fewest points per game through 3 weeks. So I mean, really just go out there and do whatever you can to get some points on the board because the Packers are going to be a real tough team to get points against.
Score prediction for tomorrow?
I'm going to say 31-10.
Packers?
Yes.
Like how you backed into that there. 31-10 Packers. I mean, look, it's going to take a Herculean effort. It would be the biggest upset of the year if the Cowboys were to find a way to win this game tomorrow. Right now, and of course, we did this on Thursday. The spread was at 7. Green Bay being a 7-point favorite going into tomorrow. So Blake and I will give our picks at 5 o'clock. Give me a couple of the games that are jumping off the page to you that you definitely have to have your eyeballs on tomorrow.
It's going to be a shame because I don't think we're going to be able to get to see the Colts and the Rams play because of that Ravens-Chiefs game in the 3 o'clock slot. But, I mean, I really want to see if Daniel Jones can continue to stay red hot like he is.
Yeah.
And we'll see because Devontae Adams is questionable if he's going to actually play because he didn't practice Wednesday, Thursday. He was limited on Friday.
No, Devontae Adams said he's playing.
Okay.
He did say he's playing. Now, how effective will he be? Who knows? Right. But he did say he's going to play.
Yeah, so I'm really going to try to watch that game in any way I can because I think that's going to be a shootout. The same thing with I had it on my list here. The Vikings and the Steelers. I want to see, it's tough.
Do you believe in Aaron Rodgers still? Fred believes on him. I don't.
I do. I think Aaron Rodgers can still make big plays. We've seen it. I mean, he did pretty well in week 1 versus the Jets. I mean, got the dub. Took an L versus Seattle and the next week. But, he's going up against a real stout Vikings defense. And remember, he was going to sign with Minnesota potentially. But, instead you give J.J. McCarthy the rookie contract. You got Carson Wentz on $1.3 million compared to $14.2 with Aaron. So it's going to be, as I saw in an article, a litmus test to see if taking.
I saw that same article. So I know exactly what you're talking about when they say that. I mean, I don't know. I on one hand, I get, hey, you're Kevin O'Connell. You know what you've done with quarterbacks the last few years. I just feel like, with a guy coming off the leg injury the way McCarthy was, I don't think having him play or having him sit behind Aaron for one more year would have hurt. All right, last thing. Tell the folks at home where they can find you at on the socials, the Twitters, and tell the people at home why you should be the Fan Phenom.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Here, I guess we'll go with the socials then. If you want to follow me on Twitter, sorry, my mic was a little bit further away than I wanted it to be. It's at all lowercase, Sean, my first name, S-E-A-N.
S-E-A-N.
No spaces. Last name, Hunley, Hunley, 21.
Okay. Sean Hunley, 21. Is that simple?
Exactly. It's real simple.
Man.
That was the year I graduated from high school. So,
easy peasy. All right. Wait, you graduated in 21?
High school, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
Okay, so you guys are literally so you're the same age as my daughter. How about that? Who's not speaking to me right now, but we'll talk about that another time. All right, so why should you be the Phenom?
Those questions are so tough, because
it's radio, baby.
I just want to be here, man. It's just a blessing, but I think I've got what it takes. Everybody's always told me that you got a great voice, and I've always had a passion for sports. And the toughest thing I realized is that you and 1,000 other kids have the exact same dream,
Yeah.
So you got to be better than the rest of them, and I'm not saying I am, at the end of the day, it's the good Lord's going to give me what he's going to give me, and
Absolutely.
you just got to roll with it. And if you bark up one tree and you don't find anything, you go and you bark up the next tree. So I'm going to keep fighting for this opportunity until somebody gives me a shot. And so if this is my shot, I'm going to take it and I'm going to run with it.
And Blake's still barking up trees.
If you
so.
you can just beat up Dylan for his spot. You do y'all slap box, and you can just take the producer spot. Y'all can fight for it.
I'm going to give a slight edge to Dylon, though.
Oh wow, in a fight?
Oh, absolutely. Because if anybody's going to win in a slap contest,
we do. He's a known slapper. He's a known slapper.
That's fair.
He's
But
a
I
known
mean, at the end of the day, I would say that me just sitting in this chair talking to you guys right now, completely was out of my hands. I literally met Kevin Hagelin at a Walmart by my house, just randomly on the phone with a buddy.
Yeah.
I met Hagee the day before the final Fan Phenom, and I wasn't even going to go. And I decided to go thanks to some really great friends, and of course my mom pushing me to go. And I sat there for over 3 hours, and I was about to leave, and then they texted me, and I went and did my 3-minute bit on how the Stars are going to win the Stanley Cup.
Nice.
And a month later, on a 7-day stretch of work, I got a call from G. Spittle saying, "Hey man, you made the finals.
Let's go."
And I just kind of threw my hands up. I said,
"Here we
Let's go. Let's do it."
Were you about to get in the shower?
No.
Okay.
I already taken a shower.
I'd ask.
Had to be at work at 5. Immediately came home,
Fair.
ate lunch, and took a nap.
Fair.
And after a shower.
Well, that was the Fan Phenoms, or should do it like American Idol. Send your
such
votes
a
in.
creep.
Well, that's what I was doing.
No,
when I
that's
got
that's what you were doing when you found out you won.
Same difference. Gavin called me and I was naked. Got to get in the shower. So you heard the Fan Phenom contest. I don't know if it's supposed to be like American Idol. Send in your votes.
That's crazy.
Drink a Pepsi and let us know what you thought.
877-881-1053.
We'll continue our regular
Tell us
pro
on the
cover.
telephone.
Let's listen to the Tolos.
I'll tell you what. We
don't need your feedback on them, actually.
Well, I kind of want to, though.
Well, not on the Tolos on the telephone.
Absolutely. Let's do it. Well, you got something to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. I wanted to give a special shout out of all people to my dad. He has been going through a real tough time. And Dad, I know you're listening right now. We've been up and down with some health issues, and so I'm just incredibly thankful that he's still here. He's kicking hard. He's fighting his ass off to be here. I'm sorry I don't mean to cuss like that, but Dad, I love you so much, and I'm so glad you're here with me. Mom and my buddy Ty, of all people, are the two people that got me to do this thing, and so you guys are the best. Jared, love you, buddy, and thank you guys.
Thanks
so
for
much
Hagee at a Walmart. How about that? Papa Hunley,
Absolutely.
God bless
and thanks
you.
to Hagee.
There you go. Hagee doing, and that's why we love Hagee so much. All right, here we go. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Tolo's on the telephone. Coming up next, you got 45 seconds. Don't ask us how we're doing because you know how we're doing. Cowboys, 45 seconds, win or lose. Let us know. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
Hi, it's Eric Thomason from Blue Nail Roofing. We've been...
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola Fee brought up? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cool haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
thought all three, I'm going to be very diplomatic and political, I thought all three did a great job.
I thought they were all phenomenal. I will say when I did mine 2 years ago, a lot of
guys sucked.
Wasn't gonna. I was just saying it was a lot of nerds, and these gentlemen were prepared.
Oh yeah, no,
these gentlemen were prepared. Like there was a lot of nerds even for me.
Now,
and
I would argue maybe that has something to do with the hosts. Just a very welcoming vibe.
Well, I had Will and CA.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a nervous, I don't know. Will and CA were great.
No, CA. I mean, that's a legend right there. But you know what?
I was so
He's
intimidated
such
by Will
a legend
Chambers,
that I could see where if you did radio with CA, if especially being a Dallas native, I mean, that's a legend right there. I wet myself when I met CA the first time, and that was just in a side studio.
I can't even go on and on about this, but CA's a go. CA, I feel like CA in a good way, and I mean this in the most positive way ever. Like CA is very energetic on the radio.
Yeah.
Off the radio, I feel like he's a lot more like copacetic.
Yeah.
Like just chill vibes.
Yeah.
On the radio, it's very high energy. So when you when I had heard of CA on the radio these years and I meet him in person, it's like, what's up, man? Blake. CA, nice to meet you. I'm like, whoa, this is Prince? This is Michael Jackson? This guy's smooth. That's my take on CA. Okay. Cowboys Packers. I got my score prediction written down right here. I don't really know how to translate.
We love you, CA. In fact, I will be on with CA tomorrow from 9 to noon. So, you coming by? Come by? You on the schedule tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, because I did it last weekend.
Come on by.
Dude, we've done a bunch of radio.
Do a little radio with us tomorrow. Why not? I thought the three-man weave was a lot of fun.
It was fun.
I enjoyed it.
CA, you made my life so much easier.
Oh, so I'll tell you what, it was great. It was absolutely great. And I promise you, I will start the show off correctly tomorrow morning.
Oh, that was that.
Yeah, that was last Sunday.
That might have not happened if I wasn't here. Just, butterfly effect. Got your mind on different things. If it was just you and CA, you might have said DFW. Who knows? Actually,
no, I don't think it would have mattered because I was staring off out that window when I did it. I just kind of spaced out right before the show started, honestly. Because the three of us were kind of, but again, it was one of the things where you and I had already talked. We knew we were doing the show that was on the schedule, and then we show up, and then CA's sitting in his chair, and the three of us are like, all right, we're gonna do our thing, because the three of us had never done a show. We had done segments, of course not. I mean, look, we're dying the wool at this point. And then I just kind of
say. I don't understand that analogy. I know what it is.
Yeah,
but I really want to understand that analogy. Die in the wool.
Die in the wool. Like we've been doing this.
Spell die though. Like die or D-I-E.
D-Y-E.
D-Y-E like
die in the wool.
What does that
mean? There. It's imprinted. Boom. Die in the wool. There you go.
I need to bring that back for extra credit.
Just random sayings?
What are these sayings?
I'll tell you what, I thought I will say this, and I think we may need to make a staple of this, incorporate the TSN nerds. I'm looking at you, Dylon, on extra credit.
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoyed the producer standoffs.
Yeah.
The battles. Okay. I like not having to use my brain sometimes.
Well, also
you realize I've been on do you realize I've been talking for 6 hours straight?
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah. I can tell.
People wondered why I was so jacked to start the show today. I had done 63 straight minutes of talking.
Did you drink any coffee today?
Maybe.
Word to who?
Maybe not.
Who gave you the coffee?
Maybe go yourself.
I was trying to give you the.
I know.
It's spittle.
It's a movie thing.
You and movies, man.
I know.
That's your problem. You watch too many movies, man. You need to stop watching.
They're all
movies.
the same movie. Just because I remember a quote from it.
Packers, Cowboys. I've got my prediction.
I've got my prediction.
I've got mine written down.
Dylon, you got your prediction?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to go first?
Let's let Dylon go first.
Here
Dylon, who's your prediction for tomorrow's Packers? And by the way, 7-point dog are your Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I have no faith in this defense. So Packers win 31-20.
Okay. I like it. All right, here we go. I'm just going to put D for
Davis, Dylon, and David.
You could, but it's just going to be Dylon.
Oh, I thought it was all three of us. We all are a D.
We are, but I'm going to just go ahead and write his down.
That is interesting. I just realized that now. We can be the triple D.
Yeah.
Big D.
There's
Dallas.
a website for that. Anyway, what'd you say, 31-20?
Correct.
Okay. You know, I could have said something.
You kind of just did.
I didn't. I didn't say anything.
Someone said The Departed. It's another D.
That's why I do it. That's why I do stuff like that. I say these little non-sequiturs, these little throwaway comments, because somebody somewhere is driving in their vehicle and is smiling right now saying, Fred, I know exactly what you mean by that. And for that person, God bless.
Fred Throwaway Davis. Okay.
Fred Throwaway Davis. That's exactly right. Blake Elliott.
I got the score being 15 for the Cowboys.
15? It's 15 points.
38 for the Packers.
38-15 is your score. Is that a score?
Are you predicting 5 field goals?
Yeah.
That's a scoregami, isn't it?
I don't know if it's a scoregami. I don't think you get in the end zone. I think 5 field goals. Or I guess you could score a touchdown, field goal. Isn't that a touchdown and 3 field goals?
Yeah, well, if you don't make the extra point.
Yeah. Touchdown.
So you're going for 2, essentially.
Yeah. I think you get 15 points. I think the Packers get 38. I don't know how this defense stops anybody.
So you said 38-15?
Yeah. Yeah, Packers. And I got Dak having under 200 yards passing.
Oh, that score has happened before, by the way. No scoregami. It happened in 2022.
Who was it?
The New England Patriots over the Cleveland Browns.
38-15. I like it. I, being the hopeless optimist
here we go
that I am, no, Green Bay still wins.
Okay.
No, Green Bay is still going to win. This has got, and here's where I'm going with this. This kind of reminds me of the Philly game, in that nobody outside of Jerry Jones's house and maybe Shoddy's gives this team a chance to win.
But who do you think has a better defense?
Green Bay does.
And then also you had CD Lamb in that game. So you're going against better defense and no CD.
I get it. But you know what? Don't ever underestimate the will of man. Okay?
Well, you're down 2 offensive linemen. You're down your best receiver, and your defense looks like the worst in the NFL. 38-15.
27-23 Packers. 27.
If it's 27-23, I will have a new respect for the Cowboys, and I will come here on Monday and have an attitude change. I don't even really care how the game looks. If it's 27-23, I'll say Cowboys. Okay.
There's something about Shoddy. There's something about the way they got.
I think this one's going to be embarrassing.
I think it could very well. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. All right.
I can see some defense. The Packers getting a little fumble, a little interception.
I could also see the opposite happening. I mean, this is where basically Matt Eberflus. This is on him this week. Okay, if I'm Brian Schottenheimer and Stephen Jones and the powers that be, the brain trust at the Star, I'm looking at Matt Eberflus and saying, look, this is why we hired you. Okay, we got rid of Micah because we were under the impression, or you told us you could scheme up blitzing, you could scheme up pressure, and through 3 games you've done nothing. Nope. Now on the flip side of that, I mean look. Matt Eberflus didn't get hired to be the Chicago Bears head coach because he was a putz. All right? I mean, he was a good defensive coordinator when he was in Indianapolis. All right? So let's see. And then I would tell everybody to a man in that Dallas locker room, all right, is this who you guys are? Dante Fowler, is this who you are? Ezeraku, is this why we drafted you, so you could have a 0% win rush rate? Okay? Like, seriously.
Jalen Tolbert. This is your moment.
I mean, absolutely. Like, this is
CD's hurt. Do something.
This is where you guys have to rise to the occasion. And look, we've heard that our boy Shoddy's great at winning the press conference.
I'm going to give you one more. TJ Bass and Brock Hoffman. A lot of people wanted you to start. They draft Tyler Booker, saying that you're not ready for the moment.
Brock, I'm not worried about.
I'm just showing both of you guys, can you be starters in this league? Can you prove it?
Well,
the guys in front of you have gotten hurt.
I think I'd look at Terrence Steele and Guyton.
Yep. The entire offensive line outside of Tyler Smith has something to prove.
Is, like, show us something. Mm-hmm. Nobody thinks you guys are worth it. You know what? Go prove them wrong on Sunday. That is the reigning phenom for now. Blake Elliott. I'm Fred Davis. Dialine. Coming up next, final segment. Rangers, next to last game of the year. Who hits a home run? We'll tell you next.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important.
KRL-fm.com.
What's the name of this song? That's
High
it.
hopes.
That's it. We've all got high hopes. Well, do we have high hopes for today's baseball game?
I don't.
Here's your starting lineup for today's baseball game against the Cleveland Guardians. You've got Hellman leading things off in center field, Freeman in left, Young at third. He's also in third. Adolis!
Oh, Adola's back in the lineup. Some of the vets like, hey, let me get a shot at this.
I got to put a little more tape on for next year. Adolis is batting cleanup, and he's DHing today. Kyle Higashioka is going to be batting fifth. He's
It's
your catcher.
been a little bit of a bright spot for this team that's
He's
struggled.
been about the only bright spot as far as what you brought in anyway. Shout out to our boy Jake Berger. He's going to be batting sixth.
A lot of the vets in there, they have not been playing.
I mean, what else is there to do? You know what I'm saying? He's batting sixth. Solano.
It's a new one.
Dylan, I'll direct this to you because you give us a little quick background on who Solano is.
You know, if I knew, I would tell you.
Okay, well,
So-
we're all finding out for the first time. Solano, we wish you luck tonight. He'll be playing second base, batting seventh in the lineup. Ezekiel Duran, who we did not expect to catch strays today from our boy Chris Edwards. He's batting eighth. And then...
better go hit for the cycle today.
That's right. He's invigorated after what he heard today. And then Dylan, the other Dylan Moore in right field, batting ninth.
Okay, this is from a Cleveland win and a Detroit win knocks the Astros out of the playoff.
By the way, Jacob Latz is your pitcher tonight. And, so there you go.
It's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing here, this Rangers segment for you guys. Cleveland win, Detroit win, Astros out of playoff. Will it happen, Fred?
No. Because I think Jacob Latz hasn't been bad. Jacob Latz might be a starter next year. I mean, he's done pretty well. And you got a bunch of guys that are just hungry for some playing time. I say your Texas Rangers find a way today to get it done.
I just don't want the Astros to make the playoffs.
I could care less.
If the Astros lose, they're out of the playoffs.
That's it. I mean, I was going to say all they got to do is lose. I mean, they've been an absolute
So
dumpster
in order for the
fire.
Astros to make the playoffs, they have to win both of their games, and the Guardians
And
and,
they
the
need help.
Tigers have to lose both of their games.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. They're done.
They're done for.
They're done. Dunsky.
My home run pick in that lineup, I'm going to stick with my boy CF, who's out in left field tonight, Cody Freeman. He's gonna go yard today.
I'm going to go with the Solano kid because nobody knows who the hell he is.
Okay, Dylan?
And I can say I saw it when nobody else did.
I'll go for a Burger Blast.
I love
I
it.
like that.
I love
That
it.
sounds like a new drink.
Let's see. Shout out to our boy Jagon and Terrell, who is also in our Insta Ball Knowers League.
Yes, he is.
You and him battling it out this week.
Are we?
Yeah, you guys are battling it out. We also had to give a shout out. He's got the Packers winning as well. He's with you, 42-15.
I got to give a shout out as well. Shout out to my mom. She's out in
Mama
Vegas right now
Kim.
doing some work. Shout out to Megan. We had her on our relationship.
By the
guru.
way, before we get to the Megan, she said your Mama Kim said Aubrey.
Oh, it called me Brandon Aubrey.
Yes.
Someone else made a good point. They said, wouldn't the fan phenom be an undrafted free agent? And that's why they were saying Brandon Aubrey, Turpin.
I guess
because
the
they came
only
off the
reason
street.
I was the only reason why I didn't go with Aubrey was because he's almost 30.
He is almost 30. Kevontae Turpin's 29 too.
Yeah.
There's just
That's
one
why
of-
that's why I went with Overshown. I mean, he's your age, and again,
and we've met him. I saw him after the game.
I
Real nice
haven't.
guy.
You have.
Real nice guy.
Yeah.
Took pictures with mom and then girlfriend. Megan, our relationship guru that we had on. You should have seen the pictures. The way that she's looking at him. I should have known it.
There's always breadcrumbs, my friend. There's always
I was on
breadcrumbs.
the other side. Why were you looking to the left? Anyways, I digress. Shout out to Megan. Shout out to Tristan and Shane as well. They're out in Las Vegas supporting the fan out there. I want to know, before we get out of here, text in 877-881-1053. Who is our furthest Tolo? Who's the farthest from Texas that's listening to us today before we get you
Chime
guys
in.
ready for Texas Rangers baseball? And if you didn't get your Cowboys and Packers predictions in, text them in and we'll read them before we get out of here. Fred wants the Astros to make the playoffs with his Astros tattoo. He's a closet Astros fan. Fred, would you like to respond?
I mean, I don't know that I'm a closet Astros fan. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I want to see the Rangers do well. I mean, I'm a Texas Ranger fan before I'm an Astros fan. But, I mean, here's the thing. I'll just say this about I spent 12 years of my life in Houston. So,
if you missed any of the college football games, Notre Dame destroyed Arkansas 56-13. Vandy destroyed, who did they play? USU.
They came back,
Utah
though.
State.
Yeah, they were losing, though, at one point.
55-35, Vandy wins. Georgia Tech beat Wake Forest. They continue to win in OT. Illinois beat USC 34-32 on a last-second field goal. Ole Miss is up 17-10 on LSU with 6 to go in the third quarter. They're up 17-10. A&M up 13-3 over Auburn. That game just started in the fourth quarter. Indiana and Iowa are tied 13-13 with 10 minutes to go in the fourth. Ohio State starting to take care of Washington. They're up 24-6 with 5 minutes left in that game. And Tennessee and Mississippi State all tied up 17-17 apiece. Second half just started. You still got Oregon and Penn State tonight, Alabama and Georgia tonight, and BYU and Colorado for your nightcap.
From the 702, I'm in Montreal listening to Bad Take Blake. You know what? I might have to write that down.
That was a common call of me.
I love that.
It was TikTok Take Blake, Bad Take Blake, Colorado. Those were all like in my first couple months.
Look how far you've come.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
That's a good one.
That
that
was our first couple months.
I like that. Here comes Bad Take Blake again.
Or Hot Take Blake.
I like Hot Take Blake as well. Oh, here we go. From the 817, Cowboys win 27-26 with a Brandon Aubrey field goal at the end of regulation. When are we getting tattoos? And again, I'm getting the Rangers tattoo. Welcome in DFW. All right, to match my Houston that says the same thing.
Should we tell people where we're going to eat and have them meet us here, or should we keep it under wraps?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, in fact, I don't want to talk anymore. I've talked literally since I've gotten up this morning.
Just a social guy.
I know you are. I'm not. And I love everybody. I want you guys to know that. Okay, I love each and every one of you.
Y'all.
But I mean, what you want me to tell you? You asked me. I said no.
How is it doing, the fan? How do you prep for the show?
It's great. I love it all. I love you all. Okay, I love you all. But like family, sometimes you need a break. All right. Would you get a tattoo, Dylon? No. Okay. I respect that. So we're going to get tattoos here in the very near future.
I haven't had one in a while.
I kind of want to get one in the next couple weeks.
I haven't got one. And this is the best time of the year. This is when I usually get my tattoos. This is in the fall.
I'm going to get one right there on the left bicep. Welcome in DFW.
Do it.
Let's do it.
With a bunch of W's.
Tell you what, let's plot this out on Monday. We'll start doing this.
We'll go on my birthday.
We'll go on, because your birthday's next Friday, isn't it?
Birthday's on Friday.
Okay, yeah, because I got to figure out what I'm doing for my son.
That's 6 days away. Wow.
Yeah, we're close. Wow. What are you, 36?
26.
I'll tell you what. Round of applause to
the Fan Phenoms.
Eric, to Chris, and to Sean. Look, I don't know who's going to win, but my hat's off to them because, look, it does take cojones to go out there and put yourself out like that. So shout out to all three of them, and may the best man win. Congratulations. Shout out, as always, to Dylon. Flawless, as always, to the one, the only Blake Elliott, the only phenom I'll ever care about. And, of course, to all you out there, good night. God bless. We'll see you tomorrow.
Cowboy fans, Zach Wolchuk with you. The Lowe's Earn Your Sunday Tour is